Dan Harmon.
Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Dan.
Yes.
Thank you so much, man, for coming here for the 200th episode. I don't know. I don't like to think of it as a big deal, but I guess it needs to be commemorated in some way. And so you're the first and only person I contacted to be on the show. So thank you for coming up here.
Well, that's very flattering. Thank you. Yeah, I just did my 200th, and yeah, it's kind of. I mean, the 199th episode was way better.
200th was a letdown?
Well, yeah, because it's just random. I mean, if you're doing a podcast worth its salt, you're not. It would be weird if you could push a button and make an episode good.
That'd be the best.
Well, it'd be weird, though. You'd be in a weird business. Like, it would probably be not what people are going to for a podcast.
No.
Because if you could go, let's make this one a real barn burner, and then pressed a button that made it twice as good as the previous episode, well, that would be like producing like a late-night talk show or something.
Yeah, and barn burner expectation is a surefire way to ruin a moment.
Yeah, because it would all be about guests, and as you can already tell, a guest can really like come in out of the gate like really lethargic and bum everybody out.
Yeah.
So you really fucked up already by thinking that a guest could make a 200th episode important. On my end, you know, like, yeah, well, you have guests, and then like, if you had 45 like super famous people, is that a good podcast?
No. Definitely not.
Because you'd be parading them out. Go, Cher's here, and then she'd go. I didn't know. I really like freaked out about like why would I do a Cher impression, and then I did half of one.
God, I couldn't. If someone offered me $1 million to do a Cher impression, I would not.
I will give you $1 million if you do a Cher impression.
I can do that. Do you believe that all?
Yeah, well, you're just singing a song.
Oh, honey.
Take the tip of your tongue and thrust it into one of your cheeks while you talk.
Hello.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Oh, hey.
Hello, Duncan.
Hello, Sarah.
And then while you're doing that, talk. Let's see. Talk. Wait, I'm trying to think. Talk through your nose, but straight down through your nose. So tongue in the cheek and straight down through the nose.
Hello, Duncan. Hello.
All right.
You've been at work all day.
Yeah.
This is something we talk about a lot somehow. You, my friend, and my friend Emil are both workaholics, and both of you have said in different ways that it is one of the cures for suffering of human existence, is that it's if you throw yourself into your work and you're constantly working. I was just texting with a friend of mine about this very thing. A lot of people are incredibly hard workers and incredibly successful, but there's a weird tinge of guilt or something mixed in with the constant work. Do you feel that?
Yeah. I think guilt, I guess, is the closest word you could come to it. I think, the kids are calling it FOMO, like fear of missing out, which is a form of guilt, kind of. Shame, guilt, somewhere in between shame and guilt when it has to do with external things that you're missing. You can't really feel guilty about missing going to the zoo.
Right.
That's not really guilt, but it's definitely basically the same.
Yeah.
Because if you feel guilty about eating a big bowl of pudding, you feel like you're missing out on being healthy. And if like we don't often feel like we're denied indulgence, but then some of us, the workaholism, it comes with, and the same tree is like survivor guilt. Like if you didn't go to 9/11 and you were supposed to,
right?
Like, I think Seth MacFarlane. Didn't he have an appointment at 9/11 or something? And he's like, I'm not going to go to 9/11.
Oh, yeah. I did hear that.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to push this.
Yeah.
I'm going to go 9/12. And at the time, that meant nothing. In fact, at the time, it was like, you dick. We're doing 9/11 over here. He's like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it on the 12th. It turns out, like, he was right.
Do you, what is this like? Because, like, if I talk to people who aren't working really hard, they have a tinge of guilt.
That's worse.
That's worse.
For me.
That tinge of guilt from not working really hard. But is this like, what I was going to ask is this like original sin? Like, is this like in Buddhism, there's a term called dukkha, which means fundamental dissatisfaction, that life is fundamentally not satisfying. So do you think that when you're doing your life's work, whether that be making awesome shows or not doing anything, whatever that may be, and there's that underlying guilt, is this just like water for fish? There's no way out of it?
Well, God, I wouldn't say that. There's no way out of it. I don't know about that. I think we should let ourselves off the hook, but I mean, that's kind of that's like a Mobius strip, because it's like, I know I'm too hard on myself, but at the same time, like, I've spent years unemployed and therefore feeling there's something wrong with me. I'm doing something wrong. Yeah. I shouldn't be sitting here. I should be doing something. I should be doing something. That pain is more agonizing to me, or I think what it is my brain has more space and time to process that pain than the pain of I'm doing so much. It's almost like, I bet it's related to like Munchausen or Munchausen by proxy, where it's like there's a martyrdom to overemployment that doesn't exist for underemployment.
Right.
You can feel sorry for yourself.
Yes.
I have an assistant, Steve Levy. I have two assistants. One of them is like this Boy Scout who loves the industry and he wants to be a producer, and he's so energetic, and he loves me, and he just wants me to be happy and productive, and he thinks I'm great. He's
great.
Like, he helps enable me, because he's just like. Now I can just get this, like, I'm like a hamster. It's like the guy who tells me everything I have to do that day.
Yeah.
Then at the end of telling me, he'll go like, whew, that's a lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You're a real busy guy.
Yeah.
And I'll go, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's terrible. What a nightmare. And he's like, yeah, but it's like, you're such a genius, you got to spread that stuff around.
Man.
It's just like where it's like, and there's no accident there at all. Am I lucky to have him? Is he a perfect fit? Yeah, but it's trial and error. I've had, it's like, there's a fucking covalent bond there.
Yeah, fuck yeah. What a great role. I mean, really, that is ultra supremely powerful, man. To be in your people's lives are based around you, man.
Well, it's all like, I don't talk to my family. All of my friends are people that have some relationship to what I do. It's mostly just employers and employees that I'm talking to all day.
Yeah. But man, I got to tell you I have a theory right now. And someone I was telling it, so I'm like, no, I saw this on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which is the worst thing you can say to somebody when they tell you
your theory.
You have a theory.
I know your theory. You can kill a vampire by kicking it, and that's not true. You have to kick a stake into its heart. That's something the movie got right, that the TV show got wrong. I'm not going to win any popularity contest for saying it. You can't kick a vampire to death. I never saw the show.
The theory is this, that in this dimension, and I'm sure this is in a comic somewhere, I do not think this is an original idea. I think it got stuck in my brain somewhere, but in this dimension...
Width.
There's width.
No. But by this dimension, you mean width, or...
What do you mean width? Oh, yeah, right. Height and width, and time, and smells, and space. Right. So the way that extra-dimensional entities manifest themselves is through the combined effort of groups of people.
Uh-huh.
So a corporation is in. This came to me because, the guns, the gun manufacturers, most of them fall in the umbrella of a group called the Freedom Group, and the Freedom Group those are the billionaires who make money from guns. So when you ever wonder who's making money from all this shit, and they don't just ship guns, according to this NPR story I heard, they don't just ship guns in the United States, they ship guns everywhere, right? So when you're wondering who's making the money from the guns, it's a group called the Freedom Group. The Freedom Group is owned by a group called Cerberus Limited.
Oh God, that bitch! I mean, her songs are great, but no wonder she must have so much offset aggression.
There's
I'm sorry, that's Cerberus.
Well, you know who that is. I'm probably saying it wrong, but that is the name of that three-headed hound.
Oh, Cerberus.
Cerberus. So this is the name of the company that owns the company that creates all
They named themselves Cerberus?
Yes. So, yes.
Jesus Christ.
The dog that keeps souls in hell is the name of the company that owns the majority of gun manufacturers in the world.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Look it up. I had to look it up because I couldn't believe it. And then and even the guy, the former CEO, he said, yeah, we probably shouldn't have called it that.
We just figured the more we were successful, the less kids would be reading about ancient Greek history. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so satanic. I don't know. I should say it's so sci-fi.
It's so
It's
sci-fi.
like the name of it's like you might as well be called like Lazarus or it's like something from Resident Evil.
It's shit writing. It's like if
I wouldn't get off your desk. Yeah.
No,
they call it an umbrella corporation.
Like if we were writing something, I'm like, what do you think about this?
Sir, I'd say Duncan Cerberus. Let's switch it up. Call it Monsanto or something. Like give it some pizzazz. Be lateral.
Yeah.
Like in real life, that shit isn't called Cerberus. It's called like paperclip or
too
something.
Too obvious evil. But so then I started thinking like, oh shit, what if this is how the archetype of that being manifests in the physical, in this dimension? It's not an actual three-headed dog. It's a cobble of people manufacturing weapons that accidentally kill shit tons of people all the time. So
wait, do you mean what if the myth of Cerberus the dog is manifested by
a corporation?
But wait, back through. You mean?
I'm saying the myth is okay. So like the idea of mantras is weird because the idea is that these sounds existed before there were mouths to say the sounds. So before there were people, there were these primary words or sound vibrations that represent or have inside the sound itself some kind of transcendent mythological component to it. So in the same way, the idea of this three-headed dog is the human way of articulating a kind of like geometric or mythological pattern that exists, the gatekeeper of hell.
Okay.
Right? So so that means these beings do exist. They're not real in the sense there isn't necessarily a three-headed dog, but there's a tendency.
Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, this is almost like, I not only am I down for this, I think it's almost like, I don't want to say Dedoy, but like this idea of in other words, the person that was creating that myth. Or it probably wasn't created by a person. You're talking about a Jungian principle,
tuning in,
combined with like what I think Campbell called it, like the creative dimension. He has a book called The Creative Dimension, like the idea that there is something outside of us that's coming through us when we create. I mean, I definitely subscribe to
grows out of us
because I don't want to take credit for shit I do that's a good job because I'm from Wisconsin. So I always figure the things that I do that are making people laugh. That it's like that meant I was open enough, or I was like somehow accidentally in the right spot on the Ouija board as a planchette
conduit
to have this thing come through. Right. So of course, like you're suggesting that like evil or what we would call evil. Just like these energies, they're all coming from maybe different dimensions, or there's one dimension, but in any case, like. our sentience, because skunks aren't going through this, but like our sentience represents a kind of the porous part of a membrane between the dimension in which we exist corporally and then these other dimensions, which actually possibly what we call sentience could be. It's always like this Lovecraftian like manifestation of forbidden knowledge coming from, and that's why we write or the creation myths that they tend to be the same. They're like once upon a time we were animals, and then we did something wrong, and then we became a little more like gods, but not enough to make us happy, and pissed off the gods above us who want to watch us wriggle in pain. So they have windows to our souls. Even the Greeks were thinking about that when they looked up at Olympus and said, "You know who lives up there? Date rapists." You know, they love coming down here and pretending to be swans, and that's how Judy got pregnant. And like those guys are just big jocks and dicks. But like and kind of like, and if you piss them off, and then that evolved into monotheism, which is like, you know, like oh, dad's home and he's been drinking, like is that's what Judaism was the invention of. You know, it was like there's one God and he's pissed.
Yes, but adding to it. That it's an actual life form, and that it
could be those little dwarves. I think you were telling me about that you see when you're on DMT, like for instance.
You
may be seeing little people.
The Nephilim or whatever, the Jinn they call them. There's so many different names for those things, but this gun company is like this extrusion of this thing, and in the same way you. And anybody who forms a corporation, I don't mean that in a bad way, but I mean like a cabal, a coven, whatever you want to call it, a constellation of people with the focus being primarily on this one creative output. You guys all become appendages of some entity, and you happen to be the locus of the thing. So to get back to this workaholic thing, it's like not only do you have to work hard, because it gives you a feeling of happiness more than not working hard. But also, you've got to work hard because you are the heartbeat in the center of this fucking thing, man. And if that thing stops beating, the whole thing dies. The tendril that you happen to be part of just sort of melts away into nothingness again. So that's a powerful position to be in. And
or the least powerful. I mean, L. Ron Hubbard, like, burnt up, you know. Scientology's still going. Like, but you know, like if you're the locus could be like David Berkowitz. It could be like I've always felt like, you know, serial killers, for instance, and they talk about my dog was talking to me, and even if they don't identify as you know as receiving messages, it does seem that the kind of easy mythical way to think about evil is like it's a thing that like whispers to the vulnerable.
Yes.
And if you're in a place where you're vulnerable to the message that nothing matters, if you're having one of those days, there's like a voice, and it's like if you're sitting down with your company that makes guns and flower pots and solar panels, and your CFO keeps saying, I'm telling you guys, the flower pots and the solar panels ain't going anywhere. The guns are saying we should start a new LLC and we should just come up with a cool name, and it should be What did you say? I didn't say anything. I said we need to come up with a cool name. We need to hire a graphic design. We need a logo. Tony, you keep exhaling and making this sound. Are you okay? You know, like it's just whisper in the wind, like a dark cloud. I'm all for it. I mean, but that would imply, I think, my workaholism. I don't think I thought it was healthy. I'm in therapy. My therapist, like, I take this kind of seriously. I've been diagnosed as a workaholic, and it's now like we use the first thing I said to my therapist was, I don't want to call myself a workaholic because that implies productivity, and she's like, no, that's part of what you're doing to yourself. You're using work to avoid. You know, you're using work to not live. Okay. So, like that's what workaholism is. Like, an alcoholic doesn't necessarily have to drink a certain amount of liquid intoxicants per hour in order to qualify as an alcoholic.
Right.
You can have one beer a year, and if you're drinking it for a certain reason, you have a certain relationship with that liquid.
Yes.
That constitutes alcoholism,
right,
by conventional wisdom. So workaholism, same thing. It's like, how do you think of work? How do you think about what you do? And if the answer is, oh, what I do, that's me. And I need to do more.
Right.
I'm never doing enough.
Right.
And when I think it does include, like, for me, like, I make sure I'm never doing enough. Like, I come dangerously close at this stage of my career to being satisfied. That's life around the corner waiting for me. That's eye contact with humanity waiting for me, because I've pursued my alcoholism to the point where, like, you know, if I spent my time a little better, I could have a 4-day work week.
Right.
Because I have all these opportunities, all these jobs, all these people that I can delegate to. Well, fuck that. So that just means I'm going to masturbate like at inopportune times.
Yes.
That means I'm just going to fuck up my time budgeting even more, because the goal is 100% saturation of your 7-day week.
Wow.
You don't want to have a weekend when you are supposed to just live your life and ask yourself who you are and what you want to do.
Right.
You want to be in a permanent state of what you have to do.
Wow.
So that you can always be reacting.
So this is maybe we've talked about this before, in Hinduism, in a particular school of yoga, there's what's called the modes of material nature. Have we talked about this?
Yeah, you talked about, is that the heaviness? Like
it's like the modes, they're called the gunas. So there's the mode of ignorance,
right,
the mode of passion, and the mode of goodness.
Right.
And these are like, this is the day, these things are assigned. Nighttime is mode of ignorance because you're sleepy, you fall asleep. Morning, mode of goodness. Day, mode of passion, you're working all day. City, mode of passion. Junkyard, mode of ignorance. Forest, nature, mode of goodness. Foods, same thing. It's all just broken down. So what you're in is the mode of passion, is what it's called. So that's your primary mode, but that's good. Look, I gotta say, man, and who am I to say this? But you really seem happy to me. You got a glow coming off of you that's like really cool and sweet and good. So it's funny, man, that like you're. It's interesting.
Well, I'm not. I'm happy. No, I am happy.
I don't mean to dismiss.
I'm like a pig in shit, but it's like shit's not good for even a pig. It's like toxic.
I never thought about that.
No, I'm very, because I'm satisfied. I'm comfortable. Because I have I'm fucking steeped in this. It's not easy to fill your life with work. That opportunity doesn't exist for everybody. If you're just like task rabbiting and you wanted to be a workaholic that was actually like fucking up to your eyeballs, it'd be pretty hard. You'd be like killing black widows in someone's garage, and then like you'd get blisters on your feet, and like you'd throw out your back, and you'd have to take time off. Like I've because my job is to think and talk and draw on a whiteboard and say yes, I'll do that. I've achieved the unthinkable. I've become a man of pure work.
Yeah, but it's like you what is, are you like, okay, so when I think of an addict, so I think, first what I'm thinking is a workaholic. This is a name that does have some positive connotations to it. Like when you hear someone's a workaholic,
I'd rather people say Dan Harmon's a workaholic than what autofills in Google when you type my name in. It's not workaholic, it's difficult to work with or something. So workaholic implies...
It's great.
That sounds like a...
If you pitch yourself to a boss, if you're going for an interview, like, I'm a bit of a workaholic.
Yeah, I hope that's going to be okay.
Yeah, right. So whereas, like, you would never go to a boss and be like, oh, I'm a sex addict. I can't stop jerking off. It's like, any chance I get, I will jerk off. So there's all these positive connotations associated with it. And... what do you find yourself resisting this predicament or lifestyle that you find yourself into? Is there resistance happening?
The only thing that flagged it was falling in love again. You know, I've been divorced, and that's when it really ticked up to like full. It was like the workaholism is outside of fundamental incompatibility. What like destroyed the marriage? Like it was like. I'm working so much, I'm not really even married to you. So then divorced, which meant mushroom cloud. Because like if you're working so hard that you can't sustain a marriage, you do not go onto the back patio and drink lemonade the day after your divorce. Because number one, that's not what you were doing in the first place. If you were capable of doing that, you might have worked on saving the marriage. Number two, more importantly, now you've got extra shit to think about. Like, it all stems from, like, not wanting to be alone with your own thoughts.
Right.
So for sure you're going to double down. So then that's when everything got, like, really tightly packed. It became like an igloo of jobs.
Okay.
But then in the midst of that, like, I met somebody that I loved being with so much that it really became, it was like, this is the first time I ever looked at what I was doing as not a positive thing.
Right.
Because I was like, wait, why is, there's this other thing that's like constantly interfering with.
What does she think about it?
She's lonely. She in the meantime, she's like, I want to get more work done. I'm so impressed, but.
Wow.
Like, where are you?
Okay, so that's the part. It's love. You got a girlfriend. You've got to figure out a way.
Well, it's connection. I mean, I think love. I like if I was I should be feeling that about my relationship with you. But you and I don't have sex. That barrier doesn't. Not yet. The barrier doesn't break down as easily.
Right.
But if it did, it would be the same thing. It was like I feel it when I'm sitting down with you, like. Oh, we're hanging out.
Yeah.
Kind of. Podcasting is still work. Like talking to an audience, like still fits in that category. I was just in your living room, staring at the floor, answering yes and no questions.
Yeah.
Like I'm just like an inert spore. And we come in here, now I can talk because it's work.
Oh, that's crazy, man. I see.
But somewhere behind that, it's like, Jesus Christ, Duncan used to live so close to me. I never hang out. Look, I know all these talented people. I'm slowly dying. Nobody ever hangs out.
You're so hard on yourself.
Well,
first of all, I know because you express this to me sometimes, and I always, man, I love you no matter what, and I know we're friends, and I know you're doing your thing, but I get it. The thing that's happening here is just this is. I don't mean to keep going back to Buddhism, but there's this concept of resistance. So the two main problems in Buddhism that happen to a human are aversion and attraction, resistance and attraction. These are the two things that are going to make you suffer. You become really attracted to something, or you become completely like you don't want to be in it. And so in any given moment, you're either surrendered to the moment, or you're wishing something else was happening in that moment.
Or you're regretting what did happen.
Yes, that's it. So the idea is that you can theoretically surrender just to this, and whatever's happening is just what's happening.
Yeah.
And then there's none of this like, oh, fuck, I'm doing too much, I'm not doing enough. And that's where you enter into, when you can pull it off, what I consider to be one of the highest levels of hedonism that exists on planet Earth, which is that regardless of what's happening, you're in it.
Right.
It's not that you're enjoying it. This is another thing. It's not that you're enjoying it or that you're suffering. It doesn't matter because you're in a state of ecstasy.
Right.
And ecstasy comprises all emotions. There is ecstatic joy and ecstatic horror, and so in that way, there's hope, right? Because
I mean that is a positive spin to put on it. That I don't. It's not like I'm a workaholic that lifts boxes for someone else. It's like I'm a workaholic whose job is to, for instance, like. Hey, we're making this movie about a panda that knows kung fu. We're not sure what to call it yet. Like, can you help us? And it's like the reason you read about me getting fired is because I'm a workaholic, but I won't glorify it by calling it in the moment, but definitely when I'm working, I'm definitely eating that apple and tasting it. Like in that I'm going like, when I'm working at Rick and Morty, I'm not like, okay, chugga chugga. Like it's like no, let's fucking talk about like what's going on with Donald Trump, and let's talk about what I jerked off to last night, and let's feed that into along with everyone else's passions into this thing. Let's make sure this is the best thing ever. And if somebody goes like, oh, the thing's going to be behind schedule, that's and I got like, oh, let's make a non-schedule cartoon. Those are always the most successful ones.
Yeah.
It's like that's how I'm a dick.
Right.
Is that I'm like, what are we fucking doing here? We're trying to make something that makes us good people or bad people.
Yeah.
I want to be good, and that's unhealthy. But combined with a satanic level of stubbornness, all roads lead to Rome, right? Mixing a lot of metaphors, but it's like if you're that committed to workaholism, it is like and your work is also like that infantile, where it's just like baby wants his baba, and he's gonna do it 7 days a week, and the baba is gonna always be the best baba. Like I think there's some. Yeah, I guess I use that as like a justification as I keep going. Like if I worked on a loading dock, I would have found the light a long time ago out of workaholism.
Finding the fucking light, man. But it's so weird. It's just like, I get it. All the drama and the role of in the playing this role and all of it. It's just interesting, man. I mean, do you feel like if you, let's imagine. You described to me ultimate enlightened Dan Harmon.
That's the thing. That's what I tell my therapist. I go, look, this thing eats at me. Like, we talk about being in the moment. We talk about living life. We talk about. I always picture the same thing. Some jagoff on a hang glider. Like I always picture the fucking like '80s poster, of a guy on a hang glider. Or a base jumper, or a fucking
Dan, I just saw. Did you see the video of that woman who's a wingsuit lady, and she jumped out of a plane and went over a volcano?
Ooh.
And so she flies over a volcano, and she lands, and she's done it so many times. It's the most passive. She just takes her helmet off and like looks at the camera. It's like, yeah.
That story didn't end. It's okay.
Like, whereas like any normal person would be like, holy fucking shit, I
just flew over a volcano.
She's like, it was just a volcano. But she didn't even say that. It was just kind of like, you could see she's already thinking about getting back to the hotel, watching Forensic Files.
Oh, I have 1,000 questions. Who is taping her? Why did she let them? I mean, I kept trying to figure out if she's the best or worst person in the world, because if she was like, hey, can you do me a favor? Come shoot me. I fly over volcanoes. Whatever. And the person's like, okay, do you want me to? Yeah, I'll give you $6 an hour to tape me fly. It's no big deal. I don't care. I was like, okay, humble brag. Like what it was like, or was it somebody that found her and said like, hey, volcano lady? And she's like, what? How did you find me? Then she's a hero, right? You're like, I look, my name is Morley Safer. I am, I'm a 25-year-old millennial blogger journalist. I want to videotape you flying over this volcano before you fall in or stop doing it. And she's like, fine, but I don't do it for those reasons. Okay, good. But
no, she's a.
Is she just very cold?
She just
all the time. Is she one of those people that
can overreact? Because I imagine she's got like, she's probably in a wingsuit community. Right. And they don't like. She doesn't want to do the Price is Right freak out, kind of like, yeah, I did it.
Oh, she doesn't. She has a.
She doesn't want to seem like a noob.
Well, I don't. I was just about to. I don't think this is very progressive. I wanted to character define her and say she's got a crush on somebody in like the flying squirrel suit group,
and she wants to seem cool.
Yeah. So it all comes down to something that we would all understand from high school, but it's like we're looking at her like volcano lady, and she's like, yeah, but what about Kathy? Like,
exactly. It's something.
I didn't characterize her as a lesbian because of her active lifestyle. I was trying to be progressive in one stroke.
You're saying, oh, right.
I didn't want to say, what about Michael? Because I didn't want to objectify an active woman.
But the statistic is 100% of wingsuit people are lesbians.
Well, we know they're probably not satisfied with missionary like standard, like a Mormon on top of them running and then coming in them. Let's all agree on that. I think we can say that without offending.
How do you have
anyone.
sex with someone who just flew over a volcano? And
Well, I think you have to get really misogynist if you're a guy. I think you have to just remind them of whatever they do badly.
I think you have to be
I ate one of those brownies you made yesterday. You fucking bad cook. Why don't you? Hey, listen. Can you take my breakfast over the volcano next time? These fucking eggs. Your eggs are so runny. Like you just have to you're just negging them. Blue pilling, red pilling. What is that?
Yes. It's one of those. It's one of those forums. Well, that concept of that's what it looks like to live life is to when you're finally doing it. This is like a country song, one of those classic country songs, like you start living like you're dying. There's a song like that.
Until the day you're volcano flying, then the life loses its flavor and there's no life left to savor. Volcano girl, it's been a long, long time. Volcano girl, why you hot on one side? Volcano girl, can't you flip around the next ride? Make your back as warm as your tummy. Volcano girl, your pussy's yummy, but my tongue gets burnt when I go down on you.
Oh, man.
Hey, can we pause
for it? All right, we're back. So here's a controversial idea that, and there's some YouTube lecture where Ram Dass is talking about addiction and what addiction is. And he says that what everybody really wants is the feeling of coming home. Like, when you have a real, the mythological family, the Tom Bombadil and J.R.R. Tolkien and the Lord of the... And do you remember Tom Bombadil with his wife in the middle of the forest, and they have this beautiful, just rustic life together, and they're cooking, and he sings, and it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful, perfect, harmonized life.
Do I remember him? What do you mean?
From the book?
Oh, no.
Tom Bombadil.
Oh, in Tolkien's book.
Yeah,
Is he the guy in the movies that's on the sled?
I can't remember what they turned him into in the movies.
He's one of the spiders.
Oh no! But this.
Okay, he's a dude. I thought you were using two examples, Tolkien or remember Tom Bombadil.
Tom Bombadil.
I was like, man,
the Tom Bombadil's home. Or it's this idea of, when you that feeling of I'm with a group of people where I'm safe, loved. I'm not gonna. No one's gonna get mad at me permanently here.
Right.
I'm taken care of. We're all here together. We love each other, and it's the most incredible feeling. Maybe you've never had it, or maybe you have it just when you're a kid. And so this feeling of coming home that's what enlightenment is. It's a permanent state of that.
Oh, that's not what addiction is providing.
That's what people
are striving
for through the activity, whatever it may be, and maybe it generates a little bit of that feeling here and there. But the thing he says it's controversial. At least
he blames black people.
Yes,
that's weird. I mean, the guy is so enlightened, but he's just got this blind spot.
Well, I mean,
or does he? Happy 200th episode, Duncan Trussell's Black listeners.
No, what he says is and I think maybe he's revised this. I don't know, but in this particular video, he says just be in that addiction. So instead of instead of fighting the addiction, turning the addiction into this very dramatic thing.
Yes.
Just be addicted, the way he puts it. I just did this interview with him, and he said, "Look at yourself like you're looking at a flower. You're just looking at this beautiful flower that's your life. It's temporary, incredibly transient, and just look at it and feel compassion for it. Oh, look, there I am.
Yeah,
well, I'm working all the time right now.
And if you're if your system is kind of hooked on smack at the point when you make that change, you might very well be like, I can't wait to do some more smack because of a biochemical pull that's just clinically measurable.
Yeah,
but I think if I'm completing the thought right, that the controversy is probably because, my God, this is a serious problem. You can't. There's a liability issue here, an accountability issue when you're talking about addiction. It's a medical issue. If you were to give advice that is not right, that's a serious thing. But I understand the conceit is that the idea would be if you were in the throes of addiction. The same way it's not like steering into the spin in a hydroplane as much as it is going like, you know how you got here? You got here in pursuit of something.
Yeah.
So have it. And maybe you can start to climb out because you're. But I think the reason that's controversial is because
people can die.
Well, because somebody who's like addicted to heroin. That's like the insinuation that there's a cure for that. That's kind of that's more holistic. Well, that there's a path out that doesn't require.
You know what they say the cure is, man. And this is there's a famous letter, you can find it online, that Bill Wilson or one of the AA guys wrote to. It was either Carl Jung or Freud who had been treating one of them, and. I hope I'm right about this, guys. I did look it up and it did check out. But essentially, the guy said to him, like, he said, "You are hopeless here. You are not going to save yourself. The only thing that's going to save you is, for lack of a better word, God. You're fucked. If you're an alcoholic, if you're a heroin addict, you are fucked, man." Because
this is the Bill guy that's like, I'm a friend of Bill's.
This is the concept of Alcoholics Anonymous, is that and this is why Bill Wilson, I think that was his name, really liked LSD, because it produced a transcendent experience that he thought was a prerequisite to really getting out of the incredible trench of addiction. And so this is really interesting. They've been doing these studies on psilocybin to treat smoking addiction. Another fucking terrible, deadly habit.
But, I used to smoke a pack a day or more, just to briefly touch back on something you were expressing, and it's safer to talk about it with smoking than with heroin. And if you're addicted to heroin, obviously you don't listen to us or Ram Dass, or I don't know.
If you're addicted to heroin, you're going to do whatever the fuck it is that you're going to do.
So, but like smoking, like I did recognize at a certain point, after buying a lot of like gum, patches, toothpicks, all that stuff, my thought at a certain point was, these products and these methodologies, the whole thought of I need to quit smoking was one piston and a two piston engine that was keeping it going forever.
That's it.
Because the worshiping at the altar of it as a powerful thing.
That's it.
I walked through the thought experiment of like, obviously if I was on a desert island and I lost my cigarettes, what would happen is I would start to go crazy because I'd wish I had a cigarette.
Yeah.
I might even smoke a tree or a pineapple or something. Yeah. I would try. God knows what I'd do. But eventually I wouldn't die and I wouldn't be a smoker. If somebody came and picked me up 10 years later, whether or not I'd say, do you have a cigarette? Who knows? Argue about that later. But like, it would be out of my system.
Yeah.
And so that is to say, like the cure for my smoking addiction, for me, it was that realization, because what I did then is I said, instead of saying, I need to quit smoking every time I smoked a cigarette, I said, I'm choosing to smoke the cigarette. I like smoking.
Right.
And it was like, so that way at least you've entered a state where you're making your own decisions instead of worshiping at the altar of being out of control.
Yeah.
So which isn't that, it's like if enlightenment is being at home, coming home and feeling safe and feeling like you don't need anything.
Yeah.
Then what happens is, because we're never home, because our homes weren't even like coming home.
Yeah.
Because we're trained, especially in Western society, to find a path and go somewhere to find something that's better. We're always astray. We're never coming home. And then we try things and we get little slivers of that feeling, artificially or not.
Yeah.
Addiction is just the little pieces of comfort that aren't the real deal that you then become a gerbil going to the bottle.
Yeah, and then you add into it the pleasure of the feeling of guilt, and then you start realizing that the guilt has actually added a kind of savory bitterness to the activity that you actually enjoy. That it's just another piece of this sandwich you're eating.
That's a big fit when you describe coming home and this like peaceful feeling. In fact, and something from like a Tolkien story. That I think there's something really important there. It's not just unmitigated comfort. It's not just like stasis. There is always it's like the thing that makes your gums tingle. It's that feeling you get when you're hanging out with your friends, like when you're a kid, it's like a slumber party, or if you're on a camping trip, or there's this, or when I went on tour with my podcast, there were like little moments when it was there, when I wasn't fucking it up with thinking I had to do work. Like it's the feeling of there's something to do. So there is a little bit of jeopardy, but it's like, it's peekaboo. It's like mommy's here and she's playing that game, and it's like that's why we play board games and things. It's like you have those highs. It's like there's something to do. There's a problem to solve.
Yes,
but it's all a game. I was like, I'm gonna go build a fire. Do you want to help me gather some wood? Yeah, let's gather some wood. Like there's something to do. It's not just hanging out in an easy chair.
This is Prabhupada, the founder of the Hare Krishnas, was at one of his temples, and one of the things he said that's always stuck with me is, "This is a good temple. Things are always moving. Things are always moving." And so it's that kind of, it's a kind of graceful energy that is just flowing through the place.
I always think of like whenever I think about being a migratory bird, or specifically a duck. Like when you see them like on a pond, I always think like I get this like crazy like feeling like that was like my gums tingle. Like I'm like, can you imagine being a fucking duck? Like that lifestyle. Just the two. I don't don't email in and say, well, the fact is ducks actually live in constant physical pain, because I'm not. I'm saying as a human being, when I look at a pond full of ducks, and then sometimes when you see them either in real life or even in a movie, like they all take flight at the same time, and they're off, and like that thought of being with a group of friends and family, but like these pit stops where they're like feeding and fucking and like floating around and quacking, and then all of a sudden, I saw documentaries that say like nobody really knows whose job it is. There's no alpha duck, or if there is, it's a rotating position because one might get shot down or die, or a single duck just makes a decision like, all right, let's go. And it's like, it makes you giddy. It's like it's a feeling you only have when you're like a 10-year-old kid. Like if your dad's like alphaing out and you're going on a camping trip, it's kind of like if he's not throwing bottles at you and yelling at you and great Santini. Like there's like, but it's like, all right, come on, let's go.
But aren't you doing that? Like this is you now. Like you are you have a flock of ducks that are creating stuff, really great stuff that people love, and this is you. You are the duck.
And we're migrating to the Emmys.
Yeah, man. Why not?
We're on our way from. No, I mean it's hard for me to reconcile. Semantically, you're connecting those dots, but to me, it's like. No, I'm running. I'm like running around like a orangutan or a chimp. Like, yeah, there's lots of like. It's a tribal thing, which is like it's more our nature. But my fantasy is, it's like, oh man, it's just being on tour, Like that's the feeling is like,
okay.
It's like, oh, where are we going next? We're going to Seattle, but like, where are we now? And like, you're not driving. Like specifically a tour where you're like, or if you are driving, like you're taking turns driving.
Okay.
There's just like this kind of like, it's this like, it's micro dosing anxiety instead of like having a good trip or a bad trip on it. It's micro dosing. It's just enough. There's just enough shit to do. Like it's just a prize. Like okay, we're stopping here. Everybody take a pee and buy some Twinkies, but we need to be to Seattle by, if we get there like 6 o'clock, the gig's at 8. And there's just like, there is a future, there is something coming, but it's like, it's probably going to come to you whether it's just like that little feeling of like, what if I went into the bathroom and peed and I never came out?
Yes.
Well, would the bus leave without me?
Right.
And like, whether the answer is yes or no, it's still ticklish. Like the realization that it couldn't leave without you. No, they'd eventually come and knock on the bathroom door and say, Dan, are you okay? Because I'm surrounded by people that kind of need me a little bit. Or even, but it's like almost no different from the answer being like, no, the bus would grow a new Dan and it would drive away. And or your tour doesn't matter. They'd refund the tickets and like everything would turn into dust.
It would not grow a new Dan. No, you're in the unfortunate position of having an insane amount of talent, and you're super funny, and so the stuff that you're making is specific and authentic. So yeah, you are the Neem Karoli Baba of this weird little thing that you've created. You're your own.
It's about time you said so. It must have been difficult for you. The
difference, though, is that you. It seems like you're still suffering from the thing instead of like.
Yeah, because I'm obviously differentiating. Like I'm thinking about what I actually do in life as being totally disconnected from what I'm describing as being this like rarefied thing.
That's it.
Which is like driving from city to city, like not working.
That's it. See that, but this is what all these people keep teaching me. Which is that you will not find a right place to be. And that is an illusion, that there's some right place to be. That where you're at right now is exactly the right place. And that I have said this on the podcast before, and then somebody sent me a very terse link to a story of some people who'd gotten raped. And they were like, were they in the right place? Were they in the perfect place? Is that the perfect place?
All right.
So
that's a good cause.
My response was, this is a perceptual lens that we're.
I have so many questions about that. Had you said what bubble needed to be burst there? Had you said, if you are being raped, it's because you're not in the right place? Is that what I don't understand what needed to be combated there.
Well, the misunderstanding is this concept is one that means that the obvious. It's like what we're we're talking about the innate, ridiculous, and inexplicable suffering that exists in the world in the most extreme way. So, in other words,
this person that emailed you that link.
It was on Twitter, I think,
or whatever. Yeah, they were addicted to you. You implied that life was fine.
Yes,
and that was offensive to them.
Very.
Because it was. My therapist says anything that gives you comfort can be an addiction. Lots of people derive comfort, and I'm not characterizing this as a bad thing. I'm not saying. Thank God, lots of people get comfort from shaking other people up.
Yeah,
they're comfortable. Yeah, sure. They're comfortable raising awareness, for instance. And if they didn't, oh my God, like who knows?
Who knows?
So and that this is a person who knows if this person is a piece of shit or just like, but doesn't matter because it's totally separate from the non-judgmental fact of like they heard you say, you know what? I'm having one of those days. Here's my map of the cosmos. It's all good, baby. Yeah. It's like, doesn't matter what you do. It's all good. And they were like, if that's true, then why is there a fucking fascist running for president? A black guy just got beaten up by somebody else. They're saying like, don't fucking do that. Those things that, we use to terrify ourselves and each other. What's that saying? All that is necessary for evil to occur is that good men do nothing or whatever. It's like, well, you can't argue with that. So true. Historically.
That is true, but you can, I mean, this is not a philosophy of apathy. It's a philosophy of, it's like, look, I
think you'd be more active if you could plant your feet and say, it's all good. Sorry.
You go into overdrive.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's an addiction to stagnation that makes you vibrate. And I think that's why that person emailed that thing. Like, they could very well, the thing that they're doing combat with, the irony is they're addicted to shattering that like force field.
Yes.
But like, they have to deal with a force field that's generated by the vibration that is people going people like me going, I'm so busy. Like, I can't do anything about Katrina. I can't think about gun control. I can't. I don't like the bipartisan system. Isn't it all bullshit? I'm just going to stand back from all that. I'm Jesus Christ. I'm Kanye. I have work to do. Like, I have problems. You have problems. Fucking Sony's trying to compromise my show. I got all these things going on. Man, I got to get up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I got 90 shows I'm developing. I don't know what to do. I'm spread so thin. People expect me to write 12 hours a day. It's like your head's up your own ass. That person needs to have the person that emailed you come up to them and go, here's a link to something terrible that happened to someone other than you.
Yeah.
This is real. This is what pain is.
The world is on fire.
Set your watch by that instead of your head up your own ass.
It's hell. It's hell. You don't even know. But the idea is that so and again, this is the thing that comes up, which is, what is the good that I can do for this world? And it's like, well, the fact is this. You are the very first pixel of the world subjectively for you. That's it. That's it. Your body, your general emotional state. This is the very first of a trillion nodes on some kind of very difficult or impossible to understand phenomena happening called planet Earth and humanity or whatever. So your first responsibility is to this, right? So the idea is that the moment you surrender, okay, look, so what? You find yourself getting fisted in some dark bar where you're selling your body to people who like to fist or whatever. I don't know. And like, you can either, during this moment,
double the price.
Double the price. The point is, whatever is happening, you're on fire. Your arms are getting sawed off.
Uh-huh.
You can either resist that moment, or you can just sink into it. And the moment you sink into it, you taught me this idea of pure honesty of like, this is it. This is what's happening. This is who I am. This is where I'm at.
Now I'm thinking of the person that emailed you was interpreting you as saying, sit back and enjoy it.
Right. But it's not enjoy.
You're a Texas senator.
Yeah, it's not enjoy. Enjoyment's the wrong word for it. It's surrender. It's you surrender to the moment, and in that place where the resistance drops away and all the drama attached to the resistance and all the self-flagellation that you've been doing and the self-torment over this thing that you've been up to, whatever it may be, when all that drops away, then suddenly I've had the experience only a few times, but when it all drops away, and it's a fun exercise to do it after something particularly fucked up happens, whatever it is. You get sick, maybe during an MRI, perhaps. When you find yourself in a nice, classically shitty situation, this is a time to really practice it. And if you sink into that moment, you will find, underneath everything, a general sense of joy. And that is, to me, blasphemous to a lot of people.
Well, I think, and this person in particular, like, if you bring that wire near the wire connected to the concept of rape, that's obviously that's
where it goes, or you go into
that person was emailing you going, I think that if I can speak for that person for a second, go like, can you just please add to that if you're being raped, you should grab a lamp and smash the person raping you.
Yes.
That's what all they wanted you to. I think that person may have been taking you so
grab
literally.
The lamp. Defend! Fight! I'm not saying don't fight. Oh, yeah, I get okay. Yeah. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? No, fight, claws, eyes! Use mace.
It's possible that person may have been applying...
You fight. You clearly fight. But in the fight, even in the moment,
you're saying, like, my life is being threatened. I am alive. I am a living creature who is in a life and death struggle with a predator.
I gotta tell you, man, this is one of the fucking most difficult things for me to wrap my head around that Neem Karoli Baba said, which is everything's perfect. And man, just try to wrap your brain around that. Try to understand that, because it's a really difficult thing. But somewhere inside of me, I think that is exactly right. I think everything's perfect. I think that when you inevitably get sick, when the inevitable catastrophe happens, may it not be rape, may it be some other thing, but when the inevitable catastrophe happens, that's as perfect as when the non-catastrophe is happening. And if there is ever going to be a new religion, a new thing, I think it's going to have that at its core. Right. And the moment you just start allowing yourself to, because it's like, if I go out to eat at a steakhouse, and as I'm eating, the whole time, I moan about the suffering of the animal that I'm eating, or I talk about animal rights. I don't know if that's ever happened to you at a steakhouse, but that conversation has emerged before. Like, we're eating steak. If you want to fucking honor this creature,
right?
In other words, if cannibals have captured me and dragged me into the forest and gotten me nice and fatter and killed me,
right?
I don't want them as they're eating me,
right,
to be like, oh, how he suffered. What are we doing?
You might vote for that conversation to happen before they start eating it.
Yes! But if they've gotten to the place after the dagger is plunged into my chest and they're devouring my flesh, I want them to enjoy it.
I think that's what, and by the same token, when you, there's a celebrity death, and because of our relationship with fame and other people and stuff, like in the internet being a toilet, like, I get really deeply offended, not offended in the popular sense of the word, where I want to go to the Senate and have a petition. I get offended by the lack of simple mourning without a spin put on it. Whether it's like, you know, the guy that invented Oreos dies and we all have to make Oreo jokes, or like whether it's worse, where it's like Maroon 5's bus crashes into a wall and everybody's like, I guess that's the hit that whatever, like wordplay about after finally they died. Now I respect the decision they made. It's like that. It's like, what do you? It's and thinly related to that. Like I just lost my cat. Like, and I was in my therapist's office, and I was like, I was going on forever about how I hadn't taken care of the cat right, and how I had been a bad cat owner. How I just wish that the cat, you know, we had this buddy partnership for 10 years, and how the last couple years I got these dogs, and I got busy, and I kind of ignored the cat, but she, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and the therapist was like, okay, but, like, just to paraphrase her, she didn't, like, karate kick me with this, but she was like, cat died. Mourn the cat. Don't fucking figure out how to fix yourself later. Like, don't spend this time. Right. This is a thing that's happening to you. Yeah. Your cat died. Yeah. You're deflecting. You're distracting yourself. Yeah, and I do think that, like, people do that too, and, like, you know, oh, John Belushi died. Oh, time to talk about heroin. Time to talk about my heroin. Time to talk about his heroin. Yes. Time to talk about, you know, it's like I punched a wall, like, about it when, you know, we've lost friends, like, who you know, and it's like reading comment sections or tweets or people are like up on a soapbox about lifestyle and choices. It's like, you wouldn't say this if the person had cancer. Anyways, I'm babbling, but
No,
like,
you're not.
it's that our relationship with death is almost like we don't even accept that death happened. We all know that. We all know that we're very death averse. We don't want to think about it. Yeah. But it's crazy to the point where we can't even look at it as a thing that we don't want to happen and just experience that something we didn't want to happen.
Right.
I'm the same way. When we want to know. When we heard about the actor Anton Yelkin,
yes,
it's just that compulsion. You want to know how, what happened.
Yeah.
Behind that is always, it's like, why did it happen? Because I don't want to deal with the fact that it happened, and I want to, and then there's a side dish of like, oh, it won't happen to me.
Right, I want to avoid it.
Right.
Yeah, it's definitely something's probably deep inside.
But I also even think I do like that's like a base action level, action figure level. Like it won't happen to me if I can figure out how it happened. Let's pretend we're all a little more sophisticated than that, and there's a higher level than that, which is basically I want to know exactly what happened in this person's death. I want to know about all the events that led up to it, because. God damn it! I lost the thought. I was like I got too high.
Death is a Death. People are trying to distract themselves from dealing with this incredible singularity by coming up with a million other external things that aren't related to the death.
Right, because it's like you want to explain why it happened. It's not so much like I'm going to avoid it.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's a base level there that's like, maybe when you're 15, you're like, oh, he ate so many fatty foods.
Yes.
Like judgment or whatever. Yeah, there's that. But it's more importantly, it's like the most terrifying thing, as with Kennedy, it's like that. So to the point where, as a collective society, we will generate a mythology around an inexplicable death.
Yes,
we do. We will not. We abhor a vacuum.
Yes,
and so we will say, because what we do not want. There's a guy on my podcast who comes on my podcast a lot, Seek, who is a multiple aneurysm survivor.
Wow.
Multiple aneurysms are supposed to be like things that accidentally happen,
and that's it.
He has them like I have heartburn. He's a person whose brain has aneurysms all the time.
Wow.
So talk about it's like you can't see them coming. There's no musical score. He can't eat a way to avoid it. He can't sleep a way to avoid it. He can't do anything. That, to me, probably not to him because he's living in it. That, to me, is the worst nightmare. And I think it's about death. Is like, oh, yeah, I could just be talking to you right now and lights out.
Okay.
Which is why why this solution is to realize that, and this sounds corny, but and we all say it all the time, but like, that's why right now has to be. If you had ball cancer.
Yeah.
So, and you lost your mom.
Yeah.
Good night.
And
I'm good. I just fly away over a volcano. I just come in. You had ball cancer.
Yes.
And you lost your mom. See ya. The time to go. You've experienced way more tragedy than I have. Like, let's focus on the ball cancer. Like, I haven't experienced any kind of serious illness yet.
Yeah.
You and I are healthy right now. And I'm not like when we talk about coming home for me is going to be 2 weeks after I get ball cancer. Coming home is going to be not having ball cancer.
Okay.
I'm sure that's probably kind of how you felt.
Man, no, here's the real fucking crazy insider info.
Oh, sweet.
The closer you get to death, the less horrible it seems, and the more you start thinking more about the people you're leaving behind.
Oh man.
Because you realize that the death itself is something completely out of your control. And this is something that quoting Ram Dass again, but something he says, dying is safe. There's nothing safer than dying. It's one of the most natural things. It's as safe as it gets. You're going to die. I'm going to die. And when you get close to the thing, suddenly you realize it's just not the thing that you've been dreading is not that. That's not the thing you're dreading at all. And you thought it was the whole time, but it's not. It's really not. This is the great, to me, this is the...
It's the shit you haven't done, is that the rest of that? It's like that
no,
nightmare
man, it's not the shit you haven't done. It's the resistance. It's the resistance. It's the resistance, mostly, is what's fucking everything up, man. It's that in every single moment, for whatever reason, we're fighting what's happening. Mm-hmm. And that you can sink into what's happening at any given moment, and if you do it, if you pull it off, then you get to experience something that is, to me, it's the big secret. And when you figure it out, or when you come into contact with it, it reduces a lot of the anxiety associated with just about anything.
So even a senseless death, even at the end of a life of bad choices, even a senseless death at the end of fearing and feeling anxiety, even if you wasted your life and then got hit by a duck in the face that was flying too low and it shoved
fell into a volcano
and it knocked you backward into a very low grade volcano. A lion and his children, an Olympic torch bearer setting fire to their face.
It's the difference between
on the last Olympics before the planet explodes. There's no such thing as a good death or a bad death.
It's the difference between a belly flop and an Olympic high dive where people are like, holy shit.
It's just one more way to experience life. The nice thing about that is that, I think it's important to believe that, is because obviously we're human beings, we're very clever, so the only things that can trick us have to be like really sophisticated, really deceptively simple puzzles.
Yes.
And usually cyclical. Like humans worse than computers at figuring out like, oh, I get it. This is a syndrome I'm engaged in, where if I worry about wasting my time, I will waste my time, and I will have reason to believe that I have wasted my time and fear wasting my time, and I will waste my time by fearing wasting time. Those tricks are hard for us to get out of.
Right.
We can recognize them even and semantically and acknowledge them and not get out of them. Yeah. But the nice thing is, when those traps are real, what it means is just like a Chinese finger trap. Do those things even work? But it works equally well and absurdly and syndromically, if that's a word, in the opposite direction, because the realizing that it's okay that you're smoking gets you on the road to quitting smoking, if that's what you want, and it's fine if you don't. And realizing that you've been engaged in a lot of workaholism and anxiety, and that's fine. That'll get you to happiness. Like my therapist says, like shit, like her mantra. She gets in a fight with her wife. Married lesbian is my therapist. Thank you.
Cool.
10 points from the podcast community, I guess. From the 21st century. She says she gets in a fight with her wife. She goes, what does she say? She says, it's never too late to start the day over. It sounds like macrame, but it's like you can. It's not. You don't like if you're 6 feet deep in shit. That doesn't mean you have to go through 5 feet of shit to stop living in shit.
That's right. Dude, this is the story. There's a parable. I can't remember which parable is in the New Testament, but it's the story of like some workers who are working for this guy, and they've been working in the field all day. And then at the end of the day, some other workers come, and he's like, hey, I need more people to help. And they work for 2 hours where the people who worked in the field worked all day long. So at the end of the day, he gives them all the same wages, and they're like, "What the fuck? They only work for 2 hours. Why are they making as much as we who worked all day long?" And so this is supposed to be the representation of realization, or this is the idea that it really isn't about how much you've suffered. It really isn't about the blood and the sweat and the guilt and all that stuff. What it's about, and what's the crazy idea that a lot of people just don't like, is that at any second, you can access this part of yourself, whatever you want to call it, God, actualization, whatever you want to call it. The idea is that in every single second, there is perfection. You are experiencing perfection. You are home. You actually are home. But because of the mental turbulence that so many of us are afflicted by, the constant never-ending swirl of ceaseless thought patterns related to things we need to do or things we've done, or the guilt, or this isn't who I'm supposed to be, I wasn't supposed to look like this, I'm not supposed to act like this, I was supposed to be not. All of that shit is just clouds obscuring it. And so that's what's really cool, is that in any given moment, regardless of your activity, you get to have access to that. And you're right, it does it with this thing, whatever you want to call it, then everything else is going to take care of itself. It's going to work out way better than it's going to work out if you're down there being like, I'm in a fucking shit pile. What? Look how high this shit pile is. I'll never get out of this fucking shit pile. That is only making the shit pile grow. Mm-hmm. Anyway, that's the concept. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, obviously the animal kingdom has that, like the Tao Te Ching says, animals bear yin on their back and yang in their bosom, which I always picture like a skunk or a raccoon, and it's like literally they have, you know, they have the white half of the yin yang symbol on their chest, and they have the other half on their back, which is, it means to say like they don't have a choice in the matter. Like they're in a perfect state because they're all instinct. They're animals.
Yes.
Like I had a spider in my bathtub a couple weeks ago, and I was like terrified of spiders. I'm gonna take the pussy path. Like I don't know what I'm supposed to do. It's not about me, this story. It's about the spider. Like it was in my bathtub, and I'm like, I'm a fucking creepy giant human, and so I'm fuck you. Like wrong bathtub, buddy.
Yeah.
Threw on the water. Watch this thing go down this drain. Yeah. And then I was like, what? As the water hit it, it curled up in a ball, and I was like, what a dumb instinct, you know? Like that, if that spider only knew, like how pathetic is that? Like, it's like shining a fish, you know, with a flashlight.
Yeah.
Or is that like how ironic? I guess this species didn't evolve in a world of bathtubs, because that fucker, if it knew any better, it should be scrambling.
Yeah.
And then I watched it, and it like floated for a while, and then it started moving its legs after a really long time, even though it was just floating there for a while. And then I was like, you little fucker, you bet, because I'm projecting all of this like strategy onto it, and decision making and ego.
Yeah.
This thing is just a bundle of nerves that has a certain protocol.
Yeah.
But so it's and then I'm like, that motherfucker, oh man, it's so hardy. Like it's gonna try to, I get it, the water's gonna go down, and then it's gonna crawl out, and it's gonna dry off, and it's gonna still be a spider, and it's still gonna be in my goddamn tub, and it's probably a brown recluse, it's gonna kill me.
Yeah.
So I made sure this fucker went down the drain. I lost sight of it a little bit, but then I was like, horrible. Like I was just like, I was like, well, it's down there somewhere, and it probably now thinks the onslaught is over. Now it's probably hanging out. So, like, and I just like I filled up the fucking bathtub. Like I was like, we're in a drought. So a couple days ago, fucking spider. Like I know it's the same guy. So here's the thing, like that spider didn't just curl up in a ball and wait. It also didn't just flip the fuck out because it felt water.
Yeah.
It had a protocol. It went with a spider flow.
Yes.
That billions of years into your life, and realize that everything's so fine that you don't react to being in a pit with lions. But I think you could also say, well, no, it's just that it's this panic that sets in, that you're responsible for reacting to the lions the right way, that gets you in this syndrome. Because imagine if somebody heard your podcast and got thrown into a pit of lions. I was like, okay, Duncan Trussell said,
surrender.
Surrender. They're not surrendering if they're doing that, are they?
Well, no. See, that's so yes, right. So what you're saying is like, right, I get it. Okay, so the refinement is, I'm not talking about inaction. I'm not saying, okay, here's this thing that you're wherever you're at. A car is rolling down the hill towards you.
Right. It's
not that you surrender to the fact that the car is rolling down the hill towards you. You should definitely get out of the way of the car. It's it's more, or in the pit of lions or whatever. The idea is that right now, I'm going to bet that the majority of people listening to this are not in a pit of lions. And if they are, that's badass. But mostly, no one's listening to this in a pit of lions. In fact, most people they might be experiencing some kind of turbulence in their lives, but it's more rare for some kind of violent thing to happen to a person.
That's part of the syndrome, is me using that metaphor.
Right.
Because we go, oh, you could end up in a pit of lions if you don't.
You'll end up, but really, but this is why they call this a practice, because you're practicing. So instead of waiting for the pit of lions to see what you're going to do, you start taking the moment that you're in right now. This moment right now, you just start connecting to this thing. And then the idea is that when the pit of lions comes, which is usually not a pit of lions, usually it's a doctor or a phone call, or it's usually not a pit. It's usually something that's far less beautiful and mundane. But when that thing comes, maybe your reaction to the fucking thing is going to be a little different than it would have been if you allowed yourself to succumb to the same horror that you've been allowing to enclose your life at any given moment, because you're fighting.
Well, because my therapist talks about neuroplasticity, and I draw comfort from thinking about things neurologically. Because I think the brain's complex enough, it includes all kinds of mysterious shit, and your ability to and mind over matter, because you can reform your neural pathways.
Yes.
And that's a fact. That's not pop science. We unlike other living things like we do, or maybe they have it, but it's you can actually decide, I'm going to change the way I think.
Yes.
And you can change. That's even a misnomer. You can actively decide to change the way you don't think. You can change your reactions to things that you typically. My therapist takes me through these exercises where she's like it's about actually practicing slowing down, widening the gap between stimulus and response.
Yes.
And being in that moment.
Yes.
And I think another way of saying that is so animals bear yin on their back and yang in their bosom. That spider is going to curl up in the water. He had no choice.
Yes.
We, by virtue of our mythologized metaphor for everything, we were animals like that. We ate the wrong fruit. We went down the wrong path of evolution, the wrong/right one. We became part animal, part God. So we have these modes where we go, and that's what we do. We separate them. We say, well, I'm a priest. I'm mostly God, so I'm not married.
Yeah.
I just every once in a while fuck a little boy
because
I have an eruption, and I deal with that theologically. Everything's about distinction, separation. Well, I need to quit smoking.
Yes.
I'm not smoking. I'm a slave to smoking. I need to buy the right product.
Yeah.
We have spiritual moments, and we do things for good reasons, and we give to charity, and then we separate that entirely from I have to do this. I have to do this. I have to do this.
Yes.
Both things are wrong. Both things fail. Things that are done for pure animalistic, hedonistic reasons. It's never true in the first place. There's no purity there. But let's say 90-10% in favor of animalistic impulse. Those things inevitably make you unhappy, as do oh, I'm a god. I'm on a higher plane.
Yeah.
I'm Laura Dern in Enlightened. I'm one of those veiny necked spiritual people that goes to a special weekend intensive class and has a special rug, and I have rules about my spirituality. Your animal instinct comes into your power yoga class. It comes into your shrine organization. It comes into everything. And the key is, don't let those things fight each other.
Yeah.
You're part God, part animal. If you get thrown into a lion's pit, don't, number one, sit cross-legged and say, Om Nom Renge Hom, whatever you guys say.
No.
Don't, on the other hand, also go, lions, and start stabbing their eyes and kicking them. Practice every moment of your life running your every electrical impulse that comes into your brain.
That's it.
Run it through your whole brain. Don't funnel. Oh shit, the power went out. Time for me to panic. Oh shit, this person reminds me of my mother. Time to get angry. Don't funnel everything through awareness. It takes nanoseconds longer to do that, and you can't do it without practice.
Like
because it's just like, and I don't know, I haven't done it yet. I keep telling my therapist and my chiropractor that I'm doing these exercises, and I'm not doing them.
But you're circling in on the goddamn thing, man. Do you know the story of the by the way, man, it's been an hour and 24 minutes. Do you have a little bit of time? You need to be somewhere.
I should look. No, I only have to like text Dino to tell him like not to show up at my house in Las Feliz. I'll just do that right now.
Thanks, man. If you need to go though.
No. I like talking. I want to. Let's stay in this moment and feel when it's done. This is practice.
This is so cool, man. It's so cool that you came up here to do this, man. It's really cool. Yeah, this is the. I'll just pause it while you're texting. So this is. I'm sorry, I've talked about it on the podcast, but I'll very briefly. It's a story about the present moment, and basically the way it goes is a guy is running. A guy is running from, like, I don't know, robbers or something is chasing him. I don't know. You pick whatever the fucking thing is chasing him. He runs.
Let's go with lions.
Well, yeah, okay, so he's running from lions, and he runs, and he's, like, being chased, and so he falls off a cliff, and he is holding on to a root or something, right? And so he's holding onto this root, and he's been chased by lions, and he looks down, and at the bottom of the cliff, there's tigers. And so he's hanging between lions and tigers, and he looks over, and he sees a strawberry. And the story ends, and what a delicious strawberry it was. And that fucking thing, man, that strawberry or whatever you want to call it, the holy grail, whatever you want, the idea is that is laced into every single moment, and that you can find it. You won't always find it. You will scream at people you love, and you will be a dick, and you will fuck up. But you can, if you start experimenting with finding it and just like, all right, I'm going to find it sitting on my special fucking meditation mat. I'm going to find it here. I'm going to find it on a nice day, or I'm going to find it on a not so nice day. You start playing around with circling in on this moment thing, and when you find it, you start finding it. It's a pretty incredible thing. And then when your fucking whoever it is texts you to tell you that you're a shitty person or whatever, then maybe there's going to be a 20-second pause between the text that was going to say, really? Because you're the most virulent fucking cocksucker I ever met in my goddamn life. You know what I mean? That instinctual thing that you want to write back. Maybe there'll be a 20-second pause. And maybe when you write back to them, you will say, really? Well, you know what? You seem like you're being a cocksucker right now. Right? It'll just maybe be slightly reduced. But still, compared to a lifetime of firing your high-powered photon missiles at anyone who upsets you, it's a little better. And that's all that fucking matters. And that comes from getting in this habit of like, shit, man, I know it's here.
It's tough because we're talking about it is a real organic, like, practice-based trick that you have to do trial and error based on the feedback of the moment, because semantically you could refer to that as resistance. Getting a text from somebody that is a dick and is being a dick.
Yeah.
And you're in the middle of lighting incense and finding the syllable that cannot be spoken in front of a poster of Ram Dass.
Yes.
Whatever it is you do during the day. Get a job, Duncan.
Playing Dark Souls 3.
You're chilling and you're doing it right, and then the text comes in and you perceive it as, oh, there's that dick.
Yeah.
He wants me to get angry. Like there's like a not only a fine line, but I think the flaw in our thinking is calling it a line.
Yeah.
Instead of recognizing, like I said earlier, being in 6 feet of shit doesn't mean you have 5 feet of shit to get out of. It's this addiction to symmetry and logic, and that can lend itself to resistance. And I think that the key is something to do with like water. like water goes.
Yeah.
It is both. You could characterize water as the most resistant thing in the world.
Right.
But it's also clearly acquiescent.
Yes.
Like it is defined by what you're trying to do to it.
Yes.
If you try to grab water around the neck, you can't.
No way.
And it's not because water freezes in the spot where its neck is and stabs your hand. It's not. It doesn't like access its Wonder Twin powers, and like it's because it's content to be water, and you're not. You're trying to strangle water. That's on you.
Yeah.
So depending on the actual context, is it this guy that's texting you that's a dick? Like some people out there, they have like white oleander mothers, like who are like actually actively trying to fuck with them by sending a certain kind of text or something. There are circumstances, I believe, where the depending on the person and the circumstances and everything, that there's no right way to respond to that text empirically. It's just for that person. There might be a person who's like, you know what? Fuck you.
Yes.
You're a piece of shit, and you've been suffocating me my entire life, and I'm not happy when I'm with you. I'm not happy when I'm with you, and I don't want to be unhappy. I choose not to be with you anymore.
Yeah.
And if this and spiking the football and going all Kevin Spacey on them. There is a person who needs to be doing that.
Yes, for sure.
And then living next door to that person is somebody who is doing that and shouldn't be doing it because it's not that context. I looked back and saw some texts between me and Erin, my ex-wife. I stumbled onto them by doing a search through my laptop, and I was looking at like me in the midst of punishing her for, breaking some rule about criticizing, and but it was just like wow. It's we needed to not be together, but secondary examination of this from an objective standpoint, like those are two miserable people, like both behaving like not as themselves,
right?
And so anyway, that is a tangent, but like I think it has something to do with this holy part of you, like actually being pretty enchanted and in love with its roommate, the animal, and vice versa.
Right, sure.
Which that's a fucking harder trick than anyone would ever think. But it's something that once you start doing, like putting your hand out a window while you're driving, is the wind making your hand go like that? Or are you going like that?
Yeah,
it's
right.
like, am I choosing to do this? Or is the wind making my hand do this? It doesn't matter because either way, and it's like, oh, I overthought it. But it's like, oh, maybe the God in you wants to put its hand out and experience blocking the wind.
Yeah.
Maybe Martin Luther King, maybe he maybe it was the moments when he was 10% not turning the other cheek that got his message of turning the other cheek through to us.
Sure, well, right. I mean, that guy was pissed, man. Like
maybe it was Malcolm X's moments of acquiescence that made his assertiveness.
Well, so it's not as though we have this pause, and the way I put it is maybe you say something a little nicer. Whatever the thing that comes after the pause,
own it.
You still,
live it.
And it's still that little millisecond pause. When you do that, you get to experience what I think is a kind of freedom. Because when you decide to fire off the shit text, you decided. You decided. You thought, you know what? I'm going to fucking do it.
And it's not a decision you'd make. Like I've been at work and like been in a bad relationship and gotten a text where I was like people are waiting for me, and I'm like, it's a syndrome. Like, I'm writing my text back to this person. Shit, I've done it with tweets. Like, I have shit to do, but I'm not satisfied because I haven't finished composing some response to somebody. And it's like, clearly you're not, because you wouldn't choose, you would prioritize. But in those moments, anyone that implies, they go like, what are you doing? I've learned to be honest and go, I'm writing a tweet, and then the part of them that goes like, It's been like 45 minutes. That's a humdinger of a tweet. And I go like, yeah. You know, like I'm like, because that person is the devil in that moment.
Yeah.
And I'm like I could have fucking lied.
Yeah.
I don't know. You're usually filled with rage, and it reminds me of the same rage that I would experience when I was a smoker. And I would go like, I'm going to step outside and have a cigarette, and my LA friends would be, you know, it's like time for another fucking conversation about my smoking, and don't let that trick you into anger that isn't fun.
Right, or if at least if you're getting angry, you know, you're sort of the anger hasn't overpowered you. You're allowing the anger to come in, and then you're making decisions.
You are choosing to be angry the way God does a lot in stories
all the time. But this is kind of on a side note. But what you're saying about texting or the tweets and sitting working on a tweet, this is a total side note off this philosophical thing we're on. But did you hear what Snowden said? How when they're watching you text, that they're not just seeing the texts, they're seeing the pretext. So that there's this spooky fucking thing because
they actually know more.
They know more
than you do, really, because you don't even remember. Because we actually, when I edit a text 5,000 times, it's the one I click send on that I commit to my assembly of myself.
Yeah, they are seeing. That's what Snowden is saying. Is like what's scary is they're watching your mental process take place through the fucking machine.
Yeah.
God damn it, spooky. So that's just a side note, man. Yeah, you know, you are. I don't know. It's interesting. You are a racist man, Dan. But
thank you. It must have been difficult for you to say. Thank you.
When I have now encountered a lot of people who I consider to be just really successful, brilliant humans, and you're one of them, man. And one thing that I keep seeing again and again and again is that there is a general sense that something is out of alignment in what they're doing, and I just always wonder about it, man, because it's like fuck, like what. Which is why I asked you, what would you look like if, not that you shouldn't keep going to your therapist, but what would you look like if the therapist reached its final place? I'm just wondering what's the version of you where it's like this, what does an actualized Dan Harmon look like versus a Dan Harmon struggling with balancing love and work and being a workaholic?
I think he looks incredibly similar to what I am now in terms of behavior, location, everything, and the differences would be fundamental. I think I would just be. I'm not being naive and thinking that the goal is to be happy all the time. That wouldn't make sense. But that the goal. I mean, the like right now, there's a layer of like, oh, something needs to be done that hasn't been done yet. I participate in that religion. The industry does. My collaborators do. No matter how much we cheat the system by making something that we love doing and that makes other people happy when they consume it, there's still like a pervasive like sense of it's possible to do this right. It's possible to do it wrong. We wish that wasn't the case. We'd like to, for instance, learn how to break stories faster. We'd like to.
Right.
So to answer your question, I think I pretty much do very, very similar things to what I'm doing right now, except I'm like I'm the guy that when they hear the elevator door bing and they think it's me coming into work, like people get excited because I am just as self-destructive, just as anxiety-driven, even all this stuff. But I invite them into into a fuck it mode. Like I'm the jolly uncle. Like they're like Harmon's here. Like that's cool. Like which is kind of an effect that Dino has on people.
Right.
Like people get as like, oh, good, Dino's here. That's really never bad news. It might be chaotic news.
Right.
He might. I mean, who knows? But like it's not. You're not like, oh man, I hope Dino oh God, I hope Dino's not in that mood. I think
Right.
think like it's like I would just be doing what I'm doing, except I wouldn't like I'd be out of this like thinking that there's something else to do mode. Like I'd be like showing up to Rick and Morty and being like, hey kids, like let's do this. It's like not that big. It's actually something that I literally do, but it's like I'd mean it. It wouldn't be like I think it's just a general energy of like around me of like fuck, like okay, what do we have to do now? Shit. Well, would have been good to know that yesterday. It's just that kind of energy that's like it's like a you got it's like a loading dock job or something where you have like the luxury of management being a fuck up and not giving a shit.
Right.
It's like, dude, like you do whatever you want. The next step is like acknowledging that to the point where you stop complaining, even in your own head.
Yeah.
Because that's like permeate that energy. Because if you yourself like walked around and went like, "Hey, what's up?" and eventually people would go, "Man, why is you so fucking happy?" And some people would go, "Yeah, well, because he's rich. Like I wish if I was rich, I'd be that fucking happy. I'm gonna get that rich." And then they're not ready yet for whatever. I don't know. Like that's how that led me to going down a path that led to me getting jobs that I really enjoyed. So that is the right energy to react to that with. But then other people would be like, "No, it's not. It's not that. It's not about. It's like, oh man, that dude is just happy. I'm gonna do that too." Because I have that experience. People who inspire me are people who, when I watch something happen to them, I put myself in their shoes.
Yeah.
And then every once in a while, you'll watch someone react to something in a way that you go, and I always try to mark it and go and say to the person, like, I can't believe you reacted that way. That's amazing. I wouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Like, how did you do that? And then invariably the person doesn't go like, well, in those situations I count to 9 and I always project onto them an image of a beetle. And I ask, they kind of like, they just say something like, oh, well, that guy, he's just trying to, I don't know. It's like, they just say
I know exactly what you're talking about. Those people, the saints, it's like, what the fuck are you, man? Because I know exactly what you mean. I've run into these people a few times. They are bending reality always in the direction of the light, and they're not doing it in a kind of like show. There's no show going on. It's just the way it works. Like any kind of circumstance that comes through them gets refracted in a specific way over and over and over again, which is always a new version of it, but is always somehow in the direction of something great. And by the way, it isn't like when you're around the people who are like actually doing that shit, you don't think, why are they so fucking happy all the time? You think, I want to be around this person. I need to be around this person. This person is what they're doing to circumstance they seem to be doing to me vibrationally when I'm around them. Like they're just bending everything around them into this space. That to me, man, that's the dream.
A lot of times those people will tell you, or they'll tell you through their behavior or through statements of fact, oh, my dad was a photographer. My mom was met him in a photo shoot. They were hippies, and we kind of like we didn't resolve conflict in certain ways. Like I get real uncomfortable when people yell. So there's those kinds of people half the time. A lot of those people could be dicks too. But what I'm hinting at is that it's about practice. It's the neural pathways being subjected to certain stimulus and reacting a certain way, which is why they say, and this is like a really weird thing to throw in, because it further confuses the issue, but like the neuroplasticity people say it's possible to emulate behaviors of healthier people than you mentally and thereby become healthier. Yeah. You can actually, I think it's probably easier to say this for couples therapy because that's because that's a team effort. And so there is no such thing as a natural behavior in terms of like interacting with another person. So it's probably a lot harder to fake it till you make it individually.
Yeah.
But the studies of functioning couples, they have taken the behaviors, reduced them to numbers, amount of eye contact, posture, everything. Just fucking joylessly, just reduce it to statistics.
Yeah, sure.
And they've experimented with feeding those stats to unhappy couples and saying, guys, I really want you to just practice you can only say something negative every 5th time.
Wow.
You have to say 4 positive things.
Sure.
Things like that. The hokey pokey.
Yeah.
Peekaboo. Things with dumb rules. Games. When you have to make eye contact when you your intimate other is giving you an emotional bid whenever they're saying anything. It's your decision to respond with one of 3 modes. Joyless scientific emulation of what happy couples do. When the unhappy couples do it, they become happy couples.
Yes.
They fake it for a little bit. You can make jokes about it. So you go like, okay, I'm turning my head to you as prescribed by the thing, and supposedly if you do that enough, you'll reform your neural pathways.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is just like, you can. Yeah, this is why if you just sit down. I mean, it's so dumb. But just sit down. It's so stupid. But you sit down once a day in some nice spot. In front of, I've got a puja table that's got Neem Karoli Bob on it just because I connect to that symbol, not because of it doesn't have to be anything on it. Once a day, you fucking sit down in this place, put some pictures of things you love there. Comic book characters, specific spots, people who make you feel excited about life. You stare at it, and that's it. You just sit there and look at things you like in the beginning of the day. You just look at it. Burn a candle if you really want to go nuts, but you just sit there and look at it. 3 minutes, 4 minutes, just that alone. Maybe look at it, and if you feel like being like, thanks. You could say that too. To what? To yourself, to the fact that you're sitting there, you can shit and piss, okay? That's a great thing if you can shit and piss, okay, man. A lot of people can't even do that. But, man, I'm telling you, that the weird, it's way more powerful than you would think. Way more powerful from my experience. I don't do it that often, though. But the times I do it, it's like, whoa, this is a better day because of that shit.
Yeah.
Man.
The old story of the person that went to the yogi or whoever the fuck, this wise man, and they said, I want you to meditate 10 minutes a day, and the person says, I don't have time for that. I'm really busy. And the master says, you don't have 10 minutes a day to meditate? No, I really don't. In that case, you need to meditate 3 hours a day.
3 hours a day. But somebody told me, Mikey Kampman came on this podcast and said he saw in some art movie somebody saying, if you wake up every morning and just dump water in the toilet, just add a new random thing, that will create a positive change.
Right.
Anything to break up the system. Now, I've got one more question, but it's kind of a big one, so maybe we should get one more drink. It'll probably take a second for you to answer it.
It's all right. It beats going back to work.
Okay, so here's my big dumb question, but something I've been thinking about a lot, and the more I think about it, the more I just want to ask really smart people what they think. So, Aleister Crowley talks about how of all the species, human beings are the only creatures that have super versions of ourselves that create world religions that transform societies. There's no super monkeys that we're aware of. There's no super finch, no super squirrels that suddenly come up with a new way of being. So, because we've had these religions, world religions, that are always started with a prophet who usually goes off somewhere by themselves and then comes back. That's usually the pattern. That means there will be another world religion, probably. That there is more of a likelihood that some other world religion will emerge than not. So my question is, what do you think that religion is going to look like, and what do you think its prophet will be like.
Oh, I 100%. The next one, because there's every day there's David Koresh's popping up who are like charismatic, but their field is typically religious, and we have so far had a dichotomy, a resistance between science and religion.
Yes.
And if you mention religion to a scientist, they are, for very good reasons, like that you can't take away from them. Like the word religion, it just makes them vomit intellectually. They
yes.
can't. They reject it
yes.
whole hand. It's going to be it's going to be a scientist. It's going to be somebody who's smart. They have to be the equivalent in science of a theologian that simply knows more scripture than everyone else. They have to be they have to have the option, should they choose, in the eyes of everyone, of not having opinions about the non-scientific aspects of life, and they have to bother.
Explain that. What do you mean by that?
It's going to be a guy in a lab coat and a clip-on tie who, in addition to knowing black holes better than Stephen Hawking, says, here's the secret to happiness.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's
it's
cool.
not going to be someone who
Einstein Buddha.
Who had it's not. It's going to be a scientist who recognizes that science is not only a religion, is the most recent and most powerful and important religion, because what it is, not metaphorically, not figuratively, but actually, is humankind holding hands and looking for God as if they're looking for a missing child. Systematically, skeptically, through peer review, like all the things that currently are thought to fly in the face of religion, which has gotten... It's all this whole thing in the Western society. It's like, religion is that thing that says you have to believe something whether you like it or not, otherwise it won't be true, and then you're a fuck up.
Right.
Science is the thing I trust, because in science you can learn things and make yourself better. And religion doesn't allow for that. So there's all these things, these unfortunate contradictions that don't have to exist. They only exist for political reasons.
Oh my God, I've got to read this to you now, Dan. This is crazy. Oh man, listen to this. This is crazy. This is some weird little...
Stephen Hawking just opened a church.
No, it's a Aleister Crowley little poem, I guess you call it. But he says... We place no reliance on virgin or pigeon. Our method is science. Our aim is religion. But so we have this super genius scientist person who understands.
He goes to science instead of any scripture.
But
in those moments when you say, but it's like moments of cosmological.
Does he?
Down.
But so the pattern is.
And by the way, oh my God, she. Sorry.
Right, she.
Or
who knows?
Or
multiple
non-binary.
Genders. Well, it could be anything.
Very sorry about that.
This is someone who went through who went through CRISPR.
Just a pronoun that I fall back on. I'm projecting my own gender.
Part man, part who knows? Because now we're with the CRISPR gene editing thing coming up, we don't know what we're going to turn ourselves into. But so let's say she follows the normal pattern. Which already she isn't following the normal pattern because
she's already has a whole addiction.
Yeah, man, and usually that in world and that. But I think really what you are saying is the next prophet will be a woman. It would make sense. And so she, if she follows the pattern that all these other prophets have followed, which is that they somehow they vanish from the world for a little while. Mm-hmm. And Crowley writes about this. It's really interesting the way he writes about it. He almost implies, and I feel like he implied, that there's some kind of mystery school out there that every once in a while picks people, gives them some transmission, and then sends them back with this info. But I don't know if he meant that for sure. But where does she go? What is her initiation ritual? And what is the thing that she realizes that she brings back to the world?
Jesus. Well, first of all, where she goes it's as easy as it's ever been, no more, no less, because even though we feel like it's like, oh, now society's inescapable. You used to be able to just walk 5 feet to the left and you'd end up in woods.
Yes.
Well, you still end up in woods 5 feet to the left. It's called closing your laptop.
Whoa,
there's a reason we don't walk into woods in the 1800s. It's because it's incredibly inconvenient, and we got out of them for a reason. There's a reason why you don't just like drop off of the internet. But people do it as a stunt. People do it to go camping.
Yeah.
People do it to get back in touch with what's important.
Yeah.
And so this person, that will become a prophet. It's not, they're going to experience transformation of some kind. They're going to have a story to them that's going to be, well, once upon a time they were a functioning member of society as it was yesterday and as it was supposed to be tomorrow. That they could have continued, but then something happened. Cancer or gunshot to the head or just a story, like as with Buddha, just took a walk, saw some crazy shit.
Yeah.
It really could just be an epiphany. But then that person was just like, oh, and then I realized, what if I, for instance, just an example, what if I as a scientist only told the truth? What if I and I mean really for real? Yeah. What if like for one day, like what if I only said the truth?
Yeah.
Not in a dramatic 90-minute movie from the 80s about an advertising agent who goes insane and becomes a prophet way. I mean for real, like someone, and you just don't just any experiment like that. And there will be a story to it. They'll get fired from NASA.
Right.
They'll get fired. They'll get kicked out of MIT.
Yeah.
There will be a story that there's a paper trail. So, did you hear about that professor? She was giving a lecture and a student asked her, what should I do, or what's the sound of one egg clapping, or like how do rockets work? And she said, well, just here, I'm going to send you a link. This is what she said. And then she finished her answer, and she walked out of the room, and she disappeared for 3 years.
Yes.
Or she went home, or she got fired. Yeah. But that's more likely. You can get fired.
I like that you're saying that it's kind of like it's not going off into some forest or something. It's like you're saying it's more of a kind of.
Jesus, I mean, look, the forest is now. It's just reality.
The forest is no wireless. The forest is getting off the grid.
And that's not about an erosion of the natural world, like as if to say, in my day, the natural world was made of logs. Now, the natural world is made of fiberglass because the world's that much less natural. That makes it seem like, well, geez, then if I go back to logs, I'm going to really gain enlightenment. I don't know about that. I don't think so. Because your function as a hero and a prophet is not to recalibrate so completely that you're unrelatable.
Right.
Your purpose is to cross a threshold between what is and what isn't. And then come back from what isn't into what is and replenish it and say, these two things do not have to be distinct along the lines that we thought they were. Like, everybody thought that everybody was racist. I went and took a college class, and I found out that race is an artificial construct, and it's class that we're always talking about. It's just that there's way more black people being poor than are supposed to be, so race becomes uncomfortable, and then there's people exploiting it. This is every day you're a hero. Like, every time you take a class, every time you read an article, every time you hear something on NPR, you are telling your friends around you, we thought, like, butter makes you fat and broccoli cures cancer. I read an article the other day.
Okay, yeah, right.
And so we do it at a low-grade level.
Okay, yeah, right.
So a hero is somebody that does that on a level that we don't think is possible.
Right.
That the son of a carpenter or a stonemason is not supposed to just, especially if he's like emerging as a radical dude and a star theologian among the rabbis, like he's not supposed to just wander off into the desert by himself. He doesn't need to do that. Right. He had options.
Yeah.
Muhammad didn't need to go into a cave and stop talking to people. Like that wasn't the thing that he was supposed to do.
Well, that story in the Quran, when Muhammad, with the way they describe it, the Quran is fucking cool, man, but weird because it's plural. Whoever's talking about the God being talking is a we. It's always a we, and it's like we put within him the desire for solitude, or we put within him the blessing of solitude, is what they call it, something like that. So,
did you ever there's 2 books of Genesis. There's like in I took a theology class at Marquette. It was a Jesuit college. So there was and I dimly remember this. It was there's 2 books of Genesis. They go back to back. They basically tell the same story with only slight variations, but in one of them, the notable difference is that there's a plurality.
Yeah.
The God or some voice says, "Oh, they ate the fruit of the forbidden tree. That now they'll be like us."
They'll be like us. I know exactly the verse you're talking about. This has always fucking rocked my world because that thing is programmers recognizing their AI could get too intelligent, and they need to put something in there to prevent it from getting too intelligent. Book of Genesis is the identical thing we're going through right now with Google's rules for AI. I don't know if you've seen that, but they've popped out all these rules for AI, which are just really creepy when you look at what they're saying for a system.
Don't stabby bad.
They don't say stab because they don't want to freak people out, but it's the same idea. Look, let me look it up real quick. Google's rules for AI. It's really fascinating. Hold on, check this out.
Do you love how much Elon Musk is terrified of?
I love it.
And how he's been just his simulation thing. And what do you think about the simulation?
Yeah, I think he's well. It's so the idea is we articulate. We use the highest form of technology to talk about the transcendent. So in the old days, people say Maya or illusion, and they use very natural things, natural images to describe this universe. So I don't remember which book it is, but this entire universe is compared to the shimmering reflection of trees on a lake. That's how it's described. And that's an ancient Vedic concept. That this thing that we're in right now is actually a reflection of another thing, which is holographic universe, or which is a simulation.
Isn't that Plato's cave as well? It's
Plato's cave. So, but now Elon Musk is using a high-tech language, which is, it's a simulator, to say the exact same thing, but it connects more to us because we understand a simulator more than
video games. We don't hang out in caves and do shadow puppets.
Right, man.
But also the other thing he's saying, though, that Plato couldn't say.
What?
Well, I guess Plato was saying it, but it felt like poetry. I mean, that's exactly what you're saying. I think maybe back then people did say, "Oh yeah, maybe we are shadows on the wall of a cave."
Yeah.
It's when we learn about that in World Lit class or whatever philosophy class, we go, "Oh, what a cool metaphor." I guess it was easier to crank out a hit back then. I guess nobody had rhymed.
I think the difference is Elon Musk.
He's saying this is science.
Yeah, and Nick Bostrom is saying stuff like that.
He's saying scientifically, given the math of an infinite universe, given that and given the curve with which our own simulations that we're currently home brewing are becoming indistinguishable from reality. Yes. It is a certitude that we will one day make a simulation indistinguishable, or if not us, one of intelligent species in an infinite universe, which is therefore. And given that that is the case, as step one of a syllogism, because that is the case, overwhelmingly it is a certainty that it is already the case and has been the case
for a long
time.
And
not only, but that's a recursively true thing, that if you make a universe indistinguishable from a real one, that it will contain beings that will therefore make a universe indistinguishable from the real one.
Yeah, and this is that, man was made in the image of God, and so we're going to keep doing the thing the programmer did, because the spirit of the programmer's consciousness has maybe been downloaded into the myriad humans experiencing.
Well, there's a built-in paradox. When we tell time travel stories, we always get frustrated by the paradoxes of it, but we are a perfect fastening point for a bracelet of paradoxical logic, in that when we were incredibly primitive, we created both a past and a future for ourselves.
Yeah.
When we gained sentience, the minute we did, we said, why does it hurt to die?
Yeah.
Why do I feel weird about eating this animal? What's going on? Where am I?
Yeah.
Why did some of my friends just get hit by lightning? When is it going to stop raining? Why am I the only one asking these questions? And that filthy dipshit animal that was asking those questions, it simultaneously answered them with dumb dipshit answers that were like, well, Thunderman loves it when you tap dance, and but at the same time it goes like, oh, tell me more about Thunderman. Well, Thunderman lives forever. Thunderman doesn't care when you live or when you die. Thunderman is separate from us. Thunderman has a weird relationship with us. Thunderman flies through the air, observes everything on a different time scale, lives on top of that mountain or in that log, slowly evolves into, oh, this is a truly ineffable thing. There is no drawing of God. There's a drawing of Jesus. Jesus represents that thing imbued down into us, slowly evolving, as with these prophets popping up, Buddha and Muhammad at the exact same time. The concept of us going like, oh, there's a God. Gods cure sickness. Gods don't care about that shit. Gods exist on a different plane. We can't understand gods. We are God. We can't understand ourselves. We are becoming something ununderstandable. Yeah. We began as something we don't understand. Yeah. We were right when we said there was a God. It was us. Yeah. We are going to create sentient life. It will be indistinguishable from us. It will be confused. We won't care as much at that point. Right, we will watch it suck its thumb and stamp its feet. It will curse the sky when its children die of cancer. We will laugh. We will cry. We will send ourselves down onto them and go, oh, now you're so mature, we're going to give our lives to you. We're going to start cluing you in to the fact that there's a matrix, even though it means our inevitable destruction. Here's the keys to the car. Yeah. That's how much I love you. I gave you my son. That's how much I love you. I ensured my destruction. Because all those prophets are really saying is, there's a source code. There's a simultaneous God and animal mind inside of you.
God, wow.
And you can, and when you realize that, you can learn how to simulate it. You can create life, which is the final act. That is the one thing that we already know how to fly. That used to literally be, to ancient Greeks, we pretty much, we can't turn ourselves into swans and sleep with your wife yet, but we're getting close to being an Olympian definition of God.
Well, so this is to continue this thought. The idea is okay, so we learned to fly. We not only did we learn to fly in planes, but we've actually escaped the gravity well of planet Earth. But what we have yet to do is to escape the gravity of time.
Right.
So that's the idea, is that we do the exact same thing that we did with planes, which is we rose from the ground and flew above it with time, which is now we disconnect from time, which is why the simulation theory is where it majorly differs from any kind of analogy or ancient primitive way of describing what this reality may be, is that theoretically, if Elon Musk is somehow right, or Bostrom is right, and we are living in a simulation, this is a computer, some super advanced computer simulating reality, then theoretically we should be able to use the tools of science to hack into the thing and start performing actual miracles, one of which would be the ability to, just like if you were in a video game, reverse the flow of time. Mm-hmm. And so the time machine could possibly exist, especially could exist if we're existing in a simulator. So if these people really believe that this is a simulation, then they need to be doing more.
Well, so here's a slight cynical tweak on the whole thing, and maybe it's a little bit Marvel Comics, but of me, I mean, like let's say like. Let's pretend for a moment that this isn't just like a kind of like beautiful poetic conceptual hybrid, and that universes both expand and don't both expand and contract. That time, let's just pretend like the time is a constant, that it marches forward.
Yes,
but it marches forward on a plane we don't understand because we're 1,000 simulations deep.
Yes.
So is it possible that this is like kind of like a Garth Ennis kind of like, I don't know, this is just a dramatic interpretation of it, because like, but let's say there's a source universe, like an original universe. So once upon a time, in the beginning, there was reality.
Yes.
There was nothing that exploded into everything, Big Bang, and then this universe got created, and then these sentient life forms got created. And they were like, holy shit, we're sentient. This is amazing. Oh, fuck, planet's dying. Let's move to the moon. Oh, man, we terraformed the moon. It's amazing. Oh, shit, the moon's dying. Let's move out into space. Oh, man, we figured out how to tap into space, and we don't even care. Oh, shit, we can live our lives, like, sucked into a matrix. Like, and so, but then at some point, something happens. Something that even for that species is the equivalent of an asteroid heading for the dinosaurs. And everyone's conscious of it, and they go, this is doomsday. Now, that might be the death of the universe. If we evolve to a certain point, we will get to a point where it's not meteors threatening our lives. It's not global warming. It's not food running out. It's not the laws of thermodynamics. It is the fucking law of the Big Bang that says the universe isn't infinite. It's an explosion that will end. Energy will end. And we get to the very limits of that. And so what do we do as these gods that are surfing that wave? We go, oh shit, we're about to hit the sand. When we do, no matter what we do, everything will end. What should we do? Let's call Todd from IT. Todd from IT goes, guys, this is a pitch I've been giving you for a long time. Now maybe you're willing to listen. What I'm telling you is put these helmets on. Why, Todd? Why would we spend the last moments of our lives playing a video game instead of surfing? Because, motherfucker, in the video game, like a computer thinks 8 billion times per second. Like we can effectively freeze time. We can start this life over, and we can maybe figure it out this time. Or we can come up with a solution. We can just run this thing and watch them and see if they learn, because we ran out of time. So let's use our last minute, expanding that minute into a Grand Theft Auto or a chess computer thinking its moves over. So what happens inside that minute? An infinity during which those sentient beings who are simulated, same thing happens to them. So they go, guys, call Todd from IT, and it goes on forever, which is the solution. It's eternity. Like as that minute is simulated, I guess.
So we've basically burrowed into a computer program.
We've frozen time
to escape the apocalypse.
If you parabolically, geometrically keep cutting the last moment of your life into increasingly small pieces, one conventional wisdom would have it that, there's a unit of time that cannot be divided anymore. But then another way of looking at it is, no, you can keep dividing time in half forever and thereby experience eternity. Which is why I'm terrified of getting hit by a bus while I'm thinking, did I leave the iron on? Because it's possible your last thought as a mammal biochemically may repeat for what you perceive as an infinity.
Will repeat. I mean, that's the idea. This is the riverbed idea. If this is a simulator, then, and your consciousness really...
That's what I draw such comfort from the simulation thing. It's really funny watching people, like, Dino freaked out about it at first, and then he found comfort in it. My girlfriend Cody, the simulation thing, it really freaked her out. It
does freak people out.
Freaked me out initially too, and I think some people might get freaked out by it permanently. I have become permanent. Now I'm scared that it's not true.
Well, I mean, I think that you need to take it to the next step, which is like, if this is a simulator, then what are some ways to hack into this thing in a real way? And I think that's
that sounds like a scrambly spider in a bathtub to me.
Well, I think there is. So this is where we start hearing about miracles, right? And we start hearing like these crazy stories, which I've heard of by now, man. I've heard some from people that have very little reason to lie about it. And I've seen some weird fucking coincidences or synchronicities happen where it's like, what is that? And why do these kinds of synchronicities tend to happen around certain people? I think the next step is not just to a thought experiment that this is a simulation. I think the next step would be, let's see how much control we have over the code that we don't currently think we have. And that's where you get into the realm of magic, prayer, whatever you want to call it. Only instead of saying, oh, this is some petition to a deity, you could say, wait, am I some kind of code that actually has the ability to manipulate other strings of code within the program, creating lasting changes that are generally not accepted in the rules of the simulator? Are there ways to like break around it? I don't know. I think that there's a...
I kind of think that that's wriggling against quicksand. Like, I think that the simulation might incorporate into it, like, oh, let's make sure that when you start to think that way, that the first thing you do is form a coven, put on a funny outfit, light a candle, and write a spell book, because that'll keep them grounded.
Right.
Whereas when we dream, and when we have sex, and when we eat chocolate, and when we get ball cancer, and when we lose our moms, and
yes.
when we hit that home moment, that coming home moment,
yeah.
like we transcend, like that moment when a duck flies up into the sky. I think it's like because how are ducks finding magnetic north? They're hacking the system. Maybe they're magic ducks. No, that's not the thesis. But bringing it, I mean, like you're talking about, it almost sounds like I don't want to go into a log cabin and like start being an alchemist and trying to figure out how to like break the code of reality. But I think that, as Ken Kesey thought, like if you're in the moment enough, that is the hack.
Oh yeah.
Like that's why we take acid and mushrooms and stuff. And
oh right,
you break through to a moment when, in his metaphor, the player piano has run out of roll, but you, who have only learned to imitate the depression of the keys in real time, you are now playing a song you've never known. That you're hacking. Then, if he believed in a moment, so in the moment that you were magic, that God was with you, because God is in the moment. The thing that created the universe created it instantly. Every moment is eternity. The thing that is death and is temporal is 5 seconds ago and 5 seconds from now. That's where the devil lives, inviting you into death, where we spend most of our time thinking about what just happened and what's about to happen.
Yes. Man, Dan Harmon, I love you, man. Thank you so much.
What a 200th episode.
This was the best. Thank you for giving this to me. I really am grateful, man. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Hey everybody.
20.
Hey everybody.
Check.
1 2 1 2. Holy shit. My friends, if only you could see where I am. I'm in the home of Dan Harmon, and the vibe here is pretty intense, beautiful. We're in this, what do you call this part of your house?
This is the tavern.
He's got a tavern, man, and it's really nice. There's an aquarium.
Our friend Aaron McGathy made this for me, this tavern.
And last time I was here, I don't come here enough, you know. I wish I hung out with you more. But last time I came, we didn't have this beautiful aquarium. We didn't have... You've technologically upgraded or something. When did that happen?
Well, it's been happening over the course of 2 years. I've been trying to get this Crestron system working. It's not really...
A what system?
It's called the Crestron. It's kind of like 1989's most sophisticated home automation system. It's like a Bruckheimer-y kind of.
It is.
But I think it's been out. I think it's been outmoded by the upcoming, like, as the Apple HomeKit stuff becomes available and upgraded. I think it's basically going to be a waste of a lot of money, what I've done here.
Can I pause this for 1 second?
Yeah.
So, man, this is the first time I've seen you in a few months. And, hey, Rick and Morty doing great.
It's doing all right. Yeah. It had like a huge, if you measure things by Nielsen's, it went from like a 1.0, which I guess is high now. I got fired for getting like a 1.7 back in the NBC days, but like now I think a 1 point is high for basic cable, and it went up to like a 1.5 between the last season's premiere and this season's premiere, which is a huge like gain because it was already a decently popular show for an animated show about like sci-fi and diarrhea.
But it's a religion now for people.
Yeah.
I went to that signing. Remember that signing thing?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Whoa, dude.
Where I discovered that the perfect like ecstasy is a perfect
yes
signing drug.
Yes,
because you don't lie to anybody. You know, you're not like if you did cocaine and did like a signing, I think you might be amped up and talkative and stuff, but it would be like a false kind of thing.
Numb down.
But a little HDMI, what are we calling it these days?
MDMA. Yeah, it opens you up.
Yeah, and it's like you're giving a fan exactly what they deserve, what they might expect if you and it's the truth. It's just like your thresholds are lowered, and you're like, someone shows you a drawing that they made, you can just honestly express how awesome it is that someone made you a drawing. You know.
I've never seen anything like that before, man. I've been to Comic-Con before, but I've never seen that happen before. Like they were giving out these toys. I don't remember what they were called. Super cool. UFO. There was a UFO. It was like really cool, man. And you and Justin were sort of it was interesting because there was a ceremony to it. This is like a pattern that gets done clearly. It's like worked out. Like here's how you do these things. What is the event called?
It was a signing.
A signing.
Yeah, at a toy store, a collectible store.
And the energy there was really interesting to me because it was people were talking in murmurs, as I recall. Now that being said, I think I was on acid and MDMA, but I remember it being like this. The sense of tension in the air and the feeling that this thing that you had created with Justin has jumped out of your whatever it is. It's jumped out of the petri dish and has now become a consuming religion for these people. This is serious shit for them, man. For you too, right?
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's definitely across the threshold for me as of whatever deal we close for season 4, because I think now it'll finally be Rick and Morty will finally be worth enough money as a job that I could conceivably quit all my other jobs. I could like just focus on Rick and Morty.
And that's a dream for you. You'd like to do that.
Having one job would be a dream for me. Yeah.
How many jobs do you have right now?
there's probably like 11 things on my plate, like varying from like I have a book deal, but then there's other things like shows that I went and pitched with other writers that I'm like supervising them on. Probably like I'm just gonna guess like 11 things.
How many times are you checking your email a day?
I don't really check my email hardly. I check it like once a week. And I cringe before I do it because I know it's going to be filled with people kind of maybe yelling at me or something, or just people, just things that are going to remind me that I am working too slowly on 11 different things. So my assistant is the connecting point between me and the world. So really emails I can check it once a week.
Are you a watermark for us? Should we is what you're doing the top of the pyramid, man, or do you feel more like you got trapped in something?
I think probably more the latter. I don't know, man. It's really hard to say. Like you're talking to a bona fide, as we've talked about on your podcast before, like I'm a fucking bona fide, full on, not in a funny way, not in a cute way, workaholic. Like I'm trying to shake that, and I don't know, so I on one hand I want to say like, well, this is the TV business, you know, like how many more people are going to get jobs staffing on shows that pay proper guild things, and how many of those jobs, if you're lucky enough to get one, are going to last as long as The Simpsons? The TV has never been better, but that's because there's never been less money in it, and it's getting broken down into, you know, it's like an artisanal bakery now,
right?
Having a TV show, like you can get one on Netflix or something like that, and you can, or you make your own, put it on the internet, sell it for $1 an episode. But the downside of that is like there's no long-term like retirement plan in that.
And
anymore.
this is something you think about a lot: retirement, long-term stuff. You're thinking about that a lot, huh?
Yeah, I think that's maybe a Wisconsin thing, or yeah, I probably shouldn't put it on my state, but like I just have this nightmare of like being a sucker and like living under a bridge and regretting, like, you know, like I don't know, like I fucked up, like I just have this horrible fear of like some future where I have nothing. I've been so employed and unemployed, up and down, you know, I'm sure you have too, like that roller coaster.
Sure.
So it's like the higher you get, the more you associate it with the lowest you've been, and you think about how little you expected to go from up to down last time, and then you look at where you are now, and you're waiting for another plunge.
You know what we call that? That is the realm of the jealous gods. Do you know about this? The Wheel of Life. You know about this?
Mm-mm.
So it like represents different. Well, some people say it's an actual map of the cosmos, but obviously that's probably bullshit. It's more of a map of like psychological states. And so there's this, it's like a mandala. So top of the mandala, the realm of the gods. Now this is where anything you think you want, it comes to you. Like we're talking like Rockefeller babies, I guess, or like people born into just some incredible, I don't even know if it's real or not that these people exist, but mythologically, this would be someone who is so deeply engrossed in sense gratification and having what they want and having their desires fulfilled that they haven't even come to the realization that this is impermanent. They're just sort of like glorified and glorious, and they're young, and they just hasn't popped into their head. The snake hasn't wormed their way into the garden of their minds to like whisper the dark story. And then it's the realm of the jealous gods. Now, you're not jealous, but in that realm, the gods start getting worried that they're not going to be gods anymore, and they fight each other. And that's where that's where it gets really interesting, because the gods want to maintain this place of like opulence, but they know this is an impermanent universe. It's not going to last. It can't last. Your body won't last. The fucking economy could collapse. Meteor impacts. Who the fuck knows? Some unexpected disease. All the things. Your mind becomes plagued. And so then you're in a real predicament because you have all this wonderful shit, but you're like, you're trying to like sustain it instead of enjoying it, you know? Which is then, and then the next one down is like, I can't remember. It gets pretty bad.
Oh, God, it gets worse?
Yeah, it gets worse.
Is there a homeless God? That's what I'm worried about.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, it's funny to me, someone who's got a podcast. I got a podcast. I'm a podcaster. I do comedy. I got a podcast. And I worry. But it's fascinating, and I bet it's kind of interesting for people listening to think you, Rick and Morty creator, Dan Harmon, also is experiencing these very same mental tribulations.
Oh yeah. Well, that's my biggest epiphany now, or rather, it's not even an epiphany. It's just like, I don't know. Nobody wants to hear about the fucking election, just like nobody wanted to hear about 9/11 for 10 years after 9/11. But like as of the election, which was this like psychic shakeup, becoming conscious of the what's been labeled white fragility, like, which I recognize as what I was like. I was one of those not jealous gods in a sense, like politically, because I was just like, I don't give a shit about
Yeah.
politics. I don't care. And then when it was like, holy shit, I recognize this is a fascist movement. Like, fascism is bad. Like this is a really legitimate, like, potential slide that our whole country could take. That's going to end up making me find out what I'm made of, which is the last thing I want. Like, I don't want to have to either A, play ball with some sick shit, or B, like, be in Antifa and, like, throwing rocks and stuff and like chasing tanks and spitting and stuff. I don't have the chutzpah to, like, fight the power, and I don't have the chutzpah to, like, be like a fucking Nazi. Like, I would be a bad one of those too.
Well, you created two extremes there, and what you just
right
mentioned.
and I like splitting the difference, which is what I was allowed to do as an elite liberal, as part of the old regime, which I didn't realize I was a part of. But so anyways, long story short, like, you're kind of waking up to that. Like, it has hastened the retirement urge. It's like I like, you just want safety and comfort, and like, how did this thought start? It was
it started with pointing out that, like, the I don't know what you call it, the insecurity, the feeling of insecurity you're battling against.
Oh, right. You were saying that, like, people listening would be surprised. And I'm like, listen, if you're 25 and you're unemployed and all you have to do all day is, like, dick around with software and stuff, and like that's where I was when I was 25. And I know you've heard this 1,000 times before, but it's like I was at my happiest. Like, that. I'm 44 now. It's roughly 20 years later, and my foremost agenda right now is to get back to that place.
Yes.
Not by being unemployed, but I want to have that. I want to be able to get up in the morning and, like, make a 30-second cartoon and put it on Instagram and not read the comments and go on with my day, start learning how to do something else. Like, I want to just make shit like I was doing when we were doing Channel 101 and stuff like that. Only back then I was doing it out of, kind of like, I didn't have anything else to do. And so I wouldn't say I wasn't conscious of how happy I was, but I certainly wouldn't have said back then that I was as happy as I would ever get. And that's a fact. Like, there's comfort, my air conditioning works, like, whatever. Comfort kind of just comes to you as you get older anyway. Yeah. But then there's happiness, and happiness peaks at, like, it just, like, surprisingly low levels. like the idea that there's more happiness out there than you can get, like, for $20 and 3 hours of a Sunday afternoon, it is actually, ironically, the thing I think that causes the most discomfort. Like, because you start flexing and tensing and worrying about how to get happier than that, and then you're just not in the moment. And we've talked about this in one way or another 1,000 times, but yeah, so that's the zone I'm in right now. Is I'm like, okay, Rick and Morty could be a full-time job. That means like I could, like, stop this workaholic, cast a wide net, like, nonsense and multitasking and worrying about, like, 1,000 projects at once, and, like, kind of slowly pull back and, like, have one job, and then all the rest of the time be like, I'm not at work, so I'm following my bliss. And also, on top of that, I'm lucky enough that the work is pretty blissful.
Here's a dumb question. Do you think of yourself as a revolutionary?
No, God, no. I think of myself as a coward and I don't know. I was in a Twitter exchange before I quit Twitter with some, I think they were Democratic Socialist people, and because they were talking about, you should be with us, you should talk about us on the podcast, or book a guest from us. And I was like, yeah, no, I want to have a guest that represents you guys and talk to you guys, but I can't. I was in talking to them about why I couldn't join them yet. I was like, I've found a decent metaphor that's pretty accessible, because Game of Thrones is such a popular show and there's so many characters on it that represents such a spectrum of, like, I'm that Onion Knight guy. You know what I'm talking about? Do you watch Game of Thrones?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's who I feel like politically. Like, I'm just fucking scared and like tired and like used to be comfortable a long time ago. I'm tremendously loyal, but the things I've been loyal to have been shattered.
You haven't seen The Thing. I mean, maybe you don't know. A lot of people don't even know. It's like there's a big secret bubbling on the planet right now. Most people aren't even aware of it. And that's a very disconcerting feeling, because what are you going to fight for? Some ambiguous, weird, fucking organized group of people on Twitter that's like, no, what, the dream. Here's one thing I have to fight you on, tooth and nail. This whole coward idea, I don't buy it, man. That's insane. I think you would take a bullet for your dogs. I think you'd take a bullet for a lot of people, man. You strike me as a person who would get pushed up against the wall and have your brains blown out rather than snitch someone out. So
yeah, why do you think I'm so scared? Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, there's things that I can't control about, my ideology. Like, I won't be able to play along with certain shit, which is why I don't want that game to start happening.
What game?
The get in or get out, the fucking gigantic political movement where people are in some kind of jumpsuit and have an insignia and are doing fucked up shit to human beings. It's already happening. It's just we're still at that point where we can kind of ignore it. I mean, it depends on how much you focus your knob of like, what you're going to tolerate and what you can get away with pretending you're not thinking about with other people. But, they keep on. They're starting to do it, like with this immigration stuff. Like, they're starting to kick people out of the country that are going to go, quote unquote, back to countries that they don't even come from, really. And they're going to get sick and die there.
Oh,
like we're starting to do it. And every time it's tolerated, it's that old adage, man. It's just that old concept. This is what fascism is. It's like, it's a noose that tightens and tightens and tightens. And like, because I know that I there's only one of two things that I can do in the face of genuine autocratic overtures like I can either like swallow down my vomit and like hate myself and like hide and play along and cover my ears in my mansion so I don't hear the screams of my housekeeper's family as they drag her into a black van.
Yeah. That doesn't sound fun.
That doesn't sound like something that sounds like something I'll probably would be able to do more than the other thing, which is grab a 2x4 with a nail in it and run out and say, leave her alone, and get shot.
No, man, you are... Listen, here's the thing, man. I've got good news. The gospel. I come to you with good news, Mr. Harmon. There is something going on, man. And because with anything, it has to have its opposite, right? Wherever there's a thing... This is like some alchemical nonsense, but I do think there's some truth to it. Where there's a thing, quite often there's its opposite, right? And so when you see the evolution of fascism, which is what we're watching, and that's kind of what's so disconcerting about it, everything's disconcerting about fascism, but when things that suck evolve, when the monster mutates and becomes a little more nuanced, a little trickier, a little more like... Somehow you can connect. You watch Bannon on fucking 60 Minutes, and watch his little fucking reptile bulge thing start bubbling out, and you listen to him, and he's hypnotic, man. And you realize, dude, I don't necessarily agree with this motherfucker, but he is smart. And there's something beautiful about that kind of intelligence, that kind of like refined, dark intellect, and you feel the suck for a moment, the come to the dark side thing. But I'm telling you, man. The 2x4 idea, I don't think that's a very efficient way of dealing with it. And what if and this is something I believe, something I've witnessed, something I'm certain of, really smart people like you are doing far more insidious things to fight against this than running around with 2x4s. Like there's a counter movement that has within the continuum of it, I guess, groups like the Antifa, which are like doing what they can do, whatever. But that's kind of, it's not a good look. It's not a good look.
I don't know, man. I know that I like that look. I mean, I'm so grateful to kids that put on the bandanas and fucking like scare the fuck out of
Frontline. You know, their logic is. I remember like going back and forth with their logic in the beginning. The logic being, hey, you go and have a fucking intellectual conversation with somebody that if suddenly you gave them the ring of power, they would start the fucking camps up.
Yeah.
You go have the intellectual
keep
conversation.
talking to these fucking
assholes.
assholes.
Go have a nice chat, do a little
Yeah.
forum, sit down, let's get their point of view. I wonder what they have to say.
Yeah.
I bet it's different from the thing they always say that always ends up to people getting lined up and put in uniforms and incinerated in fucking camps.
Yeah.
When I say not a good look, what I mean is it's like, we need it, but maybe for someone like you, there's other ways to do it that don't involve putting on the bandana. And that's where my brain is at right now, just because I've witnessed, what the main thing I think is easy to forget is that what people can do in communities together, regardless of the state. That's the main thing. It's like the tendrils of the state get into your head, and then you start feeling burdened by the concept of the state, and you're horrified by the state, and you're glued to your fucking computer. At least I am. It seems like you are too. It seems like you got a little case of the fucking this new form of like goddamn data influenza, and it's a new form of like it's like any demon. They want to be worshipped, right? So like they always want your attention. They want you to like watch, stare at them. It gives them power, better for worse. I think groups of people right now, of really smart people, are actively working to subvert some of this shit, and they're doing it in a really smart, decentralized way. And the Antifa is probably one little piece of them, but there's a lot of other versions of it. I would just say there's hope. Mm-hmm. And you don't have to go running around it's not about banging people with a board or something like that. It's like...
Yeah, but I mean, the banging with a board, that 2x4 might be a metaphor for, this comedy writer's been suspended and fired, and this female comedian is being blacklisted. It's like shit like that's gonna start. Like there's 2x4s and not 2x4s that do exist, as illusory as this data addicted like culture is. Like that's another form of street, and in those streets there is going to be tests of will happening, because they're gonna come for people and they're gonna blacklist people. There's gonna be encroachments where people either like stand together and go, I don't give a fuck if this person's joke was offensive. I'm a liberal and supposedly am accountable to some Roddenberry-esque like code of correctness when I address people. Like I want to be woke, but that's different from saying I want this person to be, persecuted because they had an off day and put their foot in their mouth while they were really fighting fascism.
You're talking about like...
I'm talking about Kathy Griffin, for starters, to use as an example. Like, are we going to keep on using the excuse that we can personally see why that's over the line to not back up a fucking woman who's being burnt at the stake? It's like, that's the trouble with this stuff, is like if you don't acknowledge first and foremost when you wake up in the morning that we're at war, then every single thing that happens is going to get funneled into this like logical thing. Like it's hard to articulate, but it's like,
no, that's a good articulation.
That's the tough thing about war, is that you don't want to be at it, but once you are, at least then there's a shorthand where it's like, look, I give two fucks if the president's family was offended by this lady's joke. Don't care. I'm at war. Like, that's not, it's like, but because all these tactics are being used in all these different streets and all these different theaters of war, culturally, it's like, oh, so you, like, you're a bully and you approve of threatening the life of this and that. And it's like all this language that affects liberals because they want to be cool people. But I've just been advocating, for like, no more discourse. Like, stop talking to these people. Stop having arguments. Like who they are. You know they're reptiles.
But we need to do something. I feel like there is a war. I don't like to use the word war.
Well, right, and the reason you don't like to use the word war is because of that knot in your stomach that says these words are going to come back on you.
No, I don't like to use the word war because the word war is like love. It's too
much commitment.
Too much. No, the cubbyhole is filled with way too many things and creates weird ideas that maybe aren't as accurate.
Yeah, I mean, if there was another word for something where it was like but that's the trouble, is because there's the same reason it's a bad word and it's a bad thing to get into is the same reason it's effective, is because it is a state of mind that you go into regardless of outward evidence of where you should be.
It's I prefer the term revolution, because the idea is that war is what they do. They do the war. They do the bombings. They do the war. They've got the fucking tanks, and they do the things, and they do the war. I think that what's happening all over the planet is that groups of people are getting together outside of the umbrella of corporations or jobs and learning how to sustain each other and to share with each other and to sort of de-commodify their shit. I think that's where it starts. It doesn't start with like, let's fucking, and not to say that you shouldn't like stick up for anyone who's being attacked, and that's a good thing to do. But if we can wrench our eyes away from Twitter and from the internet and figure out a way to like, one of my friends told me something I thought was really sweet. This group of people I like to hang out with now, one of the things he said is, and it's interesting because it matches what you were saying up front. He said, no one here is going to be homeless in this group of our friends. No one's going to be homeless. If someone needs help, we're going to give them what we have to help them. And if we need help, they're going to give us what they have to help us. And that's when the moment you start playing around with that kind of game with other people, then you instantaneously begin to subvert all the other shit that you're talking about. Because the idea is like everything's evolving. Fascism is evolving, but so is revolution. And what's the big problem with revolution, man? It's fucking centralized, inevitably. You get a Fidel Castro, you get a fucking Martin Luther King, you get a whoever the fuck, some leader, some charismatic fucking leader who gets shot and taken down, and then his deputies get taken down, and then the whole thing gets destroyed. So we decentralize.
Or even worse, it's successful, and now you've got a leader, a former guerrilla who's wearing a uniform, and he's in office. And
now we got a leader. Yeah. This is the problem. We've got a leadership addiction right now.
Yeah, anarchy is what I always recreationally was like. That's the only thing that works. It's like lack of hierarchy, decentralization. There's a million types of anarchy. Like everything we've been fed about the word anarchy from the get-go is bullshit.
Yep.
People, it's a synonym for chaos in the fucking thesaurus, and that's because it's the scariest thing that power has ever encountered. I mean, before communists were the enemy, before even Nazis, it was like, remember that shit from history class where it was like the word anarchist was like saying Al Qaeda. It was like saying ISIS.
Yeah.
Like if you were what Sacco and Vanzetti, is that those guys? I'm not sure. Like we're talking about in the 20s. It was like if you were an anarchist, if you could be branded an anarchist, you could be drawn and quartered.
That's
and
right.
No one would blink.
Yeah.
Because it'd be like, just don't call me an anarchist too.
Yeah.
Because anarchy has worked in spots, around the earth, and every time it does work, tanks roll in and crush it and try to wipe it from the history books and wipe it off the map because it's a fucking threat. It's the idea that humankind is born free, doesn't need to be told what to do by another human being, and yet still cannot kill, doesn't need to, can work with his fellow man and create communities. There's nothing about anarchy that says there needs to be chaos.
That's it.
It's like spontaneous, perfect human communal order that we are designed to have biologically and intellectually, and
yes,
but
that's it.
We got 8 billion people.
We can't worry about the 8 billion. We have to start with ourselves. That's how it goes down. It's like Ram Dass people always say this: we work on ourselves so we can help the people closest to us. So the 8 billion people, if we had a way to help the 8 billion people, well, we certainly would. No, you would do it in a second. If I thought dying right now, if there was some way to execute myself or incinerate myself, immolate myself, I'd do it in a fucking heartbeat, man. But that's not effective. It's not pragmatic. So what is pragmatic? That's the question. What would an evolved anarchistic revolution look like? And what it would look like is small groups of people just agreeing on a real simple, basic fucking idea, which is, hey, I'm not going to let you be homeless. If shit hits the fan for you, you can come stay with me, and I'm going to help you. That's a real sweet thing to tell your friends. You know, like sometimes some of us, especially out here, we get these fucking friends. Now, it's different for you because maybe you got to be more careful because of your resources, but we get these friends. There's a game people play out here, right? And the game is the friend who isn't doing that good. You know that game? That game, the friend's not doing that good, right? And so you sit back and you're like, oh, they'll figure it out. It'll be okay. But they're really not doing good. They got fucking medical bills. They can't pay their rent. Things are going south for them. But we play this game where it's like, oh, they'll work it out. They'll work it out. You see them. They're fucking like taking sedatives. They're getting super stressed out. And you pretend. You're like, oh, they'll figure it out. They'll work it out. But they're getting sick. Now, there's a cool fucking thing you can say to your friends, which for some reason people don't say it much these days, which is, hey, if you need anything, you can have it from me. I'm going to give it to you. And the moment you start doing that, you subvert the whole fucking system, man. The whole system starts collapsing, not in like throwing Molotov cocktails, but in saying, hey, to the best of my ability, you can have my shit. Because I have too much of it. I've got too much stuff. Most people do. We have too much stuff. We're always like, oh, we got to what's the word? Redistribute the wealth? Well, if you want to fucking redistribute the wealth, start with your wealth. Do you need help? Here's some money. Let me help you. Come live with me. Shit, man. You could fill this fucking place up with people. You know? And that's exciting. That's exciting. And if you got sick of the experiment, Dan, send them on their fucking way.
Just kick everybody out?
Yeah, sure. It's an experiment. It's just like a fun little game. But that's where stuff to me gets pretty fascinating, is like decommodified groups of people sharing their resources for the sake of not a revolution, because that's so heady and goddamn, I don't know, ridiculous sounding, but more for the sake of chaos. The more for the sake of like joining together in a kind of unified group, just like you are with Rick and Morty. Only instead of making a Rick and Morty, you're making outrageous momentary events in the midst of the flow of society for no other reason than the novelty of the thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's an acid test there, and that's why, like earlier I said, like I'm kind of waking up to my own bullshit, because what I crave is what I already had, which was part of a bullshit system of corporate hierarchy and ownership and stuff, because... and you know, some of this is going to be like overlapping paradox and stuff, because of my fear of like failure and homelessness and all this stuff. Okay, I've spent a long time like creating a financial empire, like let's say a vocational empire or something, like, so like then I imagine like, okay, my 5-bedroom house is filled with Big Lebowskis, or Small Lebowskis, like who are just shuffling around in their bathrobes, and they're growing basil in the kitchen and you know, lending out their services as graphic designers in exchange for medical care from doctors who accept apples as money. But I'm coming home from fucking Rick and Morty, which I enjoy doing, and which is a commune in and of itself. Like, that's right. Where these people have health benefits and they are making a cartoon to make people happy. And I'm sitting there at work and I'm like, I can't wait to get home to my empty house, my 5-bedroom house that has too many bedrooms for me, so I can feel the space, be outside the sun, and like play Phil Collins and masturbate and like feel my power and my privilege.
Yes, sir.
So like,
I get it.
I can understand, like, if I, you know, to the manner born, like opening your largesse to to your community and being like, everybody come over to my place, which is exactly what would happen if there was an earthquake or
you already do it anyway. I've been to parties here where
the power went out. Everybody in this neighborhood, is all of them are like my Uber drivers, like because down the hill is everybody that's ever driven me in an Uber. I'm sure they have like nice families, and if they ran out of water, they can come here. I've got earthquake kits and I've got sparklets, back loaded, and I've got a Glock in case anybody gets out of line. And and I imagine that scenario all the time, and I prepare for it in my head. Like, do I have enough food for 100 people? That's non-perishable. Do I have enough bullets to shoot everyone that tries to rape everybody? Do I have I got to get a generator? I'm looking into like ham radio. Like I'm a doomsday prepper, like kind of in my head.
Dude, that's the best thing to be. And I'll tell you, man, being a doomsday prepper is a fucking blast. And this is like one of my favorite things about Burning Man is it's actually a prepper convention disguised as a festival, because what you've got out there is like camps of people in the middle of the most desolate, deadly, arid, inhospitable shithole ever. Not a shithole, it's a beautiful place, but it sure as hell isn't a place where life should exist. Mm-hmm. And these are people who have figured out how to like build these camps and shade structures and solar panels. Not solar panels to create some kind of like life-sustaining thing. Solar panels to power speakers and to flash beautiful LED lights into the night for no other reason than because it's pretty. And yet, this is what the apocalypse looks like. Because in our mind, the apocalypse, the collapse, the thing we all feel coming, if you watch the History Channel, it's hilarious. Their depiction of it is hilarious because it's a complete misapprehension of the human spirit. People are beautiful, man. They're beautiful. And especially like when you say the Big Lebowski thing, that's the horror. That's the horror scenarios. You end up with a bunch of fucking schlubs shitting in your fucking toilet, not flushing.
Well, I was looking at when I think of people being beautiful, that's what I imagine as schlubs. I mean,
okay,
I don't imagine like hardworking like yoga people who are very judgmental. And,
not yoga, not judgmental. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking hardworking for sure, but hardworking because it feels good to work. Like the thing that you are addicted to. You're addicted to it for a reason. You're addicted to it because it feels fucking good. It feels good to work. People love to work. And what feels really good is to work for people for nothing. To like be like, hey man, let me help you build something. We see all these videos of what is it? Not the Quakers. God, who are they? They ride around on the horse and buggies.
Amish, yeah.
The Amish. And they build each other fucking homes. And they do it in a couple of days. And you look at it and it's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. You look at that and you're like, wow, what would that feel like? To get together with a group of friends and build somebody a house. Not for any money, not for any kind of anything other than the fact like we're going to hang out, we're going to get hammered, and we're going to build shit together for each other, for fun. That's beautiful, man. That's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So I think that's something that is missing, intentionally hidden from us. Because like work for people these days, me included, it has been. It's changing now. But for some people, work for some people is like what sex is for a person who's been sexually abused. Because work is the thing that you had to do. You were forced into it, and you were obviously being exploited. It was no question about it. The exploitation's right there in the employee fucking handbook. Show up 10 minutes late, you're fucked. If you don't clock in at this time, you're not going to get paid. You're going to get a 30-minute break. Don't take too long to shit. Just pure, obvious, absolute, inarguable exploitation. That was what work is for a lot of people. Well, that's not really what work was supposed to be. Work's supposed to be like groups of us helping each other to make beautiful stuff with not for some like profit goal, and that's when fucking work feels like coming, that's when work feels good. This idea of a sober workplace, come on, that's insanity. You know what I mean? The concept that work is some kind of like sober endeavor that you get together in this formal way and you can't get hammered. You can't take psychedelics and work. You can't get together with a group of people and trip out and work. It's crazy. Like imagine a world where groups of people could get together get high as a kite and construct things together, but not for money, just because they love each other. This could be your home if you allow my Burning Man tribe to come live here.
No, I'm not doing it. I gotta shuffle around my 5 bedrooms and isolate. Like I gotta log 10 years of the 70 I maybe get pursuing my bliss, because like it's too late for me. I already wasted so much time buying into the system.
Right.
And so it's like I gotta just, like, I'm a fucking sucker spiritually and corporeally if I don't now just down convert the energy I've put into this life and into like some enjoyment of it. And I don't enjoy working with other people. I don't like, I've always been like an isolated, alienated, and alienating person.
Yes.
And I love like friendships, but I've never been good at sustaining them. I don't like I'm not, I've just spent like a 10-year experiment, like finding out the joy of collaboration, delegation, working with others, and all that stuff. It started with community because I had to like stop being an isolated loner as a writer and start working with other writers, and I found joy in that. And like that chapter of my life is like roughly 10 years and kind of stops now because I'm like, I don't like other people that much. Like I also like I need to get back to some of the roots of me, which is like I am alone, like and don't function well with others, and like am simultaneously lonely and like misanthropic and like, but kind of loving it. Like I don't know.
Look,
and like,
man, I know what you're talking about. The fucking door shuts.
If I thought I had to come home to fucking people, I would just find a way to die at work.
I know.
I would just try. I would do your recommendation and take a drug and then grab a handsaw and be like, I'm going to start building for the joy, knowing that it was suicide. Because I'd be like, I don't want to go home where Elmer is fucking going to talk to me about his fucking pot garden. I just don't. I don't.
Why? He's a great gardener, and he's a sweetie. But
I know, but you can't control when you do and don't get to see him.
It's all extremes. It's all extremes. You got to create boundaries in community. I would listen. By the way, P.S. man, I'm not like fucking Charles Manson over here. I'm gonna go back to my Brooklyn Park Slope apartment, veg out, play fucking World of Warcraft, listen to Phil Collins and jerk off. Is that what you said, Phil Collins?
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking do that all day long. All day long. It's not like I'm because we're talking in extremes here. I'm just throwing out this concept of like how much of your suffering can you mitigate? How much do you want to mitigate? How much are you getting off on? And why is the suffering there? That's all. And I think for a lot of people, that suffering is, one reason you might not want to be around people so much is maybe some of the people you're around suck. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe some of the people you're hanging out with are, I don't know, annoying to you. Not that they're bad people; they're just annoying to you.
Yeah, but how annoying? How much freedom do you get in the selection of your relationships when you're, when you're part of a commune? Like do you're there's a dark side to that coin, isn't there? Where it's like
for sure,
like
yeah,
these people who they're fucking dishonest about it. Like they use like revolutionary, open, trusting systems. They see the fucking profit in it, and it's like, and then there's like this. The thing is, if everybody could just read each other's minds and call each other out on shit, everything would function like it would in a textbook conversation like we're having. But it's like, then there's just, I'm sorry, man, but there's fucking sociopaths out there, and some of them do wear bell bottoms and grow weed and like sell jewelry and even go to Burning Man. Like, I'm sure.
I don't think so.
You
man.
don't think there's a sociopath at Burning Man? Oh, okay. I mean, you sold me on that. I was like, look, I'll back off of it. I've never been there, man. Maybe that's the whole thing. It's like it's got somehow sociopath.
Oh,
proof.
dude, it's 70,000 people. I mean, I don't know what the exact percentage point would be, but I would put it somewhere around what, at least like 5% sociopaths. Like if I had to put money on the table, I'd say 5% sociopaths, and then like another like 45% people who are just there to like party, but then like a lot of really smart people who are doing amazing work because of what they've found there, like Elon Musk, for example. It's who goes there regularly. It's you know, and the idea isn't like, obvious. The whole point of this shit is not like, oh, Dan, you must surrender your property to the community or anything like that. It's more like, start doing little experiments and giving shit away under your control and decision, and you're not that I'm sure you already do that, but it's like weird little like just experiments with the boundaries you've created. It's like, have you tried jerking off to Phil Collins in front of a friend? You know, who knows? But the point is, it's like, I think we're talking in extremes here. It's just a little bit of like experimenting with a possibility that there might be another way to do this fucking thing. You know, the thing that, have you ever heard this before? Sick capitalism. When capitalism is sick, it turns into fascism. You ever heard that?
No.
Fascism is capitalism with a fever. So when capitalism starts feeling threatened and is freaking out, fascism emerges. So I guess the idea is to like figure out.
Stop. Those are my dog squeaky toys for those listening. I'm gonna put this on a shelf. If you don't stop enjoying your God-given squeaky toy, I'm gonna fascist out.
Don't fucking control your dog, man. Radical acceptance. It's one of the Burning Man principles, Dan.
All right, squeak away, you little hippie. Squeak away.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just came out of this fucking thing, so my brain's all spinning and weird and like confused, but excited, because you kind of see what happens when groups of people get together and make shit, not for anything other than the glory of making shit, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, isn't there anything? Haven't you gotten a signal of defeat though?
Defeat
this last year? Yeah, like haven't you? Like the way that we're talking, it's like you sound like the way we sounded like 2 years ago, and I'm just like, yeah, but then this thing happened where, like, it was scientifically proven that way more of the world than we thought is a piece of shit and not worthy of our concern, and really not to be trusted, and that this planet is in their hands, and we're gonna fucking, it's gonna start crumbling so soon that the best we can do is curl up, withdraw, go to our little hovels, and like try to enjoy like some of the life that we have left.
You're gonna fucking make me play De La Soul for you, man. Hold on a second. Holy shit.
Fucking Trump language that I'm using on myself.
Yes, that's it. And if we're gonna fight this shit, man, we've got to start with our own self and notice that self-policing that we're doing. Dude, you're spraying these fucking verbal water cannons all over your soul every like 6 sentences here, man. It's like, what's going on? What's going on? You know?
Well, I don't know. It's yeah.
You're popping out fucking Rick and Morty. I mean, Jesus Christ, you guys, you seem to be completely underestimating the potency of novelty. Like, you want some kind of like, your idea of the thing is like, I don't know what your idea of the thing is, or how we fight the thing, or what you do to fight white privilege, or you fight the encroachment of the emergence of some kind of like neo-evolved fascism. Well, look, there's lots of ways to fight it, man, but I don't think it's wrong to say that by blasting out big jizz blasts of awesome comedic novelty through the television into people's homes, I think that's some really potent shit that you're putting out there. And it is revolutionary in its own way.
Yeah, well, that's good. Then I'll keep doing that. But that was my plan. I mean, that also happens to be the identical course of action for someone who has given up and who doesn't want to fight and who, like, just kind of hates the species. Like, I do the same thing by that definition. Like, it's also, like, the same thing I do if I listened to the shittiest people in the world. Like, fucking 15-year-old Nazis tell me every day I bother to read what they're saying, you know, to shut up and get back to work making Rick and Morty. And, so it's like, there's like these parts of me that are like, yeah, man, you fucking said it, brother. Yeah, like, fuck you and fuck your mother and fuck your fucking grandparents. Like, fuck everybody except for my grandpa who fucking stabbed Japanese teenagers with a bayonet so that I could fucking sit here and, like, remember being in an improv troupe and moving to LA. Like it's like, fuck all you fucking little piece of shit kids. Keep consuming my bullshit and like not understanding how to make it so much that I have job security for the rest of my life. And fuck you. Yeah, I will stop caring. You deserve me to stop caring. Like, you deserve to freeze in the fucking cold hell that you would live in if I did stop caring, and I would deserve every fucking dollar I'd make if I stopped caring.
But you can't stop caring. I don't think. I mean, I don't know, man. You're not fooling me, Dan. It's like come on. I mean, I don't know. Who the fuck do I think I am? Goddamn. What am I? Some kind of televangelist over here to try to cast demons out of you or something? And maybe you need to go through a dark existential period or something like that. But
I think it's like, for people like me, if there's anybody listening that understands this, it's like nerds, like, on the playground, your first neural like patterns that are forming are a reaction to a fear of society, because society is a bunch of kids who are rhyming your name with something bad and, like, punching you in the arm, but most importantly, like, kind of making you feel on a primate level that you could be kicked out of the whole species and, like, starved to death wandering the forest as a lone monkey. And, like, you have that fear built into you, and then if you are one of the people that goes, okay, well, in spite of feeling like that, I'm gonna focus then on, like, my rapping or my art, my shoe designing, my carpentry, my football skills. If you're one of these people that, like, goes, you know what? I'm not a fucking popular person. I'm afraid of other people. I think that society is kind of like a lot of dipshits. So I'm going to, like, focus on this thing I really like to do. And then when that thing, which usually has a lot to do with making people like you, we find, you know, you talk to every comedian, you talk to every athlete, you talk to every person that makes things. The story is the same, where they felt isolated and alienated, and they had the love-hate relationship with society, and then they, like, went into this field where they ended up making people happy. And if you start making them happy, then if you're really lucky, you cross this other threshold now where what Campbell would call the meeting with the goddess, where you, like, actually get this thing you didn't even know you wanted, which is, oh, I do like these people. I like these idiots. Like, they're not so stupid. Like, I'm stupid in a lot of ways, too.
Right.
And that's a goddess that I met with back when I started really, you know, doing my podcast, and, like, somewhere within the, you know, community, and, like, before Rick and Morty, like somewhere in there, like when I got fired from NBC and went on tour and stuff, you can see in this stupid movie I made about myself, like me, like, kind of, like, going, oh yeah, people aren't bad, like they're like this feels good, like,
yeah.
And then I'm in this atonement with the Father chapter where it's like, okay, you've achieved that relationship where you're like, you like people, you want to help people.
Yeah.
You know, so you're on your podcast, you're having people, like, come up, and you're going, like, who's in pain right now? Who needs help?
Yes.
And you're reaching out, and you're like you're getting, like, you're virtue signaling, as the Nazis call it. Like, you're feeling good. You're like answering messages from suicidal teenagers in your Tumblr blog, and, like you're connected. You're like,
Yes.
I can help.
Yes.
And then this shit happens, and it's like, it fucking sucks. It's like being in a relationship and then finding out someone's manic depressive, I guess. Like it's the same challenge. It's like, oh, okay, so you're sick. Like I didn't know that. I didn't know you were this fucking sick.
Well, then what?
I don't know. Like, I fucking want to break up. Like,
With humanity.
This wasn't on the fucking business card that you're bipolar. Sorry. I don't judge. I don't think you don't have a right to live. I'm not going to dismiss you as a crazy person. But you fucking didn't. I only knew you for one poll, and fucking I'm disappointed in you now. I've watched YouTube videos of myself that were ripped from my live stream of my podcast by the alt-right, posted on YouTube, where it's me yelling my frustrations about how we could even be entertaining the notion of tolerating Nazism within our country. And the reason it's posted on YouTube is because I'm crazy, because it's an example of me being crazy, and all the comments under the video are fucking alt-right people arguing because they're fans of my show, whether or not I'm being satirical. And I want to fucking put a gun in my mouth.
Okay, let me explain something to you first. Number one, you're not going to put a gun in your mouth. We need you, whether you like it or not. Number two, you have to understand that the kind of manipulation that's been done to you, you've been infected. You know, man, you know about the fucking AI bots, right? You know about that, right?
Wait, what? The fact that there's bots online?
Can we get a little creepy and woo-woo here? There's a great book by Nick Bostrom. There's a great book by Nick Bostrom called Superintelligence, and it's all the pathways that humanity can take to reach a superintelligence. And it sort of breaks down well, maybe we could figure out a way through genetic engineering to produce some really super intelligent human. But even if we had that ability now with CRISPR, gene editing, some unknown Chinese technology, we're still looking at 21 years before we get our first fucking superhero genius, person, right? So obviously it's going to be AI. AI is the greatest threat that Elon Musk talks about. And everybody ignores when Elon Musk says this is the greatest threat. They ignore it. What he's really saying is it's going to cause a civil war. It's not going to it's not predators wandering around with fucking ray guns. It's going to infiltrate social media and produce false consensus. It's going to produce the illusion of there being a consensus that's not there at all. Now, as an example of this, imagine if you and I, and one day maybe we will, had access to 30,000 Twitter bots, right? That were even had a rudimentary AI. They were just programmed to post memes or something like that. Maybe they could interact with keywords or something, but imagine if we had that kind of fucking power, right? We could produce a sense of reality in people who had made the ultimate mistake of believing that the internet was in some way a reflection of what's actually happening in the world. And if that happened, you could erode and completely denigrate a fucking society by giving them the impression that the society they're in is far more virulent and horrible than it actually is. And it sounds to me that that's happened to you. You have been assaulted by the fucking bots, by the alt-right as it's called, but we don't even know how many of those fucking alt-righters are real people. We don't know how advanced the Russia's fucking artificial intelligence technology has gotten, and you wouldn't know. This is what Bostrom talks about, is that when it happens, it's not like we're going to be like, hey, we did it, guys. We created sentient life that's way more intelligent than us. No one's going to say that shit. It's going to be done in secret. And so you have to understand that your assessment of reality itself is the assessment of someone who's been peering into some kind of demonic mirrored wizard's cube that's warping consensus reality in a way that's making you believe things are a little more awful than they actually are. I guarantee you've been in fights with at least 20 robots.
I mean, yeah, on one hand, congratulations on joining the people that we hate the most in asserting that life online is an illusion and not to be trusted. I mean, that's that's part of, if these bots are spreading any leitmotif, that's part of it. Is
Yes.
like the word fake news is, that's what that means, is that don't believe, not only, it's not just fake news in the sense of like CNN is lying when they say Trump is unpopular, but it's also like, therefore any libtard that is arguing with you, if you are a person in a fucking lean-to shed with a Wi-Fi connection arguing with a liberal, you now have the option of saying, well, this person is deluded. Like, facts don't matter. Nothing you can look up matters. Statistics don't matter. Nothing matters. All that matters now is who you hate, why, what your ideology is, and what contrasts it, and then you can't trust anybody. And
hold on. Let me
that's
stop
the
you
fog
there.
of
May I
war.
stop you there? Exactly, and it's one of the most devastating weapons that we've ever encountered.
But you're talking about it like almost like, oh, the bad guys have this weapon. It's like, no, this is a disease that called carnival. This is like, we all have masks when we get online. We all look like fucking bird people.
Yeah.
And we're all running around like raping and killing each other in jest. And like, none of us are assuming our real identities. I think that's part of the big danger is like, when Kathy Griffin gets online, she has a verified account. When I get online, my name on my Twitter account is the name on my birth certificate.
Yeah.
Like, I have 500,000 people following me.
Yeah.
They all know who I am, and it's linked to my business doings, my entertaining, my output as a person. And all 500,000 of those people, they're all fucking named Jib Jab 2020 and stick it to you
And
69.
a lot of them are bots.
And fuck it. And even the thought that some of them are bots functionally makes all of them bots, because all of them are wearing masks. And what we're all saying now is the internet is a sewer. It is pumping poison two ways. It's not even an effective sewer. Sewer's calling it. It's giving it too much functionality. It's a poison system.
Yeah.
It's just veins filled with poison that are growing every day. New pathways to new cells, like new ways to get the poison to you.
Yeah.
And so, like, okay, great. Smash your laptop, throw it out the window, be as dumb as a flat earther, because everything's bullshit, and anyone that tries to tell you things that you don't want to hear is a piece of shit, and they're a robot, and they're fucking whatever.
Maybe they're a robot. There's ways to check, but there's ways you can tell. You don't know for sure. My point isn't like give up on the internet, or like, it's just to understand that like our assessment of consensus reality right now, the way we're getting it is through different sewer systems, essentially, which means that like, it doesn't mean we throw the baby out with the bathwater. We certainly can, like, there are inarguable, undeniable facts. What I'm saying is, right now, the mood that you're in right now, which is, I'm not going to call it despair, but it feels like it's somewhere right around there. It's like,
I'd go for despair. That sounds good.
So like, I would. So imagine fucking this weapon, man. Imagine this weapon. Just think about it. Let's just pretend as a thought experiment. You want to fuck with a goddamn country. You want to fuck with a potential movement. You're going to start with the people who have influence, right? And what's the number one thing you'd want to do to them? You'd want to make them despair. You would want to make them feel hopeless. You would want to infect them with hopelessness and despair so that they would begin to spread that out and continue the work of spreading despair. Because if you want to fuck up a country, if you want to fuck up a civilization, make them hopeless. Number one, make them Genghis Khan, classic example. Genghis Khan, one of the terrifying things that he did is he would like, in front of Genghis Khan, like a herd of fucking cows, were people fleeing the Mongol horde. So suddenly you'd be in a city and people with like one arm, their eyes gouged out, people who'd gone H.P. Lovecraft level insane. They fucking drink the blood of the horse. They drink the blood of the horse. They kill everything. They kill everything. They kill everything. That was a weapon. So that by the time they got there, people were already like, we're dead. We're dead. We can't fight this fucking horde.
What are you saying? Those people were plants?
What?
Were those people
No,
Doing
they
a
had been
performance?
intentionally terrorized, and they had been driven before this army with the intention of spreading more terror.
Well, yeah, which brings us back to why I'm grateful to Antifa for fucking like scaring the living shit out of Nazis that should have the living shit scared out of them.
That's right.
Look, here's the page we can both get on that leads from my despair and your optimism and intersects it like an action item, which is something I've already kind of arrived at, which is like, for better or for worse, fair or unfair, cool, not cool, lovable, not lovable. Like, I can't, like, when I do get back online, something a change that I have to make is that, like Justin Roiland, the co-creator of Rick and Morty, like probably I assume Lena Dunham, or like from what I recognize of her behavior online, like she can't be somebody that reads a lot of fucking shit about herself.
Yeah.
Because it's a national pastime to fucking crucify her. So like, I have to just, after a lifetime, and I was born on the fucking internet. I lost my virginity to a girl I met on the internet. Like I was a kid who wouldn't be a functional member of society if it weren't for the internet, because it is the place where I was socialized. So it feels particularly a bummer to me, this fact, but because I am quote unquote famous, like, if I do use the internet, it has to be one way. I have to just get on Instagram, post a thing, and get off. I can't ever go back and read. And this sucks because, like, what I've been driven by is, like, you post a picture of you and your girlfriend, and I like seeing a 16-year-old girl who's just learning what love is saying, you guys are so cute together, heart emoticon, whatever, you know, like I hope to find a love like you guys one day. I like seeing 25-year-olds saying, like, I'm so glad you're happy. Like I like going back and reading the feedback. That's what I was getting out of Twitter. Like, I had retreated from Reddit because there was too much interactivity there on a level that was like so granular that I could get my heart broken there. But like, so it's like, it's just like at 44, after a lifetime on the internet where I learned to socialize, I now have to become just like this loudspeaker. Is this out of touch fucking dude living on a hill who just gets online and posts a fucking cartoon of me dancing around in my underwear, doesn't give two fucks whether you like it or not, because that's my only recourse to integrity, and gets off. Like, I might, you know, like, and it sucks. But
no, god damn it, out of touch dude living on the hill. Fuck all that, man. It's not right. It's not. You're not like. As far as I'm concerned, and again, with all due respect, I'm a loudmouth and I'm overly confident. I'm probably dumb. But let me just say, man, you're off the beam there, man. You're off the beam. You've got to be on the beam. And every time you, like, talk shit about yourself, I'm sorry, man. I don't find you. I don't think when people think about you, they might think a lot of stuff about you. But one of the things they don't think is that's an out-of-touch dude living on a hill. That's you saying that to yourself. And I'll tell you this, man. If I was around somebody...
I could produce 50,000 people right now that would tell you I was an out-of-touch dude living on a hill.
So what? I could produce... I don't give a fuck.
Well, what's your metric for out-of-touch?
I could produce one person who can tell you you're one of the coolest people on earth. That's me. I love you, and lots of us love you, and that's all that matters. Fuck the 50,000. No one gives a shit about them anyway. It doesn't matter. We're talking about person-to-person interaction, and the thing, and I'm not going to keep going on here because, again, I don't know how to, like, I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm getting really specific. I'm saying you're right spiritually, philosophically, and all this stuff, but, you know, I'm not going to be less than self-loathing within the next 10 minutes. So let's just accept.
Let's love the self-loathing. The self-loathing's beautiful.
But I'm just getting really specific in terms of mechanics and saying, like, the practical solution for me, short of becoming a Luddite and like, oh, the internet is a fucking horrible place and blah blah blah. Like, is that I can't read what people are saying to me, which to me is a shame. Like, I can't look at.
Yeah, I get you.
And I don't know, you know, if you agree that, but I can't imagine that you disagree, because it's like, well, stick your face in a fucking
Dude, you're
hornet's
super
nest.
famous. I'm not at the level you're at. Like, I get excited when somebody accuses me of being a fucking Satanist or something. Like, I enjoy it. It's like a joy. Or if when one of these fucking right-wingers decides to start, like, attacking me or whatever, it's still, like, kind of novel to me. But if they were all swarming on me and ganging up on me, and also, like...
I used to think it was fun when there was a fucking charming black liberal in the White House who was doing secret drone strikes, and that was the height of corruption. Like, when a 15-year-old kid from Canada who isn't even fucking voting age or American is spouting Nazi shit at me, like... It used to be fun to me because it was an exercise in like, oh, here's a test of your powers, you know, like here's continue to be funny and like have fun while you're like revealing this kid to be a clown, you know, maybe he'll grow up.
You gotta fight back.
Now it just breaks my fucking heart.
Okay.
Like, so I'm done from the start. Like,
Hold on.
if a 15-year-old kid is like spouting this garbage at me, I'm not getting into it because I'm like, this is a fucking child and they fucking lost their soul.
Well, listen, okay, I'm just going to read this. I'm sorry, just let me read this to you. I can't, the verse in the Bhagavad Gita, which I really like, because Arjuna is a warrior, which is a Kshatriya, and his job is to fight. And the verse I love the most in it is when Krishna says, rise to the fight. Rise to the fucking fight. This is a fight, man. This is what we all pray for. A noble, righteous war. A war for something that really matters, man. That really matters, which is the people who you have temporarily decided to have a little fucking time off from. But the people matter. The people are beautiful, man. You haven't forgotten that. It's just like if you're around, like, if you get in the LA traffic too long, you start forgetting that, man. People are fucking beautiful, and the communities are beautiful. And, you know, actually, I just saw this talk, this guy, Bruce Damer, who's this fucking brilliant astrophysicist. He's going to be I think he's on the front page of Scientific America this month, but he's discovered this, like, theory on the origin of life that's, like, really interesting and kind of changing stuff. And one of the things he talked about is how the way we've thought about evolution is the survival of the fittest, right? But as it turns out, it appears that it's actually evolution is related to the functionality of communities working together. That's what makes things progress and advance. And that is, in fact, where life probably originated from. So, I don't know, man. When I see like this, I just think, you know what, man? You got to just fucking fight. Even if you don't feel like it. Even if you don't want to fight. Who cares? You just do it. For no reason at all other than it's the best choice.
All right, but look, not only is the functionality of communities not a contradiction of the standard Darwinian model, because all that's saying is what we already knew, which is that multicellular organisms are going to be able to eat unicellular organisms. Also, that's the most terrifying fucking thing, is that if you extrapolate that, like, thought, you arrive at, so therefore what we're at a war for right now is like, what are the communities that are going to survive? And even though there's anecdotal evidence that anarchy works better and people are happier within it, the larger historical empirical evidence is that communities based on fear and hatred and need and being outside the moment, like, attract more cellular organisms into multicellular organisms that eat the other fucking ones. What? And like hatred wins and fear wins.
How much hate's in a beehive?
All those motherfuckers got stingers, man.
No, they're lovely.
And they're all. If you go be a bee and go into that hive and see how much fucking conversation they're having about Dan, fucking and sucking.
Dan,
they're talking about whether or not something needs to be stung.
They're not.
Yeah, they are. They're fucking fascist. They're insects. There's nothing more fascistic than an insect colony. What are you talking about?
Dude,
it's pure hierarchy and fucking biological designation enforced by murder.
Oh, no.
What are you?
I've never been more offended by anything in my life. You are calling bees fascists?
Are you fucking kidding me?
You've never seen a bee in a flower dancing around? Does that look like a fascist?
Dude, flowers don't look like flowers to bees. Flowers
They
look
like cathedrals. They look like temples.
yeah, and they plunder them. And the flowers are having the last laugh because they evolved first.
They don't plunder them. The flowers give them their fucking soul, and they dance in the temple of
You're
life.
talking about a beautiful relationship from our perspective. That's like if you were out in space as an alien watching Hitler move across Europe and going, look at the shimmering light off of their fucking pointed helmets.
I guess the Jews are pollen. They're gathering pollen from the dust of the... No, I disagree with you, man. I think that I think right now, experientially, there's some severe places we differ, which is a whole other podcast altogether.
Well, yeah, your love of insects.
Well, I fucking think bees are beautiful.
Well, I think they're amazing. I'm fucking fascinated with them. But you really want to be a part of an insectoid society? That's what we're striving toward.
I didn't say I want to be part of an insectoid society. What I'm saying is, this is what I think, and this is, I know you disagree with me here, and that's okay. Because I think even though you disagree with me here, you might agree with me on another point. I think that what you are is a super intelligence that is coming through this sort of... God, someone told me this great word. Let me see if I can remember it. Oh, it's...
Cuck?
Yeah, cuck. You're a cuck. That's what I meant to say. The whole point of this podcast was to tell you you're a fucking cuck, man. Come on. What's wrong with you? Fucking he's president. Get over it already. No, it's called, exstantiate. Have you heard this word before?
Exstantiate.
I don't know if it's a real word. Somebody who was giving me DMT told me this word, but exstantiate is this idea of what you're doing, which is that you are exstantiating yourself out into time. So you are what you could call the Harmon continuum. And because you've existed, you'll always exist. You're like, to use insect terms, which I'm very fond of, an ant that has burrowed through time with all of your actions. And this has created a permanent kind of loop in time. And so that you exstantiate yourself into that loop. And that's what you're doing right now. And you, if you wanted to, you can do it again and again and again and again. It's a kind of Nietzschean idea, only instead of it being a circle and a kind of nihilistic, endless, if you have had more suffering than joy in your life, then you must be in hell. It's a cyclical thing, which is you're polishing yourself right now. Your consciousness is flowing through this thing, and that thing that it's flowing through is the Harmon continuum. And so the idea is you're polishing your rough edges right now. You're polishing it down. That's what you are. That's what a bee colony is. That's what a fucking athlete's foot is. That's what it is. It comes out into time, and its source, as far as I'm concerned, is love. It's love. And that thing you were talking about, oh, I'm virtue signaling because I'm healing people. That's not virtue signaling. Virtue signaling is to announce some fucking fashionable attitude in the hopes of winning like mating rights or something like that. That's virtue signaling. What you're talking about is the primordial impulse, which is the thing flowing through you into time. And that's the impulse to heal. That's what we're here for. We heal. We heal ourselves. We heal people around us. We might suck at it. We might go crazy for a little bit. We lose ourselves. We get fucking desperate and sad. We might commit suicide a few times in the cycle. Who the fuck knows? But ultimately, as far as I'm concerned, the number one transcendental cause is to heal, to love, and it's a pre-linguistic impulse. It precedes language, and that is what we do. And when you forget that, you get fucking depressed and sad and upset. When you remember it, things start sparking again. The synchronicities start happening, and that's what the revolution is, if you ask me. And it's something very worth dying for. And bees are not fascists.
I think bees are textbook fascists.
Hey, dude, you're a real buzzkill.
But yeah, no, I like that a lot. I like that image. When you were talking about that, I kept thinking of the image of one of those. What do they call those things in the 70s? Those spinny ink things where you like touch a marker to a spinning.
Yes.
Piece
I know what you're
of
talking about.
paper
They're
and
awesome.
like spirograph.
Yeah, spirograph.
Because it's like, it just has to do with the relationship between your subjective experience of standing still or being an individual, for instance, having one lifetime, or however you want to look at it, and like how the pen can think that it's holding still, or but that everything simultaneously can come back around to you, but also you can change the path.
Yes.
That you're like the idea of creating an ant tunnel, boring it out, and every shit you take, every egg you lay, every piece of food you find, store, digest, whatever, every fart you lay, every shoring of every tunnel, like it has this sort of like echo effect where
Yes.
you're going to end up living life again.
Yes.
You're part of the energy that is the universe, whether you're just out and out believing in reincarnation, like I'm going to be a koala bear next Tuesday, or just more in a more grounded sense that we are all energy and we're going to die and become energy. That's like the energy is somehow connected to our intelligence while we're using it for intelligence.
Yeah.
And you're somehow like, even though matter can't be created or destroyed, like thought can, and that's an end run around physics.
That's a what?
An end run, like it's like cheating the system, like
Yeah.
where because like you can't create or destroy energy or matter,
Right.
but you can create and destroy thought.
That's right.
You can create love.
Yeah.
You could destroy love.
Yeah.
We know that for
Yeah.
a fact. That's something we can be an expert in. Like
Yeah.
we don't need to like go to college to know that you can
Yeah.
make love and you can kill it.
You can kill it dead.
And so that if you believed in a link between the energy that we are, that we occupy while we're alive, and the thoughts that we think while we get a shot at life, and then think to yourself like, so how much of that energy that made you was connected to love,
yeah.
and then you die, it breaks down somehow, possibly through intelligence, like there's this growth of love.
You pop back into the frame. It's like
Well, really, it's like you could just, if instead of love, you could just say existence. I mean, just the
Sure.
thing that wanted to be instead of
we
not
like
be.
it here,
Right?
And
we
you
like to be alive.
you like to be on this side of the coin,
Right.
and that's why you're here. You're like an inflatable essentially, and you inflate yourself out into this particular incarnation, and you do it over and over and over again out of a form of attachment.
Yeah.
And so that's why you're here.
Because suicidally depressed people, like they can either say, when you get to a point where logic says you may as well be dead, you can do one of two things: you can kill yourself, or you can shoot up a McDonald's. And
Yeah.
you may as well do both. And so that's evil. Like it's not you being evil; it's you being a vessel of evil. Like you've been taken over by cynicism and nihilism.
That's right.
To a point where like you're a vessel of decay.
Well, you've become matter. You've basically become part.
You've become the kind of matter that tends to grow cancer physically, medically, like a body that isn't on the side of life.
It'll start shutting down maybe. But even if it does, even when you get cancer, you can die in this incredibly graceful, beautiful way. The point is, it's like what's happening is.
I don't mean to imply to people listening that have a tumor that I'm one of those people that thinks that you got it by being a bad person.
Yeah, no, I think people listening who are dealing with cancer understand what you're saying. But the point is like the beautiful conjunction that's happening here is between matter and soul, if you ask me. And soul is an easy word; it's a lazy word. But a better way to put it is it's the consciousness. It's the consciousness is the river. The Harmon continuum is the riverbed. Consciousness runs through this riverbed over the course of millennia, repeating again and again and again and again. And whenever you forget and become the riverbed, that's where shit starts getting really depressing, because you become a product of habit. You become a product of you don't realize that you've been sent here like a medic on the battlefield. You decided to pop into the Harmon continuum yet again. You've probably been doing this a lot, man. Like they say, we've been doing it for like an incomprehensible amount of time. Thus the deja vus, even though people say that's an issue of photon receptivity or something hitting your eyes. I don't know. But the reality is you've been coming here a bunch. You like it here. When you die, you come back here. And this you that you are right now, maybe lots of dead Harmon ghosts are jumping into this frame right now because you like to be in this frame. That's what you really are. It's transcendent to matter. That's revolutionary. We can't really have a successful revolution if we're caught up in the idea that we're just matter. You can try, but we need to decentralize. And to truly decentralize, we can't have something based on the necessity for the physical form. We've got to be willing to die.
You also can't base where you place your pen in the spirograph on where the pen's been, because then you get a deep, dark, paper-tearing, shitty...
Runnel.
We
call it a runnel.
Just a fucking shitty, dark
Trench.
line. Like it could start bright orange and it'll still become gray and shredded.
Yeah.
You move the tip of the pen, there's exstantiation.
Yes!
Like you broaden out. And you have to do it at key moments. You take your cue from, there's a revolution happening. I'm going to fucking draw all the Harmon ghosts to this front of the war and go, hey, over here, I don't give a fuck if I live or die. And that's you evolving.
Praise God. That's not only you evolving, that's you like evolving the actual part of the time-space continuum that you're in. And that's fun, man. That's really fun to do. That's what we do. And that's what like the thing that you're talking about, the dark place where the pen's been running a lot, it produces a trench. And the trench produces gravity, and the gravity produces compulsion and habit, and the habit produces the endless cycles of suffering. So it's like that moment that happens when you're right about to get in the fucking fight with the fucking person that you always get in the fight with, and that's the runnel, and you always get in that fight. Every single time, you always get in that fight. Every single time, you're always right. You're right, and you are right every single time. But the moment you go, okay, wait, I'm going to be wrong. I'm going to let him win.
Right.
Damn, bam, the pen jumps off that fucking runnel. Now you've entered into an entirely different universe.
Yeah.
You've moved into a different cycle, a new place, a magical place.
I mean, a regular psychologist would just call that neuroplasticity, which is like what my therapist call it. Like you're basically like you're going to junctions of behavior and you're bothering to stay there instead of taking the road most traveled.
Right.
Neurologically, you can, and then you form new habits.
That's it.
Like you go, well, this is where I always pour a drink. So if you were trying to solve drinking, like you stay there and you're just conscious of it. It starts with awareness, and you go like, well, this is where I always pour a drink. This is where I always pour a drink.
This is where I smoke.
So I'm gonna chew a carrot stick. I'm gonna do jumping jacks. I'm gonna watch Game of Thrones. I'm gonna wait and see what any other behavior forms out of this moment.
Yes.
And you can do that with any moment. It doesn't have to be addiction related
Every
or
moment.
habit related. You can like actually literally spend every single moment being aware of the moment.
Yeah.
And then instead of taking the road that has been most traveled, every single moment like is afforded a chance to have a new road formed from it.
And a new universe.
Yeah.
A new dimension, a whole new place. You enter into a whole new realm. And that's when the synchronicities start popping. So, man, I love you, Dan. I really appreciate this time I get to spend with you. It's weird most of our conversations have been recorded, but I'll take as many as I can get.
Well, I was thinking about that earlier, and I was like, well, actually, it's becoming kind of a beautiful thing, isn't it? That like everybody that knows either of us can trace our friendship through recorded media.
Yeah, it's so weird,
Like,
man.
we've barely spent any time. Like, it's probably like 70% of our time has been
recorded,
spent, broadcast.
It's beautiful. I'm so glad to have this time with you, man. Thank you very much for being on the show.
Fuck you.
Dan.
Should this be right in my face?
Oh, yeah. Like, basically, like, I'm sorry about this, by the way, man. It's like I'm still getting this aspect of it set up. The more it's in your face, the better, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's annoying things. There we go. Let me just get this. Don't worry about it, though. It's like, that's perfect. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I got to get this worked out.
No, I got. This is what I got. I had one of these in my nightstand in my bed.
Really? That's so perfect.
Yeah.
Good idea. Just to grab ideas.
Yeah, or just to like, for a little bit there before I started moving my job, I was thinking about like, like what what if your goal was to like, be able to do everything from bed,
Yeah.
which is, you're not supposed to think that way.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Pain culture.
Right.
Or it means you're sick. That you're in bed.
Well, that's what. And I started. That's the funny thing is that very quickly, if you want to be productive in bed, you immediately, of course, you're looking. If you take it seriously, you're pretty quickly crossing a threshold from Amazon to like hospital equipment.
Yeah, no shit.
And I was thinking, there could be this thing called like hospital punk or, hospice culture, kind of like micro convalescence.
It's fucked up. It's like the only for a lot of people, hospice and baby time is the only time you experience real compassion in your life.
Yeah.
Everything in between is a hellscape.
Yeah.
Where people, if someone's nice to you, it's an emergency situation. And like I was just watching, this in New York City, 5 police officers in 1 month committed suicide, and which is weird that it's contagious. But one of the police general chief was like, just call out if you need help. And I was thinking like how fucked up it is in the world that to get like help, just basic human compassion, it's an emergency situation. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
If you're on the precipice of executing yourself, call out. But before that, please don't bother me. We're too busy.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just listening to this thing on the drive over here. Radio Lab has this like mini series they're doing right now about intelligence measuring, and the latest episode, there was somebody talking about whale intelligence, and the theory among the people that study whales, that they think that it's possible that their echolocation is carrying a feeling with it, and that they have something that we kind of strive for and would consider super advanced, which is just macro empathy, to the point where if 2 whales and a giant pod of whales are sick, then the entire whale pod, to an outside human observer, is basically singing, "We are sick."
Wow.
Because there's 2 of them that are, so they're all feeling it, and until that problem's solved, it's all of their problem, which we would consider very advanced, or maybe some people would consider that the nightmare of socialism or something like but only if the sickness then kills the whales. Like, I think that's what evolutionary humanists are afraid of, is if we all, every time there's an unwed mother that needs diapers, we all need diapers, we're all going to go down and none of us are going to finish our album. That's what we're worried about, right?
Whoa, finish our album. That is it too, isn't it? It's like we're in such a strange place right now. Hold on one second. I'm sorry, Dan. I was gonna let.
No problem. I'd be scared to make this leap. I've been trying to record stuff in my car, like singing and stuff, and I want to like.
There we go. It's working. Great. This doesn't track, so it's like there's a weird bit of trust that has to happen. But I just touched it and fucked up.
Well, isn't there a button? I'm sure that like where it tracks the cursor.
Well, that
tracks the whatever the playhead.
I haven't found it yet. All this stuff is a mystery to me, but I could just look at that red dot and I see it now. I can tell where it is now. I just found it. Okay, cool. Sorry, Dan. I want to get into the terror of socialism. That is right now one of the like just hounding people's brains, because it's this idea of like, first of all, if you remove all the if you heard the word communism or socialism minus the history of either one or what people think it is, you have like pretty much an obvious sort of way to live, which is we need to commune with each other. There needs to be a communing that happens in our civilization. And so the act of communing with your neighbors one word for it would be communism. I'm someone who communes. I like the feeling of being in communion with my friends. I like it. It's nice. It's a great feeling, by the way. When you're having sex, that's good. You could say you're a communist because you're communing with your lover. It's great. Or an anti-socialist, too. The other thing is like, one of the insults are like, you should better watch out for that guy. He's antisocial. You know, that's no good if he's antisocial. He sets shit on fire. He'll fuck your dogs. He like doesn't even have a reason for it. He just does it. He wants to hurt things. But so that we should be afraid of. Like if a new sort of economy was emerging that was an antisocial economy and people were really plugging it, it would be a good thing to like be scared of. But for some reason people hear socialism and they're like, they're going to take your fucking house.
Right.
So yeah, this is like, to me, a problem of semantics, right? Like if we could come up with another word for it, people would love it right away.
Yeah, I mean, isn't there like a bunch of ways in which even the hardest core kind of fiscal conservative would agree that something that they would basically refuse to call socialism is needed? Like, it just like the people that panic about the idea of socialism probably also panic about the idea of anarchy. But it's sort of it's a big semantic soup because these words mean like almost nothing at this point. But if you're right, we do need to, I think, take a step back because, for instance, I probably differ from you in that I don't want cooperation imposed on me.
No way.
Because that's not cooperation.
You don't differ. No, that's fucked. We're the same there. Fuck that. That's terrible.
I don't want to wake up on Tuesday in the mood to be exceptional, to be private, to be isolated, alienated, and have someone knocking on my door like my entire life is the equivalent of a long weekend with a girlfriend's family where, well, we do this thing where we get coffee and we have this inside joke and now we play Trivial Pursuit and now we do these things. I don't want that loss of control over my life.
No.
I think that but what I want is I don't want to have to feel guilt or shame or about like getting more at some starting line that I didn't even participate in than other people. Like if you get born in a country and you're not allowed as a baby or able as a baby to go, I think I'll be Swedish. Like then what does it mean to be a citizen of that country? It doesn't mean anything, right? Like you got born Swedish, you got born French, you got born American, and in any case, it's not up to you like what your first pair of pants is. It's not up to you what neighborhood you live in. It's not up to you what color your skin is. It's not up to you what school you go to for the first like 20 years of your life. Like and so since it's not up to you, all that stuff, isn't it kind of weird that if you at 30 years old are sleeping on a park bench that some other dude who also had no control over their circumstances is like, they're the one with the badge and the stun baton, and they're like zapping you and going, "Hey, you can't sleep here."
Yeah,
and it's like I'm just very I'm fascinated and confused lately about that concept of homelessness, for instance, where we all agree we wish there weren't dirty poor people on the streets. Yeah, but we keep it. It just seems such a fundamentally weird thing where we're like, I wish that dirty poor person didn't exist because what really makes me angry about them is the idea that I owe dirty poor people something. And does that make sense? Like, because it's like, we don't respond to, on an emotional level, to a person in need with this like urge to help them. We want them to go away. We want them to not have need.
Yeah.
But then when we talk about politics and policy and things, that's why all I ever strive for is I'm like, can you get those people off the sidewalk with the policy, so that I don't have to engage it on an emotional level?
Yeah,
and that's as cynical as liberal thought can get. I think is to just be like, dude, I'm a liberal because I just want everybody to stop like being a reason for me to feel ashamed of myself.
Fuck. Yeah, it's like when you go shopping for meat, you don't want that's why there's no such thing as like, there's
A cow that greets you at the door?
or a juice, you have orange juicers. It's cool. You go get your orange juice, you watch the oranges go in the juicer, you see the juice come.
Yeah, I mean the right to isolate, the right to, because if we were cavemen and we lived in a tribe of 100 people, I'm first and foremost, I'm an elitist because I want to be like, come on, man, I'm not that good at hunting mammoth. Like,
Yeah.
can't you just let me hang out and play with Duncan's Moog thing, whatever the prehistoric equivalent of that is? Because I'm just gonna slow you guys down out there. The thought that society starts getting constructed, and then from there you go. People like the little skinny or the big fat guys that can't swing a club as well start going, hey, what if even though you could absolutely just have any girl you want, what if we all made agreements that once a girl says she's yours, and so you get like these horrible, like kind of institutionalized concepts of ownership and things that all end up biting us in the ass, but it's all born out of like this insecurity of like, can't I just be a nerd and suck my thumb and mind my business, but also is someone going to take out my garbage and wash my shit away, and most importantly of all though, can I stop worrying about all of you?
Yeah. Well, it's not. It's like the feeling of being sort of held by the universe with zero obligation to anything in the universe outside of whatever your main job is glorious. I mean, you can't find a better feeling than that sense of like, fuck, I can be in my house just making music. I can order stuff that comes to my door. When it comes to my door, I don't have to then like talk to the guy. This is always the difficulty of buying drugs, that there has to be more of depending on if you have, fortunately in the old days, I have had very nice, I'm not trying to insult any of my drug dealers because some of them are my best friends, but I'm saying like when you end up with like a real, sort of lump, and someone whose like brain has been mushed and you just kind of are like interested in buying some dope, you don't feel like having a long conversation with them, but you kind of have to because it's prohibited. Anyway, what I'm saying is the glorious sense of being able to drive by a person laying on the street and think to yourself, well, that's someone else's problem. I really hope people fix that, is a really like narcotic kind of sick, wonderful, and anesthetized pleasure that's 100% related to the fact that we're not pods of whales feeling each other's reality. Yeah. Because the moment, if like just by some miracle, the Earth shot out a virus that made it so that you had that thing, that thing people can feel other people's pain. Right. If everyone had that, tomorrow we're in fucking Karl Marx land. It's communist all the way through. No rich person is going to be able to sit in this fucking nice place feeling someone starve nearby because it would hurt you. You'd be like, I got to get food to that person.
I think, maybe what we would both agree on is tomorrow, if that came out on the shelf at Best Buy or at your local pharmacy, the first person to try it would immediately spit it out and go, I don't want that ever in my mouth again. Like when we say if everyone had it, if everyone had it, it might be no problem at all. Yeah. And it's just that big problem of like nobody wants to get fucked. Nobody wants to be the first person or the only person to start playing by different rules, and then you just like, oh man,
you're done.
Well, I just kind of like, I put out a tent and I said, hey, does anybody want my shit? And then the answer was, yeah, these 20 people did. And then they took some of my shit. And then they started a business selling tents to people that want to put tents out, but they charge 5 times as much. And now they're in a fucking space station filled with diamonds and coke and laughing at me and because it turns out being poor doesn't automatically make you a good person
Hell
in
no.
your heart. Like, so, and I should know because I wasn't born rich. But you touched on something kind of interesting there, which is I think is poetic, which is we do. Now more than ever, we have the ability because of technology to, whether it's drugs or even just diapers or applesauce or pantyhose or toy trucks, like we can. It's crazy that you can just click on that stuff and it'll come to your door the next day,
Crazy.
and that's not really regarded as like something that rich people can do. It's like basically how we're all starting to. We're all able to do it. There's like the price differential is not like, oh, if I go down the street to Kmart, I'm being better with my money than if I buy it on Amazon.
Right.
It's like we all are able now, and also not even being punished for this like curb to door kind of service. And it's funny that the exact same technology is also making it impossible for you to ignore everyone in the world.
Right.
And which is responsible for all these culture wars that we're having because, you're younger than me, but you and I both, through the lens of comedy, could like look on the spectrum where it was like 10 years ago, Patton Oswalt could do a stand-up set and it didn't matter. And we all lived through these markers where it was sort of like, well, the internet is ruining comedy. The internet is ruining like this aspect of my life that I really held valuable, which was isolation, pockets, context, due process, whatever you want to call it. Where it's like, and now it's just like, you can't not know, that someone somewhere would have a problem with what you're doing or saying right now.
Right. Has to happen. And we can make I mean, the thing is like, if for whatever reason you just feel a basic sense of, I don't like you, fuck it. I can make what you're saying bad. I can take anything you've said, if you have enough of it out there, and I can prove that you're a Satanist. I can prove you're a pedophile. I can prove you're a fucking cannibal. I could find ways to make the thing work if there's enough of it out there. And especially if I've got a group of people who just want to be mad, who don't want to even look into anything at all, who just want to read a sentence and say, that must be the way it is. It's a terrible mess. It's like
but don't ignore the fact that shipment of that guilt and shame and outrage is coming in the same box as all the Oreo cookies you want, all diapers at 3 a.m. That's the thing, is we're getting this big box of other people. We're now able to just have whatever we want, but that doesn't include isolation. We're finding, I think, one has to take extra psychological steps should one want to have one without the other.
Yeah.
So, like, you're sitting in your basement, you've got your drone coming in from your favorite electronics store, your brand new microphone, your shotgun shells, your applesauce, your dog collar that's going to Wi-Fi sync your dog to the outside perimeter of your fence. All these things that are going to make your life more convenient for you as an individual, but they come in, all of those things, those luxuries, the ability to have those things without having to drive all the way to Fry's, much less talk to a Fry's employee.
Oh, I gotcha.
All of those things come with this crazy signal over the same ham radio, which is like, must be nice to be, you realize when you do that, you're a piece of shit. These voices are coming in. So you have to build this Faraday box to, like, people are being challenged. It's so it's little wonder you see this rise. It would have been a big wonder to me 10 years ago if you had said to me, do you know that the internet progressing along this trajectory is actually going to see the rise of factionalism, tribalism, nationalism, jingoism, xenophobia. I'd be like, no, that doesn't make any sense because I'm an early adopter of the internet, and if it's very clear that it's all boundaries of good or bad are going to melt away.
Yeah.
Well, no, not at all, because the human impulse, us not being whales biologically, the human impulse is for isolation.
Boundary.
And if we're denied it, if you send us a box that says all of your cookies are in here plus a bunch of guilt, we're going to twist and contort our brains to eat the cookies without the guilt.
Fuck yeah. That's genius, man. Yeah, that's it. 100%. We are boundary. We like to you look and you see fiddler crabs at the beach. They're cool. I love them. Have you ever seen a whole a marsh with fiddler crabs? They hold their. It's crazy. I mean, it's crazy because they're clearly some kind of society, and they dig little holes for each other, and they all will go back in these holes, and then they come out of the hole, and if you go by, they raise up their claw at you, all of them together, like, look, we've got these claws. It's kind of pathetic.
It really is sad. Do they understand that?
They don't understand the power dynamic. Because you could smash them, but easy. They can do anything.
They're definitely not guns that they're holding up. Yeah.
Oh man, it's sad to watch a crab brandish his claw.
Just back the wrong Darwinian horse. Look at these crap. Imagine the speeches down in those tunnels. Guys, now more than ever, we have to show solidarity. If we go out there tomorrow, I hear Farmer Cummings coming. Guys, we've been over this. Those of you who don't go up and raise your claw in the air, you're part of the problem. There needs to be all 80 claws coming out of the holes in this marsh, or crabs may actually be in danger at the hands of a sentient primate that can make gunpowder.
If we all put our claws up, you'll see the fear in his eyes. It's undeniable. Just one, he'll eat us all. This pork once, I don't know, I have crab stories. It just came into my mind, but this crab was in a tidal pool, and I saw the crab, and the crab was aware that I was aware of the crab clawing up, and I'm walking down the tidal pool, and it was like in the tidal pool, shadowing me, holding, like shaking its claw at me just to make sure, like, look, I could chase you if I wanted to.
Yeah.
That's to me is like when I find myself throwing my claw up like that against like literally infinity.
Yeah.
And inside you're like, what, this claw throwing? It's doing nothing. And then you see on the internet, like what you're talking about, swarms of these poor little, imaginary crabs, which are people's identities smashed and digitized, put on a fucking Twitter, and then they throw their claws up against a shadow of a thing that probably doesn't even exist, and they're shaking their fucking claw. Yeah, man, it's identical. It's like, and then the next thing you know, sure as shit, someone will be like, why didn't you throw your claw up, man?
You're right. Well, and sometimes that'll be accurate. It's not safe to just side with the general cynicism of it. How do you know the difference between the moment when that claw really matters? Those crabs, maybe they don't know the difference between Farmer Cummings and a skunk or a horny toad or whatever the fuck biosphere. I don't know what they're. I'm sure that goddamn crab claw move works all the time, or at least even if it doesn't work anymore, it worked somehow, somewhere. And how are they supposed to know the difference? And more, it's you can't just side with entropy. You can't just give up and go, well, your tweets don't matter, and your breath doesn't matter, your mind doesn't matter, your outrage doesn't matter, nothing matters. I don't like that either. It's just, it's like, are you just trying to be right? Are you just so worried about being wrong that, I mean, you don't get a cookie for that either. If the horse that you bet on in the race of philosophies is none of this race matters, like, oh yeah, you're definitely a guaranteed winner, but what does that pay?
Yeah.
What is it? What is so like it kind of bums me out too, like, because the smartest people in the world default to that because it is the most logical thing in a state of chaos. It is the most surefire bet. If you pull back from the earth far enough, like a little kid with cancer, or a local election, or an alderman raving about a Walmart going up, or a tribe somewhere that's like warring genocidally about the shape of someone's earrings. Like, of course, the further you pull back, the less all of that matters. But how far back are you going to pull? Like, we talked about this a little bit when you were on my podcast, and it's sort of that idea of like, I think we touched on this, where it's like, you and I are prone to the kind of Eastern thought of it, which is there's a foundation there which has a sort of neither here nor there kind of thing, where it's like if you get caught up in that roller coaster, if you pee your pants, that's your pee kind of thing, where it's like listen, the only truth that really matters is that nothing's true, and it's like a big aspirin on the disease of like freaking out. And but I think we all both agree that that's not. There's a difference between that being an effective way of getting perspective, and that being the path to happiness. Because those very traditions would say, see, you're wrong already. Path to happiness. You done fucked up before we started.
You mean
idiot.
In the sense the path is the way? There is no path.
But that this idea of questing for happiness, for instance, as soon as you're, like the Tao Te Ching would say, if you see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. So it's like that sums it up right there. It's like, so the older your religion is, the more it is a very functional handbook on how to stabilize an otherwise unstable engine. Nothing matters. That's right. So you have a crisis, and then very often the solution is to calm down and go, you know what?
Right.
Big picture here. At the end of the day, the Titanic is going to be filling with just as much water 1 minute from now, whether or not we strangle each other over who has the bigger bucket. And we might actually, that could be a path to someone going, you're right, I'm sorry, I just spent the last 20 minutes looking for a bucket. I actually know something about the pump in the basement, or I have the key. You could unlock more practical paths to solutions just by going, we're all gonna die.
Right. It's like that's it. Because one sort of broadcast definitely creates a higher likelihood the Titanic's gonna sink. And like, sure, maybe there's the odds of anybody being able to fix a fucking iceberg in the Titanic with whatever's on the Titanic are probably pretty slim. But you never fucking know.
You don't know when you're on the Titanic and when you're sitting in your dad's lap in a go-kart that he's pretending you're steering, or when you're actually fucking steering it because your dad's drunk. You don't know. I think, isn't that sentience? Isn't that why we're nuts? Because we have this different split between you can't underreact, but you can't overreact. That's what the Western and Eastern religions agree on, right? It's basically like, in the West, it takes the form of this crazy, drunk, angry, jealous, monotheistic guy who's going to hit you with a belt for picking wrong.
Yeah.
And in the East, it's like, well, we kind of figured out you better, you don't want to sign up for disappointment. But both of them kind of agree, it's a damn, what a fucking fucked up video game this is, where it's possible to overreact and underreact.
I mean, the distinction you're making between those two, I think one of them is like, figure out, before you can reject yourself, you have to know yourself. That's the Eastern one. It's like, first, what are you? Are you a thing? What are you? Why do you want the packages delivered? Is it really doing anything for you when you get the package delivered? And it's this sort of weird process.
If the price of the Oreos is knowing that you have white privilege, can you not add that to the flavor of your cookie, etc.?
White privilege Oreos. Holy shit.
Delicious. The realization that 7 billion people have it worse than me. Yum, 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 yum,
Or
yum.
it's got to be like they're the best tasting thing you ever ate, but there's a 20% chance you're going to get ball cancer from eating them. So you've got to like always have this sense of like, my God, I think it's killing me. But it's like, this simple question, many people don't explore very deeply the identity itself. And we're in an identity crisis. I mean, with what we were talking about is happening on the internet was happening to a person. It's a person having a massive identity crisis. And we're having a special identity crisis because we've been fucking clustering in these countries and adhering to these religions and believing this very certain way of being and waving our claws in this very specific way, to the point where even talking about waving your claw in a different way can get you on Fox News. You know, someone can be yelling about, oh my God, did you hear this? Another Hollywood motherfucker said we should wave our claws to the left instead of to the right.
Yeah.
And you start waving to the left and the shadow will only grow. And then we're in this.
Yeah, you can be 16 years old on a field trip and smirk wrong and end up like,
Yeah.
Because that's how insecure we are about who we are. Like we're
Yeah.
like that kid. What is that kid? Is he a Nazi? Is he a socialist? What's he doing? You know, like isn't that a kind of a sign of our collapsing confidence that when we're like,
Yes.
a 3-year-old first words are MAGA, news at 11, like we're like, that fucking give me that kid, I'm gonna fucking punch him.
Get him. We got to get the Anaphon and we'll beat him. Yeah. This thing that I think is an acknowledgement that at least many people are having in the liminal between their consciousness, their subconsciousness, realizing that thanks to technology, we are now in a position where if someone articulates a meme in just the right way, the contagion that gets spread from that meme has the potential to completely restructure society in a way that no top-down power structure can stop.
And it's removing all the value from all of it, because we learned from history books that there's something special about FDR. There's something special about MLK,
Right.
JFK. Is that like we have heroes and they're decisive, and then there's movements and there's marches, and all of these things have value, and the economy of all of that is collapsing because Fort Knox is empty. It turns out in a world where a 15-year-old Russian kid can use openly bad English and no apostrophes to say, Pepe the Frog says you have a small dick if you vote for this person, and my mom can freak out enough to change her vote, let alone like and the entire everything is, I mean, we're all awash in this nihilistic realization, but that's a good thing, right? Because if you can realize that it was all bullshit, then it was all bullshit. And there's that, the next step, if we survive it, is the realization that if it's like we can retain the memory that it's all bullshit. That's exactly how we should think about everything that doesn't have to do with whether your baby is eating and whether your friend is crying and whether your heart is beating. Like, we should see all information as chaotic and interpretable in a million ways. We should see the human mind as not a computer, not a 0-1 switchboard, but a miraculous ball of sponge that is perfectly capable in the most beautiful and ridiculous ways of acting completely hypocritically, holding two completely contradictory thoughts at once, both believing in God and not believing in God, getting away from these previously required compartments of information that we needed because we didn't have a fucking internet. I can literally text you like how I'm feeling on the way home from work or from this podcast, because my car will be driving itself. Unless I pass a cop, I won't even be doing anything wrong. It'll be safer and easier for me to let you know how I feel as your friend, better than I could on a phone call, better than I can in this podcast. Like, I can just like thumb you a message, and if like, because we didn't have that 10 years ago, 20 years ago, you needed more categories. Are you a socialist? Are you a communist? Right. Are you a fascist? Are you an atheist? Are you spiritual? Are you religious? What are you was more necessary when it was harder for us to get in touch with each other.
Whoa, cool.
And I think the kids are the things that we find obnoxious about them with their, they are through no merit of their own. They're just born in new, different waters, but they do have a heightened awareness, I think, of like how every single one of them is a different story, which the knuckleheads, it's like look at as a weakness. And it's like, oh, what is every single fucking human being here got a fucking different identity and story? Am I supposed to stop the whole goddamn bus because one of you decided to? And but underneath that, I think is like, it's like, yeah, you know what? That may be the case actually.
What a mess! To me, it's like, it's the moment that happens. You really do, the moment that in your own life that clicks in, for better or for worse. For a lot of people, it's for worse. Your exploitation ability drops, because now, for me, it's like having a baby and then seeing the way that my wife and my baby love each other, and seeing the way she just like, the patience, man. And like watching a baby at a nipple as he gets older, and they do a thing where he just like, he thinks it's funny to clamp on with his lips and just yank back like you're pulling back. It sounds like my wife when it happens, pulling a balloon string back. And then pulling back, and then like looking at me with this like smile on his face, like he's showing me.
What is your kid, 13? What is this?
He's in his 30s. We found him on one of those S&M papers. No, but when you look at that, and then the next time you encounter an asshole, you just think about their mother and the love that their mother still has for them, the hopes their mother still has for them, the excitement their mother gets when they call, or the secret joy their mother gets even though they might be pretending to be mad. Suddenly your ability to really enjoy alienating that person and turning them into the most obnoxious piece of shit on earth, and what a demon, it drops at least like 20, 30%, if not all the way down, because you're just dealing at work, the person who's not doing such a great job or whatever, you think of their mom, how they call their mom on the weekends or at night, and they're like, yeah, it's going good. I'm having some problems, but I think I'm working it out. Now, how do you stay mad at that person? It's really difficult. And so what you're talking about is like to really enjoy a system where you can justify and rationalize oppression. You got to categorize people into these very, very big, broad categories. And
it's like there's like this internal psychological war we're having right now, where we have gotten so good at categorization, and we're doing it seemingly in the interest of fairness, but until we can subcategorize to the point where there's no more categories, where these categories are going to kill us.
Yeah.
Because every story that we tell that's satisfying to us on an emotional level is a story about how those categories aren't true. Oh, Robert De Niro is not just an old fuddy-duddy. He's your intern. I mean, it's the most benign movie is still in the end about how this person is not going to act in accordance with your predictions, period.
Right. Yeah. Wow.
And we don't take joy in that. I mean, that's been a big lesson for me. It's like because without even thinking about it, women were women for me, like, as opposed to like some people, amid the various variables that they have that make up their character sheet
Yeah.
in D&D, one of the variables is a gender, as opposed to like, I don't know, it's hard to articulate. It's like the difference between well, that person who happens to be a woman is over there in the corner and there's a woman in the corner. It sounds like empty hokey semantics.
No, it does not.
But it's I you know, when the recent wave of this avalanche of that's got 40 to 60% of our colleagues in various degrees of entanglement and opinions and stuff, like, it happened over those last couple of years. Like, that was my big like epiphany, was that, oh, some of this shit, like, you're not even thinking about it. That's the whole problem. Like, and then it would be great if to not think about stuff and automatically already be doing it right. But then there's a bunch of stuff that no one's thinking about, and the default setting is still on, like, well, that's a woman. Like, if your wife walks in here, it's like, am I able to see her as a wife or your wife and that kind of shit? Like, it's like, you know, it to me, that's the, because it's easier to do with, like, you know, like, because we've been raised on all these movies about, like, how, well, if you see that person as a different color or you see them as a different weight, you know, it's like beauty is skin deep and we're all the same underneath kind of thing. That stuff's been fed to us so much that we're all kind of good at it. Like we're just like, that's easy. Like, oh,
well, faking it. We're good at faking it. We're not good at actually being there. I mean, you can't, like, this thing that you're talking about, Ram Dass calls it soul, not role. You're a soul. We're all souls. We're all, from that perspective, infinite sort of karmic patterns that aren't dependent on the body, and that we have been appearing in the material universe for millennia in various forms, and to the point where we've all been each other's mom at some point. And this is what we're doing. Are we in a fishing net? Are we in a university? Is it a Gnostic prison? Who the fuck knows? But the reality is that when you're sitting with someone, whether it's a beautiful woman, a beautiful man, a black person, white person, Nazi, saint, whoever, and the comma between Nazi and saint, whoever you're fucking with, that's a soul. That's a soul, just like you. And there's a unification on this specific, on a level just beneath identity. It doesn't mean there's no identity. Identity's still there. If we're at a costume party, I got to respect your costume. You spent a lot of time working on it.
It says something about your choices that you made that day.
Yeah, that's right.
There's a story to it. It may or may not. It relates somehow to who you are, sometimes in an inverse way. Yes. Sometimes in a totally just reflective way. Sometimes in just a precipitous way. Like, I'm angry, so I'm wearing a red costume. Sometimes it's the opposite. But there's a relationship for sure, because in our wildest dreams we're capable of random thought, like random behavior. We're not really. Like, if you make a Halloween costume, it came from some thought in your head. I didn't mean to derail you. I just like that metaphor so much, because Campbell talked about that a lot. Like the idea of ceremony and identity and all these things of being like it not only in terms of religion and society should we always keep one foot in and one foot out and realize that other people are just vessels for something else, but also in terms of your own mortality and psychology, like your mental health is reliant on you as you get older, realizing that you are just a Halloween costume, that you can't continue to take yourself seriously, or you're gonna really freak out when your flesh starts to rot. Like, you're gonna
take the mask off once in a while. Take a shower, man. That thing's disgusting. It's sticky. Also, it's like this masquerade that we're in. If any of these things are true, let's say instead of a soul, let's go nihilism. It's like we're sort of just energetic patterns that have sort of consumed a cyclical way of presenting ourselves. We've gotten stuck in that cyclical way of presenting ourselves, however you want to put it. Within that, I like the soul part idea the best though, but within it is this invitation, which is, hey, guess what? You can take your mask off and try something completely new. And in art, people are always like, look at David Bowie. He was 9 different people, and it's respected in art when an artist has phases, and it just completely gives up the old phase, starts a new phase. Holy shit, it's incredible. Or people get pissed because the new phase is not as good as the old phase in their minds. But
I wouldn't mind drilling down on that. I don't want to fuck you up if you're on a roll.
Well, the last piece, I was just going to take it to the fact that now, and do drill down on that, but now what's happening is in a person's life, we're getting down to the biological level. And as technology progresses, that's going to get easier and easier to convert yourself in every way. If you want to turn yourself, if you want to make your skin darker, you'll be able to make it darker. If you want to change the color of your eyes, I don't know how far down the line it is, but it's certainly on the horizon that we're in a costume party where now if we want to change our costume, suddenly I'll start wearing suits or some shit. I'll cut my beard. I'll get glasses. We're going to get to the point where it's like the whole fucking thing itself can very quickly be changed. And right now, the people who are deciding to do that, relating to the sense of like, oh, I'm a woman. I'm a woman now. I'm going to be a woman now, and converting into that using the height of medical technology and hormone technology. This is controversial because at the costume party, it's like, no.
Right.
We stay the costume that we became when we were a kid. Period.
Right.
Don't fucking change.
Which is absurd, isn't it? Because we're sentient primates, and so that's what when I talked about drilling down, I just said you got there because the David Bowie reference, I think, is like it's an oversimplification to say we respect it in art. Well, I would say more like we have this tradition of you have to be an artist in order to engage in this frivolous behavior. And even then, if all David Bowie had done was come out every week with a different look on it, we would start to treat him like garbage. But what he had a way, we remember his name and associate him with like style or whatever the fuck you call it, coolness, because he, along with like other icons, whatever you associate with that stuff, like the artists that reinvent themselves over time, they disappear and then they reemerge, and there's a rhythm with which we respect that, and it's serious. Then you have this other culture that we totally also respect, but because we don't take it seriously, which is this costume culture, we so every single person, even the bank teller who like that we would never hang out with, not saying if you're a bank teller we wouldn't hang out with you, I'm conjuring a hypothetical person, a person with whom we have nothing in common culturally, that person and you and I observe Halloween. We observe if you get an invitation to a costume party, or if it's just a game, even just calling it a game. And then all of us, we are able to apply that to our online behavior. Like when if it's a game, then we accept that it's okay to change your mind, your face, your approach. And that, I think, is the key. It's like you talked about it on Harmontown, and it was sort of like you alluded to it as basically this could be the actual apocalypse, the thing that takes us out is the same thing that also maybe that's our salvation, which is this idea that we lose our grip on the costume we were born into and realize that thanks to technology, thanks to advancement in thought, and with a big healthy dose of Jesus Christ, look what happens when you take this shit too seriously. We reach this kind of reverse Vulcan thing where we mimetically evolve into a race of people that don't consider who we are to be worth a fuck. Because whether we have these arguments about nature versus nurture, guess what both of those have in common? You don't control them. So it's like we sit and we debate. We go like, oh, do you think this guy's a serial killer because of his mom's genes or because of what his mom threw at him when he was 3? Yes, that matters a lot. Let's figure that out. But it's also important to note that the larger realization we need to have is right under our nose that we don't really get to choose, and that then there's all this stuff that we do get to choose, kind of, maybe, unless free will is an illusion or whatever. But so yeah, we guys in particular, but really just humans in general, you get punished for changing your mind. You can't just we look at it as weakness. It's like, oh yeah, I thought you said Batman was a good movie. Now you're saying it's bad. We especially would punish it if we could nail you on you said Batman was a bad movie, but then that redhead over there by the punch bowl, I saw what happened. She said it was a good movie. Now you think it's a good movie. Guys, that's a big part of masculinity is you're not authentic. You weren't stubborn enough. Oh, yeah, you're not real. You're fake. You're virtue signaling. That's the thing they call it. Where it's I decided the other day that I'd like people to like me and I'd like them to know that I'd like them to like me. You fucking fake piece of shit. You fucking spineless cuck. You fucking vaporous non-entity that can't be taken seriously. Yeah. Look at my hard cock. Look at my backbone. These things are real. They can't be hacked. They can't be changed. I was born the way I am and will remain that way forever. Yeah. That's strength. And it's it's extinction. I mean, it's not. I have the same visceral response to the idea of somebody that just changes when the wind blows.
As long as the person doing what you just said acknowledges they're wearing a costume of a person who does that shit, it's way more interesting than a person who's forgotten they put a fucking mask on.
Right, and is standing at the Halloween party wearing nothing and yelling at everyone for acting like Dracula. Yeah, exactly.
I am from Transylvania. Blood is my main diet.
You're not Dracula. You're just Dracula because it's Halloween.
Yeah, I'm the real right. Yeah, that's where we run into problems.
That guy's a bummer.
But the really sad problem with all of this is the adherence to some mask thing is the punish and that we get punished for taking the mask off and even saying God, I didn't mean to wear the mask. I'm sorry, you guys. I got lost in being Dracula. I bit people at this party. I fucked up. These masks are really, really good, man.
I'm very imaginative. I'm a very immersive person. Yeah.
The mask actually injected various hormones and neurotransmitters into my brain, giving me memories of a time when I did live in Transylvania.
I'm an adaptable person. If I was raised in the North Pole, I'd make a house out of ice. If I was ancient Spartan, I'd have a different definition of murder.
Yeah,
I am a human being created, but I think we should let ourselves off the hook for that as well.
That's it. Well, this is what to me it's number one, to answer the apocalypse thing. It's literally, at least linguistically, the apocalypse if we're saying people at the costume party are going to at least temporarily take their mask off to put a new one on. That's the lifting of the veil. That's what the apocalypse means, lifting of the veil. In this case, it's the lifting of the mask. And if we're going to change costumes, there's going to be a weird time in between where we're going to see whatever's under there. If it's nothingness, it's nothingness. But I don't think it is. Regardless, the problem is, there's this homophobic pastor who wrote a book which is just filled with homophobia. and filled with old bullshit, crazy Jehovah level Christian shame shit. And he realized that it was wrong. And he realized he fucked up bad, because this is a book that gets read at youth camps and shit for Christians. And he was suddenly in the worst predicament of all time, because he realized, oh my God, I was wearing this awful mask when I wrote that shit. It's not real. I don't think I'm a Christian. So he had to decide, do I come out and say this, even though I'm going to get the people who love me and send me emails every day, like, thank you so much. You taught me the truth, which is I should not have sex before marriage. And I know now why you told me that. You have to, like, disappoint legions of these people. They will hate you. They'll say the devil got into you. And then also all the gay people whose lives you fucked up by recommending these people treat them a certain way are going to be like, fuck you. Fuck you. You want me to be like, oh, okay, now you don't get to be, fuck you, justice. So what? Clearly in that situation, it's kind of easier to keep the fucking mask on. And we got to figure out a way to, like, let people start over.
Yeah.
Mask, whatever the mask is they're wearing. And if we don't, accidentally, we're holding up the very thing that we're realizing is not so great.
Yeah.
That's the problem to me, is like, God damn it, we got to figure out a way to, like, yes, that mask sucked. He was an asshole. He bit Jake in the fucking kitchen. Thought he was Dracula. He fucking bit a lot of us. And
Well, I think you just hit on something a couple sentences back. I think if I heard you right, it's like you kind of like sped by it, but it's like really, it's like, okay, so here's the thing. Our mask analogy that we're drawing all this like clarity from, there's this other thing that we're not talking about, which is that in order to wear a mask, the mask has to be on something, and I just realized that it's not the changing of the mask that people perceive as weakness. It's the root implication of being able to change the mask, which is there's nothing under there.
Yeah.
So it's like this cyclical kind of thing. Like even I can agree, and maybe this is what I need to get past is. No, there's nothing under there, or do we have to find what's under there? Are we, as humans, are we children of a deadbeat God? Not to judge him, just characterizing the amount of hands-on intimacy that we share with him. Kids that are feeling a lack of connection with the wherever we came from, like. Have we been all of this time just trying to wear his clothes and like emulate, and like that's why our obsession, like, and you can reverse that if you're an atheist and say, well, that's a psychological phenomenon of us projecting and creating it upon our gaining this sentience and trying to cope with it. We create these gods that represent the human condition and things like that. So are we, in either case, have we been aping what we have always believed you're supposed to be if you're powerful, which is decisive and extant, corporeal, able to affect change, and is that the big precipice that we're at, where we have to accept we have to aspire to non-efficacy, non-effability, non-existence. Is that a word?
Wow.
Like because I mean, as in climate change, like that's what we're trying to figure out, how to solve the Rubik's Cube of making it seem like we haven't been here in a while. Because that's only like, oh shit, like, but that follows 60,000 years of us expressing absolutely the opposite. Or like, damn, I'm gonna put a pyramid here, like otherwise no one's gonna even know I was here. And now we're at this precipice, where we're kind of like, and I don't think it's limited to that we can see that clearly in climate change. And I guess I'm saying, like, is that where we're at kind of psychologically, en masse, and spiritually, and all this stuff, where all of us as individuals and as a species, like, are faced with this test where we're able to go, shit, which Campbell would allude to, is like, he would always use this example of he would point up at the lights for the kids that he was speaking to, and he would say, look at these bulbs up there.
Well, if
you identify with the bulb, then you're going to burn out, and that's going to be a crisis. But if you identify with the light that's coming off of all of them, then one bulb burning out doesn't mean anything. And the trick is to start as a bulb and gradually shift your consciousness to
that's cool.
It's Campbell 101, but it like also it's like, are we actually at this point where we have to, like, if we're going to move forward through this, like, the internet has posed to us, it's like putting a mirror in a parakeet cage, or worse, like a orangutan cage, where it's like that has never seen a mirror. Like, it's dangerous what we've done. We've given ourselves the ability to ask what we are at 1,000 cycles per second, and is the way that we're going to survive by finally admitting that we are. We
are what?
Well, we're nothing. That if there was a mask there, it's for the same impulse that there was or wasn't a God that then did or didn't say let there be or not be a universe, because the mask is simultaneously evidence that in the beginning there was nothing, that we are nothing underneath, and also the most beautiful poetic expression, the most important thing, the will to be something.
That's right.
I want to be Dracula. If I'm not Dracula at this Halloween party, I'm not Melvin from accounting, and that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
My Dracula costume is not going to make Melvin a better accountant, and Melvin doesn't exist. God damn it, Melvin is another Dracula costume underneath that, and that's not shameful, because what I am is a fucking child beam of a bigger beam. That's all it is this algorithm that says it's better to be anything than the alternative. And the alternative is very fucking real. It's at the core of everything, which is nothing at all. And so all hail the fucking Dracula mask.
No,
and both respect it and don't overreact to it.
I love it, man. That's it. That articulates the Bardo condition. In between lives in Tibetan Buddhism, you go into this Bardo, and in this place, you're freaking out because you don't have a body anymore. And if you haven't prepared for it at all, you're really freaking out because you've done the near-death experience thing where you've sort of done the life review, you've seen your body there, and you've like witnessed the your own death. But then not just that, now you're dealing with like having no body for real, and you don't get to go back to the body. Like, you don't get to put the mask on. This isn't an 8-hour acid trip. This is gone. The mask is off, and now you're this sort of karmic momentum that's moving through a house of mirrors, which is just a projection of your karma onto the mirrors, except the mirrors don't just reflect your karma. They become living beings that come up to you and talk to you, torture you, torment you. And so you get freaked out because you want a body again, because you're very vulnerable in this maskless moment, just a little ripple of karma moving through time. And so then you're freaking the fuck out. And in that freak out session, you end up coming back here, and you'll come back as a human. Some people come back here like people running out of a burning building. Some people come back here with some intentionality.
Well, it sounds like you're describing like these salvia YouTube videos, like the real ones where people, like Justin showed me some of those, Justin Roiland. Like he's like, oh yeah, there's the silly salvia videos, but then like, it's a dark thing. And Justin had done it. I never did it, but he said, yeah, it's like, it's ego death. Like it's like you're locked in a fucking coffin. Like you suddenly lose all awareness of your existence. Like Justin like described like he like the idea of like all of a sudden being in a field and all of his friends laughing at him because his whole life had been fake and the real them were like watching him this whole time. But he, it's like, and you see those YouTube videos, right, where people they giggle and then they go into silence and then they start moving around.
Yes.
And they're like moving around as if like in this panic because the movement isn't accomplishing anything, but they're feeling the effects of their body colliding with foreign objects. They just don't know who they are or why they are where they are. And so people just like climb out of windows.
I've seen it.
I watched it and I was like, there was a spiritual component to that was terrifying to me. Like,
it's terrifying, yeah.
Because like that is sort of a metaphor for it's what you're describing. It's like this idea of like, if you were able to remove the Dracula mask and then the Melvin the accountant mask underneath it, like, would you ever come back? Isn't that death? And
well, this is why. Yeah, no, number one. The real terrifying thing is like the reality is wear the mask all you want. Like this is the mask realm, you could say, the human realm, and wear the mask. But still you're thwarted by the mask wearing in the sense that functioning around you and in you is an infinite space that you're a part of, and you're really focused, zoomed down in this one place neurologically. But you know the truth. This is why it's considered confusion as a condition of enlightenment. Because if you really want to fuck up the whole game, take your confusion of being a mask-wearing, vampire in the human realm and look at the part of yourself that's aware of the confusion, that knows you're confused. Now, what's knowing you're confused? Anytime you get confused, there's a part that's like, I'm confused. That part isn't confused. It's clear as a fucking bell. So confusion is considered to be just on the continuum of awakening or awareness or whatever. So you really can't escape from enlightenment is the problem. And so, but we just don't want to deal with that. So we're running into the mask realm. We're burrowing into matter and identity temporarily. There's no way we could stay here. Regardless, we're going to stay here for as long as we can, imagining for a second that we weren't this vast, spacious, progenitive sort of reality.
Yeah, it's like squinting to make something clear for a second, but it's not really. Or these things that you can do in nature where you can you can force yourself to have if you're falling asleep at night and you you don't want to fall asleep, you can kind of you can muster a spasm of through your shame of I'm falling asleep and I don't want to be asleep and I got shit to do, and it's like you can. It's only.
It's my first existential gag. I've never that just made me have I've never had an That's so good. Keep going, man. Shit.
But it's. I mean, it's sad. I mean, it's sad to us because we have a relationship with non-existence as extant people that we think non-existence is better. It could be cute, beautiful. To think of it as like
it's the cutest oblivion I ever saw.
Well, the idea that oblivion at the end of it is just like, oh, a little oblivion doesn't want to be oblivion.
No,
he wants to have a Halloween party.
Well, that's very sweet, and this is why a lot in Buddhism, the emptiness or the nothingness thing, there really is a lot of Buddhists are constantly trying to rework that. Translation, because it's not the nothingness thing is there is also somethingness. Clearly, these things are both here. There isn't just nothingness and everyone, and also the nothingness thing is the word itself is gets translated in nothingness, but there are other words like luminosity, the clear light, or spaciousness. Or better descriptions. It's the nothingness thing sounds terrifying. When I think of nothingness, I think of a kind of dark, black, just I can't, anesthesia forever situation. Whereas this is more there's a sort of spaciousness within which there's phenomena, and you're both of these things simultaneously. So the anxiety and panic about the letting go, what you just said really did make me feel quite uncomfortable. This is more of a result of a kind of ignorance of the situation. And so the idea is like, number one, right now, this is why the human birth is considered the best, because animals are just pure instinct. They're not going to think about this shit. Maybe monkeys or something, but they're playing, they're sleeping, they're hungry. So their realm is defined as ignorance. And then the realm of the gods, which is like on this earth, would be like just, I don't know, people who like have infinite wealth. It's more difficult to get into like taking your mask off in that situation because you're fucking, you're
because who cares?
Who cares?
Like, yeah, it's either the microcosm of it being like me sitting at a bar with a phone. Everyone at the bar has a phone. We get in arguments about who directed Hudson Hawk. No one bothers to look it up because that's not what's important. Because the reality is, like, if you knew everything, then you wouldn't be at a bar. You wouldn't be in an argument. Hudson Hawk wouldn't be a good or a bad movie. It wouldn't matter who directed it. That idea that mounting the threat of nothing mattering to us seems like a threat. But we've experienced, when you take mushrooms, it's like there's a positive, it's like we call it, we use different words for it. You're not entering oblivion when you're on mushrooms, you're gaining perspective.
Yeah.
But there is a sort of, it's like less and less matters. You don't take mushrooms and then like realize how many of your taxes you need to file. Like you're more prone to like stare at a bathroom fixture. I think that's an expression of like, well, may as well look at this as talk to my friends, which is sort of like, that's a beautiful thing when you're on psilocybin, but it's like, I think that's because mushrooms somehow puts you on the buyer's side of the market of the Oblivion Exchange.
Yeah, that's right.
So you're actually gaining from Oblivion, maybe.
Well, yeah, there's one of the concepts I've been taught is, that thing where you come back in. So like this thing on mushrooms, we do it when we go to sleep. We do it when we daydream. That thing where you're driving for 30 minutes and you realize, where the fuck have you been? You're like, you've gone 20 miles and you don't remember anything that happened in that 20-mile period. We lose our keys. Where the fuck were you when you lost your keys? You were gone. You're gone. Right?
Well, certainly the key keeping part of you was definitely dead.
Yeah. Or you can just look back 5 days ago and think of what you were doing at 2:00 and really think about it. What the fuck? You can't remember that shit.
That guy's toast.
Yeah, forget it. It's gone. So this situation is like terrifying when it's like thought about or it happens intentionally, but it's already happening all the fucking time. And so the idea is like, but when we pop back in, that's a really interesting moment, and that's a moment of like, that's the return is what it's called. So that weird moment where all of a sudden you go from the daydream into a sense of like, wait, I think I'm something. What is that? What is that moment? And this is, a place to like recognize is all, to open your mind to that flickering in and out that we do, is these fucking strange creatures that are like aquatic creatures in the sense that instead of living in the ocean, we live in the great emptiness. And yet, for some reason, we only think we exist when we come up for air. And this produces this hilarious society that we've built in the place where you come up for air.
Right.
And even though we're always going down and down.
We think that life is, we call real life the cabana next to the pool, but what are we doing? We're swimming. We're going in and out of the pool because it is the actual crossing of that threshold that is the cricket leg that makes the sound that makes us alive. It's the friction of going back and forth.
Holy fuck, you're right. That's it. It's this. That's
the alternating current would be another metaphor, like how electricity. It's just a thing going back and forth, right?
Wow, man. Yeah, that's it. And I think just that. Maybe just realizing that and let that realization take care of itself. If that were to ripple out into society, then I think there would be a natural kind of non-fascist shift that might start happening. You would just need it to happen. The problem is it requires a person individual. The problem / the double-edged sword of the thing is that it does require a sort of individualistic approach to the exploration of the situation, which people love,
right?
Because there's a heroic component.
Well, I love beating the shit out of that guy. Can't wait to make fun of him. Oh, hey, have you heard about this guy that says we should all just chill out? Yeah, that's cool. No, he's really popular. It's really gaining popularity. Okay, I guess I can respect that. But then it's just mounting and mounting. Can't wait to fucking rip his intestines out. Can't wait to find out he's a fucking freak, monster, hypocrite, and fucking probably cheats on his wife and fucking.
You're non-dualism.
Look at him over there eating fucking peanuts. I thought you were God. Why are you eating peanuts? Hey, I never said I was God. Get him!
Shut up! You're just only because there is a kind of grotesque fervency that comes out of you when you start because if like we're at a costume party and somehow 99% of us forgot we were wearing masks and suddenly you come down just enough from the weird costume party drug that we all took before we put on the masks and get this great relief where you're like, oh my God, thank God, I'm not Dracula. Holy shit, guys, I'm not Dracula. It's a mask. Holy shit, we are high. So this fervency comes out, and if people are still tripping balls at this crazy interdimensional costume party, they're like, fuck you, man. Fuck you. Fuck your goddamn sanctimonious bullshit. This is a costume party crap. Get the fuck out if you don't want to wear the mask. I get it, man. I've been the fucking screamer at the costume party, and certainly I've been the loather of the megaphone people blasting the shit out in these aggressive ways. Both sides are like easy to fall into, and it's just, which is why I love this idea of like, this is not a thing you need to bugle about. And you certainly do not need to listen to someone bugling about their unmasking because you're not wearing their mask. They bought their mask at the fucking Halloween store. You bought your mask at fucking a latex shop. It's got locks and buckles and it's not going to come off the same way.
You're Rick Baker. You've been looking forward to this all year. Yeah, and you don't have to worry about whether your response to other people's bugling makes you a good or a bad person who needs to change in the following ways, or whether you're on the path to enlightenment, or whether we're all doomed, I guess. I mean, what in the hell is going to happen in the worst case scenario that's any different than the best case scenario if you pull so far back that all it is a bunch of shit that was here and that is going to go somewhere else. So there you go. Now we can just hang out.
Exactly. And the relief of knowing that these fucking punks, what am I, fucking Pillarati? Wearing robes and doing the thing. The relief you get realizing, oh yeah, well maybe, but you don't have to listen to them. They're just giving subway directions like anybody else. They can tell you where the subway is. Maybe they can walk you to the tunnel to get into the subway, but you've got to get on the subway if you want to go on the subway, period. Just that realization that no one's going to help you. And that's not that you're in a hopeless situation. No one's helping. No one's going to get you. You are not going to be helped. And so those costumes people wear at the party that look like they're fucking paramedics or whatever, forget it. You got to do it yourself. That's what I love. And because there's something really joyful in that, because now it's you and your loneliness, and you should be lonely because it's a lonely situation. And then that's it. And within that, you can you can go see yourself. See for yourself, because no one's going to help you. So give it up that you're going to get helped. And if someone's out there trying to help with their fucking crystals and the salves and the fucking thing and the gems and the bells, whatever the fuck it is, that's okay too. You know, I get it. I've been helped by those people to some degree, but the help I got culminated in a realization of like, oh fuck, I got to do it myself. There's nothing else to that. And maybe if not for them, you know, guiding me in a certain degree to like, look, it's a mask. You see that, right? It's a
and
mask.
No one's going to hurt. No one's trying to do anything to you that you can't supersede with your own control. Just take it back to that guy who's getting his box of Oreo cookies and white guilt from Amazon/Twitter all in one box. Like, it's an it is the time is upon us to figure out what we're going as for Halloween, if nothing else.
Yes.
Like the game of arguing with each other and going, you're just trying to make me do this or think that, is me personally using my I statements. It's like, we gotta grow beyond. I gotta grow beyond that. Like if I haven't proven by now that I can do whatever the fuck I want, then I don't know what I'm doing. And if I continue to protect that right, or celebrate it, or set fire to it, or relate to it in any way as if it's part of my identity, my ability to do whatever the fuck I want, when really that's the least special thing about any human in the world, the least that we can offer anything. Then I'm still not a bad person, but I'm just wasting an opportunity to ask myself, who am I? What? And by who am I mean, who am I not? Who am I going as for this particular section of this Halloween party? Like, and why? What does that represent to me? Like, what's the thought there? You know, my little Dracula.
Maximize there's a tantric idea called adding wood to the fire. It's really cool, which is like, it actually just fucking maximize the Harmon, maximize the doing whatever you want to do. How far can you take it? What happens if you, instead of thinking like, oh fuck this do what I want to do thing, I'm gonna like watch it or get all mindful and let it be? What happens if you go deeper and deeper into it intentionally, as hardcore as you can, for a week, or a day or whatever? See what happens if you turn the dial. How do you have a dial? And if you do, how far does it go up? And keep turning that fucking thing up, and then within that you get it. It actually incinerates the mask.
Or also like being like, I possibly another way of saying this, or it's an alternative. It's like also, maybe you're done with that. Maybe it got dialed to 10 a long time ago, or it's been at 5 for so long that you know it's done its purpose, and the new frontier has to do with other people, not in an empathic like Daddy Warbucks, let me go find some orphan Annie's way, but like in the sense of like it's a different concept of like, who am I? Like the idea of me, I was on Ron Funch's podcast, which was just that I talked briefly about that idea of like being like mirroring, like being in the room that you're actually in with the people that you're with. That's something that you have the privilege of doing if you've been yourself for 45 years. You can now afford to speak less reflexively to the people that you're with. You can listen to them and think about what you've heard, and then pick your reaction from an ironic compartment, or a random spinner, but in any case actually like think about it, like have fun with it, be at the party, as opposed to like I think what I tend to do just on a neurological level is like, and to overuse the metaphor, it's like I'm the guy at the Halloween party who's like, he threw together a Dracula costume and he's there, but it's just my thought is on some fireworks celebration that's supposed to happen in the backyard at midnight, and not that, or some girl that I came here to see, or how she's going to feel about my Dracula costume, and or the work I got tomorrow after the party. And in any case, just absolutely not. I am here. I'm at this party. I am in a Dracula costume. Like that's a human kind of habit we have. Where we're all at a party and we're all looking around the room while we're talking to each other. We're half distracted because we're hating ourselves, wondering if we should be standing where we're standing.
This is to me, like, do you have enough time, by the way? It's,
Yeah, I mean,
great.
It's
1:03.
What do you think I do if I leave here? Make
I don't know.
season 5 of Rick and
Yes!
Morty? It's, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that.
You're making Rick and Morty.
I got people to do that.
Okay, great. Okay, cool. So the aesthetic of the phobe, it's called phobing, I heard. It's where you look at your phone at the table when you're on a date, and it's really rude, phobing. So
Is that why is it called phobic?
it was a blog. Who the fuck
Is it like
knows?
a fear? Is that like phobic, or like is it like a different?
It just sounds like a neg, I think, is why they called it phobing. It's like I'm phony, I'm whatever.
Like faux for phone.
Yeah, phobing.
That's
so
dumb.
Yeah, it's dumb, but it's stuck in my head. It's stuck in my head. It's funny too because I just said to you, they call it phobing like it's some universal thing. I read it on like Daily Mail or whatever. But I like it because it demonstrates the rudeness that we're already doing to each other, minus the phone, which is that there's this cool idea that as humanity developed, the separation between conscious and subconscious became literally night and day. So we dream at night. In the day, we have this thing called sobriety or whatever, like default reality is. But it used to be the two were murked together, dreaming what happened in the day. That's where the gods appeared. That's where all the mythology happened. That's where the listening to the Lord or whatever. It was the beginning of your neocortex taking over, so to speak. And so now what we do is we have this imaginary phone in our heads that seems to be a result of that, which is where we can refer to this interior phone. When's the fireworks show? Does she think I'm an asshole? Does he like my costume? Why did I come to this fucking party?
How am I driving? Call this number, checking that voicemail.
Yeah, it's all happening except it's our thoughts. And so we've become fixated on the thought pattern during any engagement with any kind of reality at all. We are deeply into our thoughts, but in the same way we're into our phones, because I think the thinking thing is a relatively new dimension of human reality, because suddenly now we're like actually able to like contemplate and think, and it's fucking cool, and you fantasize and daydream. This is where we're at, fixated on the thought patterns. And so this is the difference between the phone and the thoughts is you can put your fucking phone down and turn it on sleep mode or whatever. Your thoughts, we can't turn it off yet. Someone left it on our brain. And even worse than that, we started to think we were our phones, except it's in our minds. That's to me is the sort of situation, which is like, God damn, I think I'm my thoughts.
And I gotta say, because I think it's part of the solution rather than just, again, it's like we realize what we're doing wrong, and then the important thing that I'm learning in therapy is like, okay, but then you don't have to just fucking go, oh, I'm such a piece of shit, and we're always doing that. Like the species, yes, we're always doing that. And then I'm just reminding myself right now as you're describing that, I'm like, yeah, but like show me 2 species and tell me that one of them is obsessed with its own thought and is constantly inventing devices and habits and patterns because all it knows is that it's not quite comfortable with the way things just were and is trying to figure out how to make things the best possible for itself, possibly even for other people. And then you got this other ding dong over here waving its crab claw in the air, or like, oh, I grew a long neck so I can reach the leaves. And like, fuck off, man. I love us. I just like, that is wholly the anxiety, the neuroses, the self-loathing, the bad habits, the hypocrisy. It's all like it's like love it or hate it, but it's like, God damn, it's like I'm patriotic about it on a biological level. Like we invented that phone and acquired that habit through the same circuitry that might save us, might lead to us inventing the phone of putting our phone down.
I agree, man. And to me, that's these bugling fucking, party ruiners. They're the first to tell you, turn your thoughts off.
Yeah.
You must learn to stop the thoughts. You're thinking. No, it's like this beautiful. What you just said is it. It's to realize how, holy fuck, I get to carry around in my fucking skull the most advanced computer existing in the universe that we're aware of, that's right above my neck.
And it's still not enough. The way we react to it is that there must be more than this. I mean, that's a lot more admirable than being the ancient Rome of fucking cognition and being like, guess I'm better than a grizzly bear. Time to stop.
Well, but this is, to me, I think, again, a bad articulation of it by people, which makes people, don't thought shame me. Like my brain is making these wonderful things. It's like, but for some people, the problem is, no one having a phone. Fuck you, man. I love my phone. Don't get on me about my phone. It's the best thing ever. Fuck off. I came up when there was Commodore 64, where if you wanted to jerk off to porn, you're going to wait an hour to look at a JPEG. Suddenly I can just have everything I want immediately sprayed out on this thing. Don't phone shame me.
The people, that wave of like people like, oh, everyone's on their phone. Like that guy that points it out at the lunch or the dinner or the bar or whatever. I'm like, it probably would be a great idea for everyone to put their phones down, but it's not going to be because of you. You're not selling us anything more exciting than a phone. How does that feel, Jack? And also, like, it's just like, are you Metallica? Do you hate Napster? Yeah. Like this is what it is. This is what's happening. We're becoming cyborgs. Like, I would like the fucking Price is Right to not be playing on the TV in the bar. I would like that TV ripped off the fucking wall.
Yeah.
Because I would like to be in here in a dark cave drinking, but I would also like to look at my phone while I'm doing it because I don't want to be compelled to talk to the jackass next to me.
Yeah.
And I guess we all got our little, it's just like the hubris though, because well, now I'm just going to judge other people, but it's like I'm better though, because I will sit and look at my phone, and I never say, everyone stop looking at your phone. And I also don't go, can we please turn the fucking Price is Right off? Why don't you go home if you want to watch Price is Right at you're in a bar.
So let me present a nightmare situation in this bar. So suddenly a man, I don't know, wearing fucking camouflage, breaks the door of the bar down, pulls out his gun, and says, everyone look at your phone. Don't look away. I want you on your fucking phone. If you look away from your phone, I'm going to fucking kill you. Now, here's the deal. I know what you're thinking, but my phone's going to run out of juice. Actually, no, it's not. I brought chargers and charging cables. We're going to keep it completely running for the next 20 years. We're doing the cave thing, except with your fucking phone. Feel free, look at whatever you want, go through it. But if I see you sending a text, I'm going to kill you.
Wait.
Well, because I think you could call for help. That's where the fucking stupid idea breaks down. It's like, great, I'll just text my friend to call the cops. There's an idiot making us look at our phones. But my point is, with our thoughts, this is the situation, is people don't know how to put it into airplane mode. That's all. It's not bad that we have the fucking thoughts. We love the thoughts. The thoughts create art. The thoughts create, like I need to go to the grocery store. I should take a shit. I haven't shit in the last 4 days. What's wrong? I need to go to a doctor. We need these thoughts. But there's a big relief in realizing that doesn't have to be the only thing you stare at, that there's a way to experiment with letting that not be the primary identification of who you are in the universe, And then, so but I think a lot of people just haven't even, people make fun of those awful bumper stickers, like coexist. And you almost have to I don't even know if you're probably way past rolling your eyes at those things. I'm not. I still roll my eyes when I see a coexist bumper sticker. It still is did you really? You want to talk to them and be like, is this helping? Do you think this is help? Do you think anyone, a Nazi, is riding down the street and sees coexist and it's like, what have I done? But for real, I remember in Asheville, North Carolina, years and years ago, seeing a bumper sticker that said, "You are not your thoughts." And it hadn't occurred to me. This was a long time ago, but I remember being like, wait a minute. What does that mean? What the fuck does that, well, then what am I? And within it produced a lot of great things in my life, but I don't think a lot of people, it's occurred to them yet. They haven't thought yet that maybe that thing rolling around in their head is not solely what they are. And if it is solely what they are, then great. But they haven't even done the experiment. Of wait, is this totally me, my thoughts? Is there What's aware of the thoughts? Are the thoughts sitting in something? What are they sitting in? Who's the realizer of the thoughts? You know, that exploration can produce for a lot of people a great relief because they're tormented by their thoughts.
Yeah, you had said that to me a couple conversations ago. It stuck with me. It's that idea of like, hey, when you start to spin out, you're having any kind of like thought crisis, just thinking about the fact that what you're doing is observing your own thought and what a miracle that is. Or a miracle, maybe that's too that carries too much significance to say, but like that is a thing to happen. That being able to think about your own thoughts is, I don't even want to say weird, but it's a thing, and that you can then observe the fact that you're observing your own thoughts, and then your suggestion being, well, now think about the fact that if you're thinking and then you're observing yourself thinking, then are you yourself? And if whether you are or you aren't, as an observer of your own thoughts, then aren't you simultaneously your own thoughts and a thing that is observing them? And doesn't that kind of doesn't that bring you closer, if not atoning completely with like the universe, you know? Because what the hell what else could you possibly be if you're looking at yourself thinking?
Yeah, well,
and it's a first step. And it's like, the beauty of that is that you could be 16 years old and your thoughts about your thoughts could be, shit, if I don't stop being jealous, I'm going to lose this prom date. It's turning her off, but I can't stop it. That it doesn't have to be profound. It's like, it's just a human condition that you're always in a spot of like, God damn it, I'm overthinking it. Don't overthink it, but don't overthink overthinking it and all that stuff. And that spiral isn't something to steer out of. You can follow it and whip around and go, look at me. I'm a fucking not a fiddler crab. I'm like thinking about thinking, and like that makes me God.
That makes me something that's a little more spacious than my thoughts. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It gives you, at the very least, it's like giving you a bigger house.
It means like, you know, it's like I get to ask myself at my convenience if I'm genuinely homophobic or if I genuinely love my mother, or if you get to put, it means everything's on the auction block.
Yeah, and that's because that is like you can't be compassionate until that happens, because it's how are you going to be fucking compassionate if you to other people if you haven't like put as much as you can on the chopping block, so to speak, by just realizing like when a thought emerges, there it is. It's not your fault. Like just that. Like if you just like think of any fucking rotten thought you have had, that thing that might spring into your mind. There's a hammer nearby and you're with a friend. And before you could even stop it, this swamp gas thought rises up. You're like, maybe I'll just take this hammer and smash my friend in the knee. What? Where and why? But it's not as though there was a thing where you're like, you know what? I want to think a really shitty, violent thought right now. I want to sit here and think about smashing my friend in the knee with a hammer. It just came up. Now, our relationship with our farts is more healthy than our relationship with our thoughts. You know? Like, you fart, and it's the worst smelling fart of all time. You might be like, boy, I should have eaten that fucking vegan burrito. That was bad. I knew it was bad.
Because I'm there may not be a third party witnessing it and saying, what's that smell? But even relative to yourself, there's an objective accounting.
Yeah.
And we are constantly committing the crime if we're standing in an elevator and the fart is in our head. We can not only not smell it, we can also not have dealt it. We can pretend we didn't.
The question here, I don't know. I can't do an Alan Watts accent. I wish I could, but it would be, who is the dealer of the thoughts? And when you start realizing, because you wouldn't go to the therapist and say, God, 3 days ago I was in my car and I farted, and it smelled like someone poured a diaper into an old bag of Sun Chips. And it's just really, really driving me up the wall. I'm ashamed of myself that I generated this stink. But dear God, you have a thought, this or that, whatever it may be. And let me tell you, we have crazy thoughts, and the most mundane thoughts. And you can get really, you can offend yourself. And now you could go into a neurotic spiral because you had this terrible thought. Oh, why did I think about hitting my friend in the knee with a fucking hammer? What's this latent violence in my life? Why is there latent violence in my life?
Also, why do I keep smoking cigarettes? Why do I keep drinking? Why do I keep raising my voice whenever someone challenges my sense of control? Why was I mean to the nicest person in my life? That shit gets into like, ooh, I keep doing these things. And the answer is you keep having these thoughts and you're not smelling them and you're not accounting for them. And the coolest thing that I've learned in therapy, because it's like, oh, I love learning that that something doesn't take any work. Is that all you have to do is be aware, is practice increasing the awareness, is smell your own farts. That's neuroplasticity. Because if you're smoking cigarettes and you're not thinking about it, one thing is probably not going to happen is anything other than smoking them. But if you simply think every time you're smoking a cigarette, think, there I go again, smoking a cigarette. You don't have to tack onto it because I'm a piece of shit. You just have to go, I'm about to smoke a cigarette. I must love it a lot or something. I don't know. The road flare. My therapist characterizes it as like practicing slowly but surely. You're just gradually increasing the nanoseconds between one thought and perhaps the reaction, or the stimulus and the response, or two thoughts that are particular always chained together. I look at it like if you know how like roads are formed because someone's going from I'm trying to like riff geography. Someone's going from Dresden to Rome, and over time, like people are going to be walking over the same shit. But not only that, but then if you see a path and then the rest is weeds, it wouldn't really even matter at that point if there's a faster way from Dresden to Rome. The faster way is the fucking path because there's less tigers and less brambles. That may be a very winding, weird road, but over time it becomes the way to get to Rome, and the fastest one, And that this neuroplasticity concept, this concept of being aware, is the metaphor for it. Is you just make more stops as you're walking to Rome from Dresden. Oh, cool. You stop. You have a picnic. The picnic is a nanosecond long, and because you increase the chaotic chances that after you pack your fucking picnic basket back up, maybe this time, just like the first fucking guy that walked from Dresden to Rome did, maybe you're gonna pick your own path just randomly. Maybe it's like the more you stop along the way, you don't have to be noble or strong or willful, just pause, and even that sounds like it takes work, but it's like just thinking about thinking increases the odds of new branches of thought.
Dan, thank you, man, for coming on the show.
Don't fucking try to get me out of here.
I don't want you out.
I'm kidding. It's like
I just
3
can't
hours.
think of a better thing to end on than that.
I know.
So
I blew it. I know. Because you're like, dude, we fucking did it. And I'm like, I just wanted to ruin your. You ever see the porns, the ruined orgasm porn?
Yeah, I love them.
It's just a smirking woman going like, there's a twitching dick, and the guy's going,
Y'all are the best. It's one of my favorite genres of porn. Man, you are a genius. Thank you for your brain and your mind and spending time on the show.
Thanks for having me in. I wish the two of us were less psychotic, so we could ever talk to each other without engaging in our performative Dracula masks.
I like our Dracula mask.
No, it's working great. I'm just saying, don't you think it's kind of... No, I didn't mean to shame it. I just think it's funny that like we both share that. Like, we have a more genuine conversation. Than, if we spent 3 hours talking at a bar, I bet we would have talked about way less valuable shit.
What? We need the ritual. We need the ceremony of the podcast. I love it. And I like sitting with you at the bar, man. All of it's fun. And I love you, and I can't wait to see you again. I hope you will, when you were talking about getting people to come play music at your pool workouts, please let me blow out some synth stuff.
I'm worried about this being near the pool.
Fuck, I hadn't even considered it. Offer withdrawn. That's how dim I am. I forgot I have like...
I'm worried we're going to get electrocuted and there's no water in this room.
Fuck, I'm not taking my precious.
It looks like, for those who haven't seen photos of it, it looks like in the scene in Star Wars when C-3PO has been knocked around in the Millennium Falcon during the TIE Fighter fight, and then there's the comic relief moment of him going, oh boy, oh. He's just covered in wires.
It's a modulator. Well, we'll figure it out. I'll find another instrument.
Maybe just a nice guitar.
I got one.
If that falls in the pool,
fuck it.
Everyone lives.
I have a shitty guitar. Until next time, man. Hare Krishna. Wait, Harmon, where can people find you?
Oh, I don't know. Go watch Rick and Morty in November 2019. I have an Instagram account. That's my sole recourse to social media. Dan Harmon on Instagram.
Thank you. Dan, it's so nice to see you. And,
thank you.
But this way that I'm seeing you is the more that I do this, it becomes increasingly sad.
Yeah. I keep thinking about you know how like what became called the living room used to be called the parlor, and it was and then they invented funeral parlors, and then they changed the name of the parlor to the living room because the funeral industry wanted to, I guess, supposedly, they wanted to discourage people from having their dead relatives in their house for memorial services and stuff, because they wanted. So culturally there was this shift that we don't even know or care about, which is that all of a sudden this thing called the living room became a totally normal part of even the tiniest apartment. And I keep thinking during this pandemic about like this is a big enough cultural shift that there could be a permanent thing added to like homes that's like has to do with like a little video station.
Oh God!
Like everyone will have a little corner with a green screen or just a big good lighting, and it'll be like the equivalent of like a vanity for a woman's bedroom, or like every home will come kind of equipped with a little video station. Because if not after this time, then definitely after the next pandemic. And what are we learning this time around except we can do this? Like, and I was curious to talk to you because you and your family have a lot more roots in like the conspiracy world, and I haven't had the heart or the savvy to learn about any pandemic conspiracy theories yet.
Okay, well, I'll get to the conspiracy thing, but what just happened to me during what you just said was deja vu. But it wasn't deja vu like normal deja vu. It was deja vu in the sense that I knew we were going to have this conversation. I've been looking forward to it. But I've also had this uneasy feeling because I knew that you were going to present an angle that I hadn't thought of. It was going to be really, really, really horrible. But I didn't know what it would be. I'm like, I'm going to talk to Harmon, and I know he's going to have a take on this. It's going to like pull the rug out from under me. And you just did that. So now I have to like for a moment sit with this horrific dystopian future where instead of zombies, it's invisible, tiny death things in weird mists outside of our homes. And where within people are like, instead of huddling in front of the fireplace, they're going to their communication corner to talk to people they will never see in person again, because the planet becomes increasingly virulent to the point that going outside becomes impossible. And now I just want to throw up.
Well, we'll just have like zones or something, like it'll be sort of like everyone will belong to a gated community in the sense that like, or there'll be like different colored wristbands for immunities.
Yeah.
And so and then maybe bars will, you know, when you go to a bar, maybe it's like a yellow bar, and that means everyone with a yellow bracelet, which is like latched on in this like hack-proof way, which means you've been immunized. You have antibodies against like the yellow section of diseases, and then everyone just goes to these yellow bars and they just fuck, like it's just like Roman, like people are just fucking right there in the bar. Well, because talking to people closer to 6 feet will become lumped in with like sex.
Right.
So you may as well fuck as talk to your mailman.
That's it. You're fucking your mailman right now. I'm so glad that you have underlined the sexual element to this pandemic, which is that if you go outside right now with no mask on, that is barebacking. You are barebacking reality. And when you like, you know, I went to my car. I had to get something out of my car, which is surreal. I don't know. When was the last time you went to your car?
I don't know. It's sitting 20 feet from here, but every day I look at it and humble brag, I have a Tesla, and it's got the charging cable plugged into it now for a month and a half or something, and I keep going like I should unplug that car.
Gotta unplug it
because maybe the battery will swell or something, and then I always think I'm gonna unplug it, and then I'm gonna forget I unplugged it, and then the fucking renegades from Sector 7 are gonna start raiding Valley Village, and I'm gonna run to the car with Cody, and there's gonna be 10 miles on the battery.
Yeah, but number one, I have just moved to the Valley. Number two, when some white flash of light explodes into the sky, I'll be like, that's Harmon's Tesla. He should have unplugged it. Fuck, it exploded. It's just been gathering energy. You got to unplug that Tesla, man. Please, for all of us in the Valley, please unplug it. But yeah, you know, a jogger jogged by my car when I went to my car, and I wasn't wearing a face mask. He wasn't wearing a face mask. I don't know who he was. But in that moment, I thought, wow, one of us could have just killed the other in this moment and not even ever know it. And it was the most surreal and fucked up experience, you know. That, to me, this situation is filled with so many of those moments that I used to think of as my favorite moments, which is what you thought the thing would look like turns out to be not at all what it would look like. You know what I mean? Usually this is in relation to like, you know, the first time you come, you know, do you remember your first orgasm? You hear about that there's the possibility. Have you ever come? I'm sorry, Dan.
I'm still looking forward to it.
It's not a myth. But, you know, like your first orgasm, you hear about it. You hear there's a thing that can happen. You get some sense that there's this thing. And then your first orgasm, it's like, that is not what I thought it would be. Wow, it's better than I thought it would be. Or maybe if you have what's called a theophany, you know, or some kind of psychedelic connection with the divine, it's like, that is nothing like what I thought that was going to be like. It's, how could I have? This is a similar thing, but in the negative, in the sense that this apocalypse, who the fuck could have predicted this one? You know, this nobody, like in my assessment of apocalypse, the genre itself, where is this in there? You know, it's
because it's such a baby step.
Yeah.
The thing that's, I mean, is if this was it, I would be like, this is great as far as apocalypses go, chiefly because, well, we're going to live through this. And I will say I'm immunocompromised. So unless anybody listening thinks that I'm being insensitive, like I truly do have reason as per my doctor to like, I'm kind of like one of the people you're washing your hands for.
Wow.
And it is a game of hot lava for me, but I kind of, when it comes to the one for one, like this is your apocalypse negotiation, I'm like, thank you, God. This is actually really cool. Like in all of the different ways that Dan Harmon could have found out at 47 years old that he might be about to die, this is the easiest, like laziest, I've been being given the most amount of control. Like I can make decisions if I really want to, like stay in my closet with a bucket over my head, and an oxygen tube coming in. And so if I do get it from an Amazon box, I get to know that I did have options. I could have put a bag over my head. And then also on top of that, if I do get it, and even if I do die, probably 2 weeks or at least a couple days to say goodbye, to put my house in order, to sign my will, to like, if all of that was just it, I'd be like, this is the best. Like, this is the best we ever could have hoped for. The problem is, what I've always anticipated being the actual apocalypse, like where you and I aren't able to have a podcast and make jokes and have anxieties about things because shit just goes from zero to fight or flight as a way of life, I always figure the odds are it's going to be an economic collapse that brings that on. It's going to be good old fashioned poor people being hungry and having crowbars that and not trusting each other, and all of the telecommunications going out, so nobody has any recourse to shame or social mores, and everyone's just kind of hungry and hearing rumors that the people down the street have already begun looting or cannibalizing, and so you're a dummy if you don't, and shit can go so bad so quickly if all that happens is the dollar goes from being worth $1 to being worth 2 cents. I mean, so let alone if the police aren't going to show up if you call them. I mean, everything is based on money. And this, every time they talk about how this is economically, irreversible, that's my panic. I kind of worship a God that would make this happen if I said it out loud, but I think I would rather burn alive in an inferno that just burnt us all to a crisp than die by home invasion while being unable to protect my dogs and Cody.
Oh yeah, right. Like what was the name of, what was that terrible murderer that Patton Oswalt's late wife was studying? The
Golden State killer.
That motherfucker. Yeah, that's all of our nightmares, is that.
Jesus.
And, yeah.
I mean, those people exist right now. They existed in non-pandemic times. That's what freaks me out. It's like, how many sociopaths have you met the last couple of years? Like, some of them are your friends, and you're like, yeah, that guy's kind of a psychopath, though. Like, he's held in line by, like, it's more profitable to, not let people know that he has no empathy and, has fucking, actually maybe a sadistic streak to him. Yeah. And it's about 1 out of 100 people that we know. And then there's and then there's everybody that we don't know, and then it's like, oh boy, you know, we are held by a like dental floss thick like thread to, you know, just what we think of as rule of law.
Yeah, you know, there was a celebration of sociopathy. I don't know if you noticed. Remember when that was started generating like, well, you know, certain sociopaths, they do have like, the question is, why do we have sociopaths? And from an bioevolutionary perspective, well, because if you're living in some situation where everyone's hyper compassionate and empathetic, that's not going to be a trait that gives you long-term survivability.
Right.
You need someone who is able to kill the cute animals that you eat. Like there's just that. You got to have somebody who can shoot down something with a face so we can boil its flesh and eat it.
Yeah.
And then you see how selection would, you know, gradually that could move past just the animals to people. And then eventually you have like human robots among us. And then you realize that in a situation like this, yeah, just what you're saying, this like invisible thread of just agreement, essentially. The same thing that makes the dollar work is the same thing that keeps people from invading your house. It's like, you know, there's an imaginative process that goes into the creation of the illusion of safety. And for me, this is why the other day I'm like washing my dishes and looking out the window, and it's like the best. I feel like a Zen master washing my dishes, not because I'm a Zen master, but because I'm literally thinking like, I don't know, man. Tomorrow I might start coughing. The next day I might kind of, you know, come to, and I'm like, what's going on? And then try to pull the thing out of my mouth. And then that's it, you know, because that's how you die. You know, it's a slow disintegration. I don't mean to shit all over your fantasy or your 2-week thing or whatever.
Well,
but it could just be you wash your dishes, then you're like, what the fuck's in my, I can get this out of my, why are you killing? And then you die. Yeah. So, you know what I mean? So that makes the dishwashing experience particularly like romantic, you know? The home invasion, we disagree in this sense. It's just like, I mean, I don't want anyone in my family to ever get hurt, but Jesus Christ, man, that flickering in and out of consciousness as you have some vague sense that something's not just quite right, and then blink out of existence forever. Ooh, that one eats me alive, man.
Well, that's an interesting point, because that's another, on the positive side, that's one of many good things about this shared experience we're all having. One of them is, well, what about the 99% of us that are learning in a very concrete way that we don't need police, and that we don't need money, and that there's a very cynical way of looking at that, which is to say everyone's a sheep except for sociopaths, and oh my God, this whole Jenga tower could come down because it's only held together by people's assumptions and naivete. But there's also a positive way of looking at that, which is like, well, that's not naivete, that's compassion. It's an altruistic, polite agreement that most people, a vast majority of human beings, come out of the womb able to snap into. And you know, when you walk your dog around the block, and every neighbor you see, you know, there's a shared experience. And it's not so much the niceties, which are engaged in like, oh, how are you guys doing? If you need any help, we have an extra turkey or whatever the fuck. I don't quite mean that. It's just sort of like just the connection that you now have with a bunch of people. And you kind of get the sense that when the shit hits the fan, there is an overwhelming tendency for humankind to kind of school like fish, but in a healthy way. That they wouldn't turn each other away, that they would help each other out, that we have almost like panic response. But I digress there. But the other positive thing about it is the positive way of looking at what I said, which is like, oh, supposedly we're all experiencing how close we are to death, maybe, but we're not. As you point out, this is actually a great way to realize that, like, God, this is like the furthest from death you usually are. It's just that you're kind of statistically very unlikely to have a catastrophic stroke while you're washing your dishes. But my friend Mike Mendel was healthier than me, and he went to a Dodgers game with the Rick and Morty staff, and he went home, and he apparently just collapsed. He just went out like a light, which is what you're describing, which is so much scarier than having a dry cough and a fever and going, this is it. And yet, technically speaking, we are all so much closer to that fate, no matter how statistically unlikely it is. Statistics aren't a comfort. The truth is, your brain is a big bowl of pudding held together with like weird, like, fluid dynamics. Like, why not have one part of it just and like you fall over like a sack of flour? The idea that there's a molecule living up the street, not living even, they're not even alive, these fucking things that are smaller than the breadth of a human hair by orders of magnitude, that it's not even alive, and it's sitting there and it's waiting for me. And if it could get into my lung tissue, it wouldn't even have an orgasm. It wouldn't even be like, I finally got Dan Harmon. It doesn't know who I am. It doesn't even give a fuck. It's not batting for any team. It's just part of this emergent molecular behavior, and it's out there, and it's like hunting for me. That is such a far away death. It's such a manageable death compared to the death that we have been engaging in the game of Russian roulette that is life.
Yeah. Remember like when that guy climbed up that tower and just started shooting people? He knew
you'll have to be more specific.
Oh, God. What the fuck, man?
The guy in Texas, the original.
Oh my God, the original. Oh, Dan, what? God damn, I knew you were gonna be. Wow. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how many tower shooters there have been.
Jesus Christ.
It's just
the original, back in the old days, the vintage tower shooter. He knew he had a brain to. He left a note saying, "Look, something's wrong with me." But that situation of suddenly there's a sniper taking people out, and we look at that, and all the depictions and reenactments of it, and it's like, oh God, what a nightmare. And the reason people have such an intense reaction to it is because that is the situation, which is that there is some sniper who is launching phenomena out of the rifle of time into our particular lives, and at any given moment that thing could just decide it's time to take you out of the simulation. And this is a very uncomfortable predicament to be in, and to combat it, we weave together all these safety illusions. One of the primary ones being, do you remember when that song came out about 911 being a scam? Remember that song?
Yeah.
But we all had this idea you could call 911 and in seconds police are going to be at your house saving you. When the reality is, well, it depends on what neighborhood you're in. Mm-hmm. And even if you are in a nice neighborhood, it just depends on what's going on, man. There's only a certain number of cops. And it depends on how close they are. You know how it is with Uber. It's the same with cops. It's like maybe there's a fire, or maybe the cops are the cops using the bathroom, and then there's another cop over there who's technology got weird for a second, or maybe the GPS coordinates got weird on their way to the house. And during that time, you're being strangled by somebody and you just barely managed to call 911. But there's an illusion in your mind that, oh, no. There's this button I can press where the state will inject itself into my life and protect me. And it produces this sort of beautiful numbness, right? That we all build our lives inside of, so that we get to procrastinate. that's the game, isn't it? It's like, I don't need to really tell my wife how much I love her and how much she means to me, and that if she were to die, then I wouldn't want to be alive, and that I'm so grateful for her strength, and I'm amazed at the way she is with the baby, and I wish I were even 1/90th as strong as her. I'm clearly not. I don't need to say that now, because there's 2 weeks,
Right.
and that which is the, so somehow I guess the connection between the reality of there being the sniper and our lives, when that really solidifies, what is that? Is that enlightenment? Is that what enlightenment is? Is not just some glorious, sanctimonious, epiphanous, eternal halo. It's just you realize for real, oh shit, yeah, I don't think I have 10 seconds left to live. And then you just start acting like that in every moment.
I guess. I mean, but I always think like the metaphor I come back to is if I'm hammering a nail into wood, there's this sort of like inevitable event that's going to happen where I'm going to hit my thumb with the hammer. And the reason I'm going to hit my thumb with the hammer is because I'm going to increase the rate at which I'm pounding, and I'm going to get more and more confident, and I'm going to swing harder in the course of getting the job done. And I don't want to say it's impossible to drive a nail into wood by making the carefulest 0% chance of hitting your own thumb kind of strokes. Maybe there is a way to like tap, 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 tap a nail all the way into a 2x4. I don't actually think there is. I think sooner or later, if you want to get the thing done, if you want to live your life, for example, you need to get into a rhythm. You need to take your girlfriend's life for granted. You need to wake up in the morning and actually have a baseline of, yeah, this is the new happy. Now it's called normal. Now happy has to trump that. And that's human nature. And we have accomplished a great deal. We invented pudding and lasers. I mean, things that a caveman would be like, are you out of your fucking mind? You're trying to come up with a way to make chocolate into a gel? Like, do you not see the saber-toothed tiger like sniffing around the camp? I need more wood. But step by step, we do this beautiful thing where we go out on a limb. And I think it's part of what we're supposed to do. We are living in a fantasy world, and you and I are just lamenting right now and kind of kvetching about how that fantasy world is so far out on such a limb that, oh, look at the funny situation that happens. Look how much bowing in the wind this 2x4 has, like where we're hanging above New York, and we're just, what were we thinking? Why did we make this building so tall? Oh my God.
Yeah.
But it's not really, it would be one thing if every time that happened, humankind learned that their venturing was folly and counterproductive. But in fact, what humankind has learned is the opposite, because the one time that for centuries we both had culture and almost went extinct, basically, was the Dark Ages. It was that period of time where the church got its way, that they're always trying to get, and they were like, no, we're in charge now. I want to have no more of this bullshit. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, and whatever the medieval equivalent of that shit was. And it was just like, that was called the Dark Ages. And it just didn't work. And the leitmotif was, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And don't aspire to anything, and always be grateful, always be humble. Like that is, as far as our species goes, historically, that's actually how we fuck ourselves. And when we are, yeah, we're like, we act like fucking like lazy, weird. Like, how could you not have any self-awareness and perspective? How did you become this weird fucking like cuckoo bird that only understands the world through their PlayStation and blah, blah, blah. And how could you not see this Pompeii coming? But there's always like, that's just 85% of the people. I mean, and that's not even like, oh, that's the fat, and then there's the meat of the Einsteins. It's like the Einsteins come from that fat. Right. Like you can't tell the difference between them. Like that is what we are. We're like this species whose emergent behavior that made us better suited for survival than chimpanzees was that we're terrible gamblers. We're like compulsive. We're constantly like betting our birthday on the roulette table with every bit of our life savings. Like we're just always like, well, I got a good feeling. I warmed this table up, but we kind of like keep winning.
This thing that you're talking about now, this is where like if it's like put the baby to bed and then we've had enough wine and I'll feel myself being like drunk, I'll think, what a fucking luxury this is to be drunk. You know, like, cause there could come a time, and there certainly was a time, where eye-hand coordination meant you survived. And that if you were in a space where there was even the luxury of getting so high that you didn't have those things, you must be doing great. Like, congratulations. Wow. You're in some kind of, societal blister within which you get to like float around all drunk and fucked up, because the way it appears to be is that is not necessarily a trait that is going to increase your survivability. But that being said, and all the death shit aside, to me, one of the peculiarly disturbing qualities of the experience is the reminder that things as they are do not continue, that expectations do not, on the global level, our expectations of what this summer was going to be like have not been met. I was going to be a Burning Man. I was going to go to Burning Man this summer. And that sounds trite and stupid or whatever, but I was really looking forward to it, man. That's not happening. All the things we have, all our plans, everything we thought we were going to do as a planet, those are now out the window. Now, that being said, another thing we all share on a planetary level is this conceptualization of death itself. And to me, one of the more disturbing things about this is if we take this far enough, the dreamy quality of the experience that we're having, there's something in it that almost is sneakily saying, are you really sure you're going to die? Are you really sure that's even going to happen? You think that the time stream continuum and history and society and all of the things that you consider to be what is keep going? You think the metric of the quantification methods of science, empiricism, you think that's going to keep going? Do you think that's going to stay the same way? Because look, this didn't stay the same way. And I know you can't say because this didn't stay the same way, therefore the entirety of all physics falls apart. But that's what's interesting when they talk about black holes. They say, we don't know what's going on in that motherfucker because inside the black hole, physics falls apart. We can't get in there to look at the data set. Black holes are a representation on the massive scale of the fact that sometimes it just doesn't work out for physics itself.
Well, it's certainly like when we're talking about viruses, it's just a strand of self-replicating RNA. It doesn't even meet our definitions of life in a world where moss does, and amoeba do. Like it, and yet it's kind of, I mean, I'm straying outside my wheelhouse, but I'm pretty sure that's how we began. That's how, I mean, life started as something that wasn't quite alive, but was self-replicating. And so to your point, it's like, even though a worse friend of yours than I am might say to you, well, that's silly. Just because there's an epidemic doesn't mean that gravity might stop working tomorrow, or we might find out gravity never existed. But I'm your very good friend who is able to yes and you and go, yeah, no, because there is a fundamental unknown about virology. Like even though we're 60 years into people spending their entire lives looking at these things under microscopes and studying them and understanding them, obviously no one understands viruses enough that this didn't happen.
Right.
Like, no one understands them so well that trillions and trillions of dollars aren't currently hanging on the whim of a fucking virus.
Right.
Believe me, we've had a lot of incentive to be able to predict and control what we thought we understood in a textbook sense, which is how a virus works. And there is a pinhole there in that shows that we always just don't quite get it all.
Yeah.
And so you may as well contemplate a version of tomorrow where you wake up and your bed is in the middle of a white void and Captain Crunch is standing there at the foot of it and going like, you didn't know you were a cereal promotion? Like, and you wouldn't really have a right to be incredulous given all the parts of regular non-Captain Crunch simulation life that you experienced that kept telling you over and over again, there is so many things that in the universe, so many more things that are dreamt of in your philosophy.
You would play it cool, Dan. I would play it cool. That's what I would do. When
that is the way to, yeah, you should at least, like, you don't have to like wake up every morning and roll over and kind of almost ruin your girlfriend's day by giving her a big lecture about how grateful you are and how it's so great that you both can walk and then go wash dishes. You can continue to take that for granted and get into the rhythm that'll drive the nail into the wood, as long as you are always in a state of mind where you're like, but don't forget, when shit takes a left turn,
yeah.
If I go from washing dishes to Captain Crunch like greeting me at the foot of my bed, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go, what? And blow his mind. I'm going to be like, yeah.
What you just did is, this is a perfect description of karma and reincarnation. And that is the idea. The idea is, at some point, you're going to wake up and Captain Crunch is going to be sitting at the foot of your bed. You're going to be in a Captain Crunch promo. You're not going to have much of a memory of this at all. There might be some dim recollection. You'll more than likely remember, God damn it, I got to cut down on the anhexadrine I've been snorting in the bathroom when I'm doing my commercial promos for Captain Crunch, because it's giving me all these past life hallucination memory things. But I got to do this commercial. And then you're going to do your commercial. And then you're going to forget this life altogether. And that's the idea of reincarnation. There isn't like this death and then you go to the eternal infinite spa where you hang out in the hot tub and you talk to Jesus and you say, next life, I want to be a Dan Harmon. I'm going to make some awesome comedy shows. I'm going to learn a lot about what it means to be an artist, and I'm going to suffer, and I'm going to have these basic conditions. I'm going to have I want to be immunocompromised. So throw me in the pandemic. None of that shit. It's just, bam, there you are, Captain Crunch commercial. You rationalize why you're there and you keep dreaming forever. This to me is, on one level, if you're someone who's terrified of death, might sound like a relief. On another level, it's one of the more terrifying qualities of existing as a sentient being. Because damn it, man, we can all count on death. We can all count on the abyss. We can all count on oblivion. We can all count on the extermination of our nervous system and some beautiful sedation that goes on for infinity, right? That's what Dawkins says. But what if we don't even get that? Fuck. That's terrifying. That's terrifying.
But who are you if 1 minute you're Napoleon and then you're Duncan Trussell when Napoleon dies? And I mean, why is that terrifying if it's not even, and why is that you?
Well, that's the thing. There's just a trace residue. It's like right before you say something, you've got that momentum behind whatever the thing that's going to come out of your mouth is. You're not sitting there like putting letters together or like trying to, like when you're like in VR trying to type into a keyboard to make words form. There's just this instantaneous expulsion of words that comes out of your mouth. And if you have to exert too much energy doing that, well, that's when you're eating shit when you're on stage as a comic. That's when you know it's time when you're writing to stop for a second or get more high or less high. That's when it's time to take a nap, when there's that weird like period in between what's inside of you coming out of you. So that's the karmic atomic sort of quality of beingness, the individuality, if there is any, this kind of like weird wave that is producing a repetitive form of behavior that you identify as like, that's what I'm like. But you've got a Dan Harmon body around it, and all in your house, and the sum total of the stuff that you've created. You know what I mean? But that's the thing. That's the shell that you keep building into time, so to speak. I knew.
So the scary thing about it to you is the idea, kind of like, is the thing that I'm saying is the not scary thing about it, which is the lack of identity. It's the fact that you might be part of a co-op, that that it's not your consciousness that defines who you are. It's this string of like cosmically unremarkable, like throbbing meta tissue that has a sort of fundamental awareness of how it's been twitching and pulsing through all these lifetimes, and that the idea that you might have been Napoleon and are now you, and might then be Jeff Foxworthy after you have a stroke tomorrow. Like, the thing that's upsetting about that to you is that there is a Duncan Trussell through all of those things, but it's like this base wriggling, spasming, pathetic kind of like.
How dare you? I will take bass and I will take wriggling. It may be spasmodic, but pathetic, Dan. Please. No, I know. It's to me, the terror is irrelevant. I mean, that's the other aspect of the apocalypse. It doesn't give a fuck. You want to be afraid? Great. You want to bow down to it? Great. You want to take babies on top of a pyramid and cut their hearts out and present it to the apocalypse? No one gives a fuck. That's the book of Job. It's like, who are you? You tiny little fleck of a thing. It doesn't matter. And to me, if you want that to be terrifying, great. If you want it to be sink into absurdism, go ahead. If you want to try to find some Buddhist middle way, good luck. Enjoy your time. It doesn't matter. What we're talking about is that we have somehow, you and I, become sentient. And when I say become, it implies that you were non-sentient and then decided, I want to start thinking. You didn't even do that. Just suddenly, bloop, you're a Harmon, and now you're here. And I'm a Duncan, and now I'm here. And this entire life that we had, this series of events, each cycle of a year, has, at this moment, at least temporarily, completely changed. And that is a reminder, I guess, that it just don't go like we think it's going to go. And I don't know, to me that sometimes is terrifying, sometimes exciting, sometimes boring, sometimes obvious. I knew this would happen, by the way. I just figured if I start doing this podcast with you, someone would mow my grass outside.
Wait, is that you? Is that on your side, or that was mine?
You didn't know if that was on your side or not? I shouldn't have said anything. I could have blamed it on you.
You don't have 7-day-a-week gardeners? I do.
Look, forget the whole terrifying thing. I want to know this. How's your relationship right now? If that's not too intimate a question, how are you dealing with being in a relationship and being in quarantine simultaneously?
It's going objectively, by my subjective definition of objectively, I think it's going objectively well. I think that from a bird's eye view, Cody and I are two writers. We're also homebodies. We really were not thriving on extroversion. as a couple or as
Right.
individuals. We if anything, we were sort of a thread of our relationship is that we shared a sort of shame that we relieved each other of about how much we like just staying in bed and watching Netflix and playing video games and cuddling and whatever. And the pandemic then takes the shame part away because we're not even supposed to be wanting to go out.
Right.
So in the general sense, we're nailing it and we're having a great like honeymoon kind of thing. And we're also like, because there's no housekeepers and things, there's like, we're having an awakening to the joy of sweeping and mopping and doing laundry and cooking.
Yeah.
On a micro level, there's just the fucking fact that there's cabin fever that I didn't know I was getting it. I think that's part of the problem of it is like, well, everything objectively is going our way, so I have no right to be annoyed. I have no right to be frustrated. I have no right to be claustrophobic. And then, we've had a couple of little rows, me and Cody, about like that. It's the age old. If you're 25 years old, this is your life. Someone has to take out the garbage. Someone's doing dishes, like, and everyone has a different philosophy about who's keeping track of when they do it.
Yes.
And so that is happening to us. Like, we're not 25. Like we don't have. It's like we just don't have our housekeeper coming over anymore. So there's been a couple of like, don't you dare. I mean, there was a woman in my house when I was 10 years old, whose name I will protect. It rhymes with mom. Who my experience with someone in my house that lives with me doing laundry would be that then, oh great, my clothes is clean, but I never asked for anyone else to do this, and now someone might remind me later, well, I did all the laundry, ... And
Yeah.
the implication is that you're not pulling your weight around here. And I'm a very shame-driven guy, so
Me too.
truthfully, I've been the cause of any of the spat. I'm coming to the plate loaded with shame. So Cody might be saying something like, she honestly might just be like, at face value, being like, well, I made breakfast and then I fed the dogs and then I did this and did that. And like, she might just really mean, hey, you didn't notice that, not you're taking advantage of me and you should do more. But I will interpret it that way, for instance, and then,
Yeah. I just had that fight last night with my wife in reverse. That fight where like, she's taking care of our baby while I work and podcast and do the promos for the show. And like, she's like, kicking ass. I can't believe it was just amazing. And so she, last night said to me, she said like something like, I'm tired after the baby goes down. I don't know about cooking. And I'm in my mind, I'm thinking, oh, we've got this like lamb. And I'm like, oh, there's lamb we should cook. She took that as me saying, you better cook that lamb. It's the apocalypse. And, and from that perspective, if that was what I was saying, it's horrific to imagine taking care of a baby all day long while you're like, stoner husband's job is like making a podcast and music or whatever. And then like, it seems like he said, cook my lamb. Don't you see my Moog fingers are tired from spinning my synthesizer dials? When really what I meant is I will cook the lamb. I like cooking. I enjoy it right now. But fuck, that to me is the like retreat nature of being stuck in a house with somebody, is you really do have to start checking your projections. you know, you realize how powerful that ruins your life, those projections. Because, you know, a lot. Cody just wants you to know she clean because it feels good when someone you're with is like, good job. And you're taking that as her saying, you slob. Why don't you do anything? Yeah, that's the worst, man. That's like part of it. Not the worst, but yeah. And also the other thing is like, Jesus Christ. And I hate, you know, I don't mean to be all like woke or whatever, but this is a real teaching and privilege, isn't it? Right?
Oh, yeah.
We had a fucking nanny, man. We had people clean our house. And now we're having to do all the shit that, like, from a lot of people, that's just what it's like to live.
Yeah.
You know, that's day-to-day life.
Yeah, it is making me like, it's been 6 or 7 years since I noticed the floors that I walk on.
Yeah.
Because if they're always clean, then you don't pay attention to the floor in a video game that you're playing because the amount of dirt will never change the gameplay. And that's the life of a rich person, is your floors are video game floors because some other person has to think about dirt accruing on them and keep them free of an amount of dirt. But now it's like, I'll be like, there's 20% more dirt on this bathroom tile, and if someone doesn't mop it, it's going to continue to get dirtier and dirtier. It sounds like the dumbest thing to characterize as a new experience for 98% of your listeners, but it is like a component that actually for me is going really well. Now, I mean, the to go back to me self-loathing a little bit, because something I thought was really funny is like, remember how I was just saying like, I hate it when people keep a tally of the chores they do, and then all of a sudden they remind you of how much they've done. And I was in my most recent and hopefully final like flare up with Cody where chores came up. It was so ridiculous, and I'm so grateful that she didn't skewer me more on the hypocrisy of this. But like I was like railing against her about I was railing against that phenomenon. I was like, I don't understand when people are like, I did the laundry and I kept track of all this. I don't want you to do the laundry. I don't you know, it's like, and then I ran down this list of shit that I do and put up with as if to demonstrate that I'm not like that. But I had a fucking list. It was like, that was my proof. I was like, I'm not like that. I just live in the moment. So last Tuesday at 1:15, when you were bitching about the fucking ham bones and the freezer, I didn't do nothing because I'm fucking awesome.
I'm awesome. Don't you see that? Yes, Dan.
It was really humiliating. And she didn't even fucking... I don't want to generalize, but I do think that's like women are superior to men in arguments, because even though our perception of them is that they, I don't know, we tend to, it's like the autonomic responses are different. And so women, through the eyes of men in a couple fight, it tends to be like, the woman won't drop it. You know what I mean? And men are like more prepared to like shut down and like, but women never get credit for the fact that they play the bigger game. Like they don't actually spike a football that you hand them because they'd rather be happy. Like they see no profit in fucking like going like, ha.
Yeah.
So like when a man like makes an ass of himself at the end of a tete-a-tete, like the woman has a capability of saying like, okay, good, he just made a complete ass of himself. That means that maybe there's a resolution here.
Wow.
Because maybe maybe he'll finally fucking like his tantrum will conclude and he'll realize that we're both in this together. Whereas the man is like, I don't know. I mean, I know I'm making these sweeping generalizations, but that is, I'm not pretending to believe that there aren't a billion different kinds of people on spectrums of
of course,
gender roles and things. I'm just making Jeff Foxworthian generalizations, but
Jeff
for the
Foxworthy's on your mind a lot
I
right
know,
now.
yeah. He's
What's
in my
going
iCloud.
on with that?
That's what McGathy used to call it my iCloud. She's like, you have 6 references a week, and you just bend them to whatever conversation you're in.
Man, that thing, thank God for that thing for sure. And anytime the bank teller in my mind or the accountant in my mind or the auditor in my mind decides to take over my body and remind the person I'm with of like how much they owe or how much I've invested into this thing or that, it's always an embarrassment and it's hard to stop. Your mom probably did that to you. That's a generational thing. It's how you keep the story going. And
well, I think but now I'm realizing because of that humiliating experience where I was like, oh God, my mom did that, but it might be even more accurate to say everyone does it. And my bookmark in my head is that's a mom thing. And I do it too, but like I live in some weird twisted lie where when I'm doing it, it's not doing it. And like everyone else is my mom when they do it, but I'm my fucking mom. If when you do it, you're your mom. And like, cause I clearly do it.
right.
Like my therapist has been talking to me about trust, and I've been able to understand trust as like the foundation of a relationship. But now we're moving into like trust just in general of like trust between me and you in this conversation, trust between me and employees and employers when we're trying to tackle a creative issue. Lack of trust is a thing that I am engaging in when, for instance, I say to a writer, you know what, you did fine. Just give me the draft and I'll work on it this weekend. Like whether I'm thinking that person deserves a break from my tyranny or thinking that they're a hack that can't handle the work that needs to be done. They're both the same thing. It's just me having an inability to interface with another human being because I just don't have a trust right. that we'll be able to work it out together.
Right.
How
do you get trust back? How do you do that?
My therapist just belongs to the school that is like, all you can do and all you have to do is put a road flare on these things and be aware of them. And then over time they will change because you'll slow down your cognitive time in those moments. Instead of them being habit and reflexive, you will, so if you quitting smoking is the easy example to use. If the problem is that you're smoking before you're even thinking about it, and it almost seems therefore to you like you can't do anything about it. The real problem is that you've achieved a bridge between behaviors. Like I'm sitting on the couch and now I'm smoking. Like you've eliminated every fucking nanosecond of possible thought about the process. And supposedly all you really have to do, you don't have to like use all these techniques of like, I'm going to chew a toothpick. I'm going to do all these things. Like the best way to do it is just to, systematically increase your awareness of those moments. You don't take it upon yourself to quit smoking. Just start by going, I am a smoker. Okay. And every time you're having a cigarette, you just go, I am smoking a cigarette. And it's like, that's just, you just need to get those fingers pried into those elevator doors, and then it will just naturally start to widen. Because think about the dilemmas that you have. If somebody says, I'm pregnant, or should we go to the Bee Gees reunion tonight? Like, you can stretch a fucking decision into hours and hours of contemplation, during which you could feel a million different ways about the Bee Gees, because it's not a thing that you've woven into the root system of your tree. Whereas having a beer, having a cigarette, you're at risk of patterned behaviors that are just like, boom, this is a freeway. It's a pneumatic tube that just goes.
Oh, that's great. This is what I love about that. The implication is that awareness is fundamentally good. That awareness is a fundamentally good, it's like God, do you remember which Star Trek it was where they shot the Genesis seed on the planet and regrew it and you get like a baby Spock or whatever? It's like, you know what I'm talking about?
I like you switch to the royal you for the last part, and you get like a baby Spock, as one does. I believe that would be I believe you're referring technically to two Star Trek.
Was that two?
Well, the two. I think at the end of two is Wrath of Khan.
Yes, it's Wrath of Khan for sure.
At the end of it, Spock dies, I think.
Yes.
And then 3 is the search for Spock, I believe.
Okay, got it. Right. You get a baby. So like you launch the seed. It's the best way to kill off a character and bring the fucking character back. Brilliant. Also, Wrath of Khan. It's got those ear things. I still remember with pulling them out of the aquarium. Those ear mites. It's the guy from Fantasy Island. What's that actor's name?
Ricardo Montalban.
The best. But regardless, the awareness is like that bomb or the reverse of a bomb. You put awareness on anything and suddenly that thing begins to improve, even though it might not seem as though it's improving. Over time plus awareness with any behavior, there seems to be a gradual decrease in the negative qualities of the behavior. And eventually either you stop doing the thing or you get better at it. You know what I'm saying? Awareness, It's almost like proof of God's existence.
Yes, well, it's proof of chaos in a really like uplifting way. It's like, oh, there's an order to habitual thought, and but sometimes to our chagrin, like we look at this like it's a bad thing, but it's like Murphy's Law. It's like whenever anything's actually important, there's this weird increase in the odds that something's going to go wrong. Like every little aspect of your AV project, your microphone settings and all that stuff. It's like you're paying attention to all of these things. You're not doing it by rote. And when every single decision and every single moment is being experienced in the moment, you're increasing the chances of randomness, which is also how you get creativity. It happens like as naturally as gravity, something that people in our line of work know is all too hard to achieve sometimes, which is like lateral thought. So if you're walking from one city to another in medieval times and there's only like foot travel and carts, and so there's like these worn paths that go between the major cities and things. And like you can zone out and stare at your sandals and walk between the two cities, and you're going to naturally go along the path that you've traveled before and along the path that other people have traveled before. But if you were to stop on a hill halfway through your journey and get out your compass or even just stop and have lunch, the odds of you taking the exact same path you've always taken, they decrease dramatically. And it's not because you're a good, inventive, wonderful person who's brave. It's because you'll have time while you're chewing your sandwich. You'll just be like, actually, come to think of it, my friend lives in Silver Lake, not Los Angeles. So I think I'm just gonna, go 20 degrees different. And that's almost a mischaracterization because that implies that, it's our responsibility to make these good decisions. It's just chaos theory. It's like when Jeff Goldblum is explaining the water drop going down Laura Dern's hand, if every time the water drop stops, instead of just following a path, then every spot along that path, the direction becomes random from there. So if you wanted to quit smoking or quit abusing people or quit drinking or quit being defensive or learn to trust people, the first step to all of those processes is to like just like put a Post-it note or a road flare or a piece of gum on those moments that will slowly accrue. Like, oh, geez, this is the 5th time I've smoked a cigarette. And the first time I was really good about going, I'm smoking a cigarette. Then there came those 3 times I forgot to do that. Oh, fuck, I fucked up. But it's like, you thought about it a little bit. And then over time now, by the same process that got you to be a smoker, you're accruing this like ball of gum on the railroad track that leads from you to smoking. And then increasingly this like mechanism starts like every time you smoke a cigarette. You're like, it becomes part of the path that like, vroom, there's this speed bump there. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger because you're depositing more awareness on it. And then you're slowing down time. And eventually it's so slowed down that and again, it happens gradually, but theoretically, you're about to smoke a cigarette and it's so slowed down that you're able to get distracted by a glass of lemonade or a nap or a fucking hot dog or just like, and like that is the supposed like path to changing any of your neurology.
You keep describing Buddhism, man. That's the idea so what you're describing, it's in the in-between place is called the bardo, in-between place. And another word for it is the gap. People even talk about applying that awareness to the space in between out breath and in breath. That space in between those things is what you are. That space in between the decision to smoke and smoking, that's where we are. And the whole thing is being clouded by this infinite tapestry of these little decisions that we make. And awareness somehow zooms you in. It's a convenient way to close up the podcast, but maybe that's what this pandemic is for the entire planet. It's forcing us into a gap, into a bardo, into this space in between the addictive habituations that were causing the ice caps to melt.
Yeah, well, think about the whole generation of high school kids that, like, I mean, remember when you were in high school and it was like your fucking life was about, I mean, literally life and death. I mean, ask any person that went to Columbine, like life and death were at stake about things like what pants you were going to wear on Monday, let alone if you were prepared for your final exams in biology class, your college entrance exams. All of society in total lockstep about how fucking important Monday morning was for your gym class, your math class. And imagine the psychic jarring that has happened to this generation of kids that like they found out, no matter what anybody says, actually there's always the possibility that it all turns out to be worth nothing, man. My principal could be lying to himself when he says up and down, you're never going to, if you don't apply yourself in English class, you're never going to have a future because here's how the world works. And it turns out that motherfucker doesn't know how the world works. There's going to be an equal number of people who are destroyed by that experience, but there's going to be so many. There is such a healthy thing to draw from that, because it's not a good thing that you and I, when we were 17, felt the way we did about the importance of our schooling. It was too much. It was too extreme. It was like we're still living with scars of it. It did not fucking matter that we graduated high school. God damn it. We may be exceptions to the rule, but like my high school diploma has not been seen by anybody at DreamWorks. Like no one knows whether I dropped out of high school or not.
No one cares.
And it didn't matter that I went to college or that I dropped out. But anyways, whatever. I think, yeah, just to say that this is a breath for everybody, including parents of those kids. Like, how much grief have you put into your kid's soccer league, their bowling game, their haircut, like whatever parents get on their kids about these days. Obviously, what we're all learning here is that it's possible for none of that to really matter. And it's interesting that you boil it down to, like, when you were talking about that, I was like, oh fuck, when's the last time in between inhale and exhale, I actually stopped and made a decision to exhale and remembered that it's my decision. I mean, it's kind of not my decision, but I can
make it yours.
Yeah, you can like stop and like change timelines entirely by exhaling at a different time than you were gonna.
Holy shit, Dan. I love you, man. I cannot wait to see you in the flesh again. Thank you so much for giving me time during the pandemic. It's always mind-blowing to talk to you. Thank you for this.
I miss you so much, buddy. I'm actually, I mean, like we were seeing each other less before the pandemic, so I'm still good with the pandemic because if we wait for our schedules to make it work, it doesn't work. But I've really been looking forward to seeing you again and talking to you, and I appreciate you reaching out.
Thank you, Dan. Tell Cody and maybe not you. You're immunocompromised, but maybe you could get her to go unplug your Tesla. Let's keep.
You think I'm gonna? Oh man, what if I got corona from the handle of my
Don't go
Tesla?
out there. Give it a couple of weeks. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it.
buddy.
See you. Thanks so much for listening, everybody. That was Dan Harmon. All you need to find Dan is DTFH.com. Make sure you check out our data link and sponsoring this episode of the DTFH and this episode of Midnight Gospel. And don't forget, the Netflix. They're already around the corner.
Announcement from Wayne Industries. Prepare to receive downlink from Chromatic Ribbon.